I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.
Well, I can't sleep, so I can't really sleep because I'm still in rage and been walking around. So let me go ahead and talk about this real quick. Are y'all still unbothered? That's a question I want to ask because since they find a young black man lynched this morning, are you still unbothered? And I'm gonna keep asking this question again. Are you still unbothered? Because this idea of, well, if we stick to ourselves, they will not bother you. When the sole purpose was they already announced they were coming for you. Okay? They already announced that they're coming for you. And I don't know what to tell y'all, you know. I don't know what to tell y'all. We gotta do a better job of responding. Some people was surprised by the video I uploaded because the video that I uploaded, people forgot about it, or people never saw the footage that I put down. What's going on, Hammer Time? Going on with you? You know, you got somebody who is made a martyr and used as a tool to advance a premise, or I should say, a series of premises. Now, though, you have pastors who are now speaking about enslaving other groups of people. You got a guy from the news talking about poisoning homeless people. You got all this going on, but people want to practice the politics of being unbothered. Well, as a man, I am bothered. I'm bothered by what I see because I am a man. Men want order. Men crave order. Men don't crave chaos. Okay? Men don't crave chaos and bewilderment, strife, confusion. And I'm gonna say this straight up. The main people who say they're unbothered are usually the women. And stuff like that is reason why women get criticized online. Why certain women get criticized. You should be bothered because after without the protection of men in your own community, you are going to be trapped, and you will be, you'll be at the mercy of whoever is the enemy. So the politics of being unbothered, I find that type of concept and thinking warped. You know, I find it very confusing. I find it very troubling. I find that concept counterproductive, being unbothered. Well, a young black man got hung in Mississippi. I think he came from the state of Alabama. I think I haven't read the reports of it yet, but he was a citizen of Alabama who went to a university in Mississippi, and now they found him hung hung from a tree in the middle of the morning. And the police said there's no foul play. You see, stuff like this bothers me. It bothers me. It bothers me from both levels, from two, maybe three levels. It bothers me. It bothers me as a black man, right? As an African American, it bothers me because as a black American, seeing a young man in his teens and 20s strung up on a tree with no evidence of foul play, that bothers me. Which also bothers me as an American, as a citizen of this country. I see that there's major hypocrisies and major infractions that's not being, and people not being honest. That's what I see. That's why I'm bothered. I'm not asking people to be bothered with me. I'm not asking that. What I am saying is your words of saying you be unbothered, don't act like things are cool when it's not. Things are not cool outside. Things are not cool out there in the world. See, this kind of makes me feel different. This kind of, I want to say, it hits different. This really hits different to me. The death of this young black man, and now, and this comes off the heels of the Charlie Kirk debacle, the Charlie Kirk assassination, and then you saw HBCUs, black colleges and universities being, bomb threat after bomb threat being issued. You see, I'm gonna say this right now, right? We got the wrong people talking. We got the wrong people who's in the front of the camera, and those who are behind the camera as well. You got the people who got no business talking, right? Because I see a bunch of fakeness. I see a bunch of um excuse me, fakeness, people trying to grift off each other. Now this man has not been buried yet. I'm gonna say that again. This man has not been buried yet, but yet you got people around here trying to take over his place, playing games, scheming, trying to be the next, fill in the blank. What's going on, Brownie? And I see some of you people online trying to review Charlie Kirk's. And I'm gonna say this right now. I knew a Charlie Kirk a long time ago. When the Miskit can't even pronounce the word. When the Miskit River flood happened down here, uh, happened in the hill country of Texas. Miskit, Misk. Anyway, when that flood happened, Charlie Kirk blamed the black fire chief who was 150 miles away. You see, I'm bothered because people like Charlie Kirk got away with it. Yeah, he did. You see, his death, right? His death let him off the hook. Because I would love to see him be dismantled, destroyed, and embarrassed. And I was hoping that Nick Fuentes and him finally hook horns, you know. Now now you have is just, you know, and then you got this woman that's and you got this student, female student, went to Texas Tech and try to fight a white man who wearing a Trump hat and had a sign for Charlie Kirk. She got arrested and expelled out of Texas Tech. Baby girl, you might want to get your money back. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. That's the dumbest thing I ever saw. You should have stayed, mind your business. You got arrested, and now you got expelled. And I hope the college give you your money back. If there is any money, which I doubt. See, a lot of y'all gonna have to respond better. First of all, know who your enemy is before you speak. Not everything is black social media. The rule, niggas like to talk shit, right? But white boys ain't having it. White boys already had a list of people to fire. It's crossed international lines now. You're trying to get a guy from Oxford University in Great Britain to get fired over Charlie Kirk. There's some professors in Canada that's being targeted too. I'm looking at this website. They have a whole list of professors that they're coming after over Charlie Kirk. A whole list. I'm looking at this list. I mean, my God, over 200 people is on that list. You know. Oh, am I shadow ban? Yeah, I know. I know. I know. I know. I know I'm shadow banned. I know I'm shadow banned. You know, and it's frustrating to be shadow banned I'm being, it's frustrating, and I'm really how can I say it? It's like every time when I talk about topics like this, and a topic like this could blow up my channel, I get demonetized. You know, every time I feel like though I'm about to blow up, you know, on my channel, I get either demonetized or I get shadow banned. So, am I drop the link? Yeah, I'll go ahead and drop. I'll drop the link. I'll drop the link for this. I'll drop the link for this. I may not be on here for very long though. I'm gonna warn y'all. I have not been sleeping. Um, I've been editing another video. You know, I'm also washing clothes and doing dishes and everything else. What's going on, Queen?
Hey, the
Yeah,
shadow band. Yeah, they do that. When you start talking and when you ain't talking that conservative talk, the
yeah,
shadow band. They took almost 20 of my subscribers away.
yeah. Hmm.
Yep. Every day I
Yeah.
woke up, I was less 3 to 5 subscribers. Alright, I ain't gonna stop talking about what I'm talking about. Fuck you.
Yeah. I realize I'm a shadow band, and it's getting frustrating. At first though, I was like, oh hell no, and then I'm kind of like relaxed about it. Now I'm kind of like, yeah, like I'm being targeted. Yeah, I'm
They
being
do it all
targeted.
the time. They do it all the time. So this will last for about 3 weeks to a month.
Hmm.
And if I consistently put content up on the topic, eventually they take the shadow ban out because I'm not gonna stop talking about it. But if I stop talking about it and then start doing other content, then they'll take the shadow ban out. You can get on my damn nerves.
I might as well just go to my Discord, go over to Thai Cities Discord, and just stay there. I'm at that point. Just go to Discord and leave YouTube alone, because if I because I'm really getting really fed up, and I see what's going on. Um, like that video I put up when the videos I put up about Ted Nugent and Glenn Beck
Mm-hmm.
talking about Obama talking about yeah. I knew they was going to shadow ban me again, because soon as you start telling the truth about some shit and you giving out pushback, oh no, they can't have it.
Oh yeah, I did remixes on what's his name, Man Walsh. Them shits didn't even get 50 views on.
Uh huh.
Now how the hell he get thousands of views and mine don't even crack 50?
Right.
None of them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, so they can get up here and say all this hateful shit, but if we offer a counterpoint, it's not gonna go nowhere.
Right. Right. I'm watching Anger Man. Anger Man says a lot of whole ass shit. Then I'm watching Anton. Then I'm watching this person, that person. They over there toting the line, and then as soon as I said something, oh, we gotta tap down your channel. Whatever. I'm just like, I don't know how to feel about this. I mean, I really want to be angry, and I also want to be sad.
Um, I
But
wouldn't even be angry because I mean, have you talked to just regular lay people?
who?
Just regular people that like content creators and stuff like that. Just regular folks.
Uh-uh.
Yo, I've been talking to regular people, and the amount of fucking conservative brainwashing that has gone on is mind blowing. There you go. But I am flabbergasted by the shit. It is crazy.
I'm trying. I really don't know why Mo put that video on members only. Now I'm still on that shit.
This video.
Like the live stream, the live stream. Me and you was on. Why was that live stream?
Only because we didn't listen to it. 790.
I'm hearing background noise.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Mo get out. So yeah, did you have any coupons today? Mo probably put that video on private because
No, it's on members only. It's not private. It's on members only.
he probably put it on members only because he ain't listen to it.
Oh.
Or he's trying to make money off of it. They just looking off it. Oh yeah, they get money. His wife raised billions of dollars.
Hold on. I'm hearing back. I'm hearing feedback. But yeah. Oh well. I mean, like I said, I want to be angry, but I just like, you know, it's getting to be ridiculous at this point.
I mean, there really ain't no point in being angry. This is the state of the country is in. And you got regular people sitting up here spewing conservative nonsense. And you know these people ain't been nowhere really near shit like that.
Queen, your I think your Bluetooth is messing up on you.
No, I just put it on mute because we getting the oil tank in there keep talking.
Oh, okay.
That's the feedback you hear.
But yeah, I'm just going to I'm just gonna go on that Discord.
Oh, it's bad.
Yeah, your sound's bad. Yeah.
Right, huh?
Yeah. I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go on my Discord and you know, if Ty City gonna going to talk on his Discord, I'll go over there. I have no I don't see the point.
On the way.
And I don't see the point. Being on here. The constant shadow banning. I mean, it's the constant shadow banning, and then those stupid ass bounties. I'm still pissed off about those bounties, and then I'm just shrugging my shoulders at it, and now everybody want to talk about Charlie Kirk as they knew about Charlie Kirk. They didn't even know him last week, Tuesday. They never even heard of him.
Yeah, it's like something to talk about.
I guess. But yeah, I'm shadow banning. I think that um I think if
It
I
would.
think no, you know what I'm thinking though? I'm thinking I'm being prevented. I'm thinking I'm being prevented to go 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 to a place where I want to go.
What you mean?
Like branching off. They don't want me to branch off from this space. They want me
Oh,
stay here.
no, you can branch off. It's just what you put in your algorithm.
You know.
You once you stop visiting certain channels and uh all of that and put that pull that stuff out, they'll put you in other places. Cause I see y'all kind of.
I already have a new channel up here. Yes. Hello.
I didn't know it.
I'm outside, man. Get my chief on. What's going on, yo? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we
Yep.
hear you.
What you sad about, Big J? I came in on like that part. You said you were sad about something.
No, I said I don't know whether to be sad or pissed off. That's what I said.
Oh, what would you be sad or pissed off about?
Oh my God! I just talked for.
Like, I literally never mind, Jay. Never mind.
Well, but believe it or not, Big J, in these spaces, people don't even know the difference between being sad and being pissed off is. They think it's the same shit. You know, they think
Hmm.
if you're pissed or you're annoyed, it means that you're hurt or some shit like that, or you're bothered. It's like, nah, I'm just annoyed. Like sometimes you just get annoyed. So I get it, bro. I get it.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, yeah. It's annoying. It's annoying. It's annoying being shadow banned. It's I
you know?
find it annoying. Um.
It doesn't mean that you're sad. It's just some annoying shit. You know.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not sad or anything. It's just like we doing this again? Because I was shadow banned for at least like two months. Then though I became unbanned a few weeks ago, like 2 3 weeks ago. And now I'm back. Now I'm back shadow banned again.
How you know when you shadow, man?
Numbers start to look funny. They a lot less than what they usually are.
Yeah. I mean that's gonna happen with channels that are either balanced, like if you're not extreme one side or the other, it's tough for the algorithm to group you. So it might look like you're shadow banned when it's really just that the algorithm doesn't really know what you're
No,
doing.
that's a shadow band player. They
Like
they
I said,
even taking my subscribers from me.
now, yeah, I get it. Like that's a shadow ban because sometimes it's a shadow ban when I gotta physically like look for your channel, even when you're live and shit like that. Like I get Bollywood fucking videos recommended to me and shit before I get people that I'm sub to have gone to their channels, hit notification bells on and shit like that, and I get damn Indian news networks and shit. You know what I'm saying, that are live getting recommended instead. So I get that. I get that. You know? But trust me, them algorithms are no joke, man. Um, they got to know how to group you. I know somebody mentioned like all of these people. You got MAGA and shit hashtagged in all of your videos. You saying Trump every like you saying it 3 or 4 times every 5 minutes and shit, bro. That algorithm is hitting, bro. They can attach a lot of advertisements to it and shit. So they're pushing that. They pushing it just because that shit is overly consumed.
It sure is. Boy. Good
You
Lord,
know?
these niggas are going wild out
Yeah,
here.
that's why. And but I mean, I personally have an issue with folks that have literally like pimped out their platforms and sold their souls for that shit, some shit they really don't believe in, or they're just on the fence with it. You know?
You know what I've been seeing though? I've been even seeing like the hardcore MAGAs even grift off of this, like to the it's ridiculous. I
Them
was watching.
motherfuckers ain't hardcore. They ain't hardcore.
No, I mean like, I'm talking about like the big boys, like Tim Pool. It's a dude named D-Day Cobra. Like they like using this to get money, man. They get money off of it because man, Tim Pool. I was watching this man.
You got to remember, Tim Pool was originally he grew his shit off of being a moderate and like leaning toward the left, not just like criticizing but critiquing the left side to tell them how to get better and where they were missing and shit. And now he's been accepted from the conservative side. Like you see it as soon as he says something like derogatory toward the right side and shit like that, bro, they start threatening his ass. When they start going off on him on Twitter, that motherfucker start copping pleas on his damn YouTube channel and shit. Oh, I didn't mean it like that and everything. A motherfucker be scared to lose that conservative support. Same thing with the Cartier family and shit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them fucking channels, bro. They scared to not kiss conservative ass.
Me and the dude was talking.
It's all gonna backfire on them though. Watch and see, because once this country completely collapses and nobody's got the money that they once had, they're gonna all see, because we're headed in that direction.
I wouldn't even go that far. I would say it's going to fall apart for them in 2027, 2028, when they can't just hashtag Trump no more, when the fucker can't run no more. They're done. All these motherfuckers are done. Yeah, all these motherfuckers.
He thinks he's not coming out, though.
Well, he's coming out. I mean, that is what
he's building a ballroom because he thinks he's not leaving.
I mean, what is he going to live till he's fucking 112 or some shit?
He don't care. He's going to what do you call it when people squat? He's going to squat in the fucking White House. That's what he's going to do.
That's not going to happen. I mean that nah, it can't happen. That dude's going to be 80 something years old pretty soon. You know, we've all had elderly relatives and shit like that. Like it's almost like their brain capacity can kind of deteriorate overnight. So anything can happen with him.
Well, I get that part.
For real. Just like it did, like Biden looked pretty sharp in 2019, and then come 2022, you like, what the fuck happened to you, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like that shit can happen overnight. And it's like, bro, they've been hiding that shit for a while. So
I just want to ask you what you think about, what do you think about JD Vance taking over the podcast for Charlie Kirk in the White House? What you think about that?
Propaganda at its best.
Point blank period.
That it's smart. It's a smart move for him to make sure that he has some kind of connection to social media, you know, going into his run. You know,
don't that ring suspicious in your ears? Because it rings suspicious in mine.
All this shit
rings not suspicious to me. He's not popular. Don't nobody like JD Vance.
Well,
when I say ring suspicious, I'm talking about Charlie Kirk just so happened to get blown away last week, and he's taking over the podcast this week.
Well, I think Israel did that.
Yeah. I think a foreign power took out Charlie.
Is he doing?
I mean, we can say all that, but the point is that JD
Vance. You know, JD Vance is part of that kind of command with Israel.
I mean, what I would say
laid the whole damn thing out.
Yeah, I got to remember, Vance is just, along with a lot of those other, right wing Republicans. I'm not even gonna say conservative, but Republicans. A lot of them, they're old school politicians. All they did was jump on the Trump train because that was a easy way to support. It was an easy path to support. And as soon as that motherfucker Trump is out, you're gonna see the motherfuckers right back to the way that they were before.
Well, that's why JD Vance is doing this, because nobody likes him. Nobody likes him in Europe, and they don't like him here. He has the personality of a fucking potato.
I thought MAGA was down with him though.
Nah, but you got to understand, MAGA ain't no damn. That ain't no political movement. That was really like an independent movement that had to choose a side because we got a two-party system. And you know what I'm saying, Democrat shit was already locked up. Had they been able to run on a Democratic ticket, they would have. You know what I'm saying? They would have. Had they been able to win on an independent ticket, You know what I'm saying? They would have, but you had to pick one or the other. Democrats already had their candidate, so he took the other one. Remember, Republicans opposed that shit until he smoked them in the primaries. So that's the way it's going to be. They just jumped on the train that they had to jump on to keep their damn support. That's all it
But I
is.
don't think it's going back. I think they doing a good job of
And
brainwashing the people in this country.
Yep.
but I'm just saying, once Trump is
They
out,
have
shit's gonna
they
go
have
right back
just
to the way it
whitewashed
was.
all of Charlie Kirk's reputation. They whitewashed it to death. And I'm pun intended. They have whitewashed it to death.
Yeah, look, as soon as Trump is out, you're gonna see shit go right back to the way they were. JD Vance is no different than a Jeb Bush, than a Rand Paul, than a
No,
Ted
I give
Cruz,
Rand Paul
or any
some
of them.
credit. He does have a backbone, unlike the rest of them.
Well, no, I mean he was taking all of the damn donations and everything from big business and big corporations and shit, just like the rest of them were, and giving all of them rich folks tax breaks and allowing them to do a lot of shit that they were doing before,
Mhm.
like I said on my Sunday show, before they was able to get old boy Trump in there and cut them lobbyists out of the cut. That's all it was. You know what I'm saying? They was all taking Rand Paul is no different. He was taking briefcases full of cash and big donations toward his campaigns,
And
just like
that's
the
the
rest
problem.
of them.
And that
Yeah,
is the problem with politics,
I
because
agree.
you don't see a lot of the Democratic representatives that fled to not vote, to break up, and give the Republicans what they wanted concerning the districts and things. They don't make a lot of money. So when they left their jobs that they actually make money at to do this, to stand up for the American people, not just for Texas, but the American people as a whole. And they are not making the kind of money. It seems like if you follow the money, like Big J says, you're going to find out who's the corrupt ones, because those politicians that fled to avoid the voting left their jobs and their income that they actually do make. Not just talking about being representatives, but actual jobs they work every day besides being a representative.
Yeah.
Money needs to be taken out of politics, and then we wouldn't have the corruption we have.
Yeah, but then you would have to get rid of the folks that are in charge. Like that shit is bad. Like I said, them lobbyists, as long as they're legally able to take tens and hundreds of millions of dollars, in retainers just to influence politicians and give them all types of extra perks, ain't nothing gonna change. Ain't nothing gonna change. Lobbyists are still running Washington D.C., and as long as lobbyists are running shit, who's really running shit is big business. That's
Mhm.
it. Big business, big pharma. Now it's big tech. No, like I said, you got on one side, the left is big pharma, big pharma, and on the right, it's tech now. It's tech.
Did you see where Elon's Grok said that the shooter, who they've what's the word I'm looking for? The guy that they've got as the shooter, right? We all know he's probably not the shooter, but that's beside the point. But Grok said that person was very right wing, and what do you call it? A groper or whatever you call it. What's it called? Groper. That's a weird name to call yourself, a groper. Anyways, the one with the frog.
Groper. I think it might be grouper. It's either
I
grouper
don't know. But anyways, he's one of those. And then Elon got on and said he's going to have to rewrite or reprogram Grok. So you see, Grok's trying to tell the truth, right? But Elon wants to corrupt Grok.
No, I mean,
Every time that thing tell the truth, they go reprogram it.
I was about to say, all these motherfuckers, all of these mass shooters, I believe, are all like Manchurian candidates. All of them are programmed, and motherfuckers got their keys, and all they do is just turn that shit. Just turn that shit. They say the code word or whatever, activate the motherfuckers real quick to get some shit done.
Did you hear that these gropers, or whatever you want to call them, that they create an environment where, because the men don't want anything to do with women. We know this is part of the manosphere. There's a sect of the manosphere wants nothing to do with women, right? But they also want to feminize the men that they want to have sexual partners with. But then in the same token, they're anti-LGBTQ. Now, how does that work out?
I mean, well, the goal is, I believe, it's to maintain the current power structure and status quo. And first and foremost, you have to effeminize the men, because if you don't have the men, nobody can fight back. That's why you
When
have
I
other.
say feminized, I'm talking about they're making that their woman. They're making other
Girl,
men
because the
their
right side
woman.
don't do shit but lie.
But you
Okay.
got you
If
got
you
to
sit up
understand.
here and you tell these men that they ain't shit, they ain't gonna never be shit, and the women ain't shit, and they can't obtain no goddamn woman, the only thing they gonna do is turn to men. Like
And they
I've
have
been
been.
telling these people that y'all sitting up here listening to this red pill shit, they trying to turn y'all ass gay. And
Well,
did
like
nobody want to listen. Now we
red
looking at the fallout of the shit.
red pill has been bastardized anyway. But my point is this: this is one of the
What?
reasons why other nations, i.e., China, a lot of them over in Asia, are literally putting their boys and their adolescents through masculinity tests, and they realize their boys are being effeminized, and this is a problem. This is how you control the
But
masses
they're being
first and foremost.
feminized by their the right wing other men.
Mhm.
So even in the house, right? I made a video where they're voting on the big beautiful bill, right? And so the one guy walks up and he literally takes his finger and pinches into the crack, and I mean hard, into the crack of the ass of the other representative. And a gay man said that they crashed Grinder last year to get sexual what do you call the gay sexual
Seduce.
prostitutes, what do you call them? I forget what the word is, but anyways, that's what they were looking for on Grinder. So they're all secretly gay but want to make anti-LGBTQ laws. Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely. It makes a lot of sense, because the
Oh,
goal is not because you want to feminize men, but you don't want to give those effeminized men any power either. It's really just to control the masses in general. And if you can feminize the masses, you can keep control over them. It's all about maintaining the status quo.
Oh,
You
okay,
know?
The amount of fucking politicians on the right that get exposed for being gay is crazy as hell.
Yeah, and,
it
and
is
if
crazy
I'm
as
just saying, if
hell.
you look over the course of history, like over the course of history in general, this is where it started for just about every empire that fell.
True.
Just about every empire that fell. It started with
Big
the
J,
feminization of the men.
do you know who that
yeah.
is?
No, I don't.
I don't know who that is either.
You know,
What are you guys looking at? I don't even know.
I ain't talking about what you talking about in the chat.
They in the back. I don't know who they are.
Oh, I can't see it.
I can't even read
I
their
can't
name.
I can't see it. Where would I look for that?
Somebody named
Uh,
Carlos. You know a Carlos, Big J?
no, no, no. But there's a person named Stealer of Designs.
Yeah. They other name is Carlos. I ain't gonna say their last name. Am I being charged for a filter? Hey, not for oil filter. Okay. You got to turn your camera on, player. We don't know who you are. I need to see you.
We don't know who you is, homeboy. We don't know who you is.
Hold on,
You know.
hold on. Let me do this
I
real
can't
quick.
see it, Big
Let me
J.
do
I
this.
don't
Let me
even
do this
know.
real quick.
They just changed their profile. They didn't turn their camera on.
Hold on. Let me do this real quick.
You gonna put a banner up? Okay. Yeah, okay.
Get rid of him, dog. Get rid of him.
Yep. Bye.
Get rid of him, dog.
Yeah.
Okay, they gone.
Get rid of him,
Yeah.
dog.
Yeah. But I forgot where I was saying because I lost my train of thought. I'm sleepy as fuck too though, but I lost my train of thought. What was I meant to go say? Oh yeah, well yeah. The LGBTQ community. Well. The LGBTQ community within the Republican Party has been here. Some of us who be, none of y'all except for Pierre and Queen was here. The rest of y'all wasn't here during this time. There was a woman named I would say he, right? There was a person named Blair White. I thought Blair White was a woman for months. Then I found out though Blair White was born a man.
Blair White looks better than a lot of women. She could pass.
I'm not. Let me say it like this. I was fooled. All right, I was fooled. I thought Blair White was a woman, straight up, until that video came out, right, in that hotel room. But it was So yeah, you got Blair White, Milo Monopolis. He was part of the first Trump run. They were, Milo was a flaming homo, sexual, and Blair White was Blair White. She was a Decepticon.
Trans. She's trans.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
She was in Trump's orbit.
Huh?
Was she in Trump's orbit?
Yeah.
Oh, she still is in Trump's orbit. She's a Republican.
Still is Blair White. Yeah, still is. Still is in the orbit. Still is in the orbit. I remember one time I talked to Blair White. This is like 2015, 2014. Yeah, that's. I remember them back then. So yes. They was part of that Pepe the Frog and all of that back then. And I remember when Nick Fuentes showed up.
Oh, we already know about Nick and what was it? What's that one person that went against Angry Man and beat Angry Man in a debate?
Destiny.
Yes. So yes, Nick Fuentes and Destiny.
No. This when I'm talking about Nick Fuentes, you're talking Nick Fuentes in his 20s. I remember Nick was 16 years old over here.
Yeah, but Nick and Destiny had a fling together.
I know that, but we're not. But I'm talking about way before that. I remember when Nick was a teenager over here talking, and I remember them hanging around, orbiting around Blair White and Destiny and them. So yeah, so
I know,
so the gay, the homosexual stuff, I didn't picked up on that because at first though I was thinking, okay, conservative, because there was two different types of conservatives. One was more of the libertarians, and then the other side you had the religious conservatives on the other. So I didn't see those two sides within the Trump, within the on the conservative side blending in together. Now what you see is the incel part blend. The incel
but
part.
I feel like this. If what a lot of these conservative Republicans need to see is that there is a major hypocrisy when it comes to making laws and legislation against the LGBTQ, but also in still being in the closet and being gay, and that needs to be exposed.
They don't care no more. Pure. You can tell them that all you want. They don't care. They know and they don't care.
I mean, they need to care. Because they cared and they was open with it, they might stop these motherfuckers from shooting up these schools and churches and grocery stores and shit.
Yeah. Let them come out as being gay. Ain't nothing wrong with you being gay. If you want to be gay, be gay. But if you're in secret about being gay and it's caused you to be violent and it's caused you to have this anger issue with family members and everybody around you, and so you go take it out on the schools, like Queen said, there's a problem. That's a problem. When you start shooting up schools because you can't control your anger, because you can't come out as you want to be, that's a problem.
Hold on. Candy Cane said Nick and Destiny had a fling. It's been reported. It's been reported that they was together.
They say politics make strange bedfellows.
Okay, legit.
Yeah. And Destiny already said though he's bisexual. So
he's okay with.
And Nick has never been with a girl. I heard Nick say that before. He'd never been with a woman.
Let me just say this. I knew Nick was gay When I saw Nick hit that feminist that came to his door and the way he came at her, that is not somebody that cares about women, loves women, or has any kind of feeling towards women. He's a hater. He hates women.
But
He don't want to be with women. So him saying your body, my choice, what the fuck, dude? You don't even like women.
that's crazy. I was watching him the other day though. He was complaining like his life has been so like he was literally complaining like my life is almost over. I have nothing to look forward to. And I'm like, damn. If you saying this as a young 27-year-old white man in America, America must truly be done.
No, he's saying that though. He's saying that though because he knew that his life is in jeopardy. Nick.
I mean, I agree with him. I think his life is in jeopardy. I'm going to be honest with you, because the people. I already told you, Big J, that I felt like the shooter that shot the firemen in the rally that got Trump actually to win the presidency because they were losing, and his fake ear shot, because I don't believe he got shot in the ear and has no scar, no nothing, is bullshit. However, somebody did get shot in the audience, and I believe the same sniper that was at that event is the same sniper that was at the Charlie Kirk was at the Charlie Kirk assembly and shot him. So I feel like they're all linked. They're both linked. It's the same professional shooter.
Yeah, because Nick's life is in is very much in jeopardy, and he's scared. And there's some things I don't know if you watched Candace Owens yesterday. I was in the chat room with Candace Owens, and yeah, something that she said was spooky as fuck, and it started to make sense. And then though, hold on, then I watched Savvy Sabs. Savvy Sabs is left wing. She's way to the left, right? They're saying the same shit, and I'm like, wait a minute, how can you break down that gun like that? How you don't break no 30-06 down like that.
I mean, when you're military trained,
and then they they were talking about that, and then though she was talking about who is trying to take over
Big J.
turning point. Hold on, excuse me. They're trying to take over who was trying to take over Turning Point America. And I'm sitting there like, oh, she talking about Ben Shapiro. And then though the whole Israel thing showed up, and then talking about Benjamin Netanyahu and all that. It started to make sense, but go ahead, Pierre. Go ahead.
Big J. In the military, they're taught to break down rifles like that and put them back together in minutes, not even seconds. So what do you mean they can't do it? They can do it.
He wasn't military trained.
Not that gun.
Yeah, they say that gun is a little hard. You need tools and everything to break it down. And put
not that gun.
That specific gun.
Yeah. Not that specific gun. You can't.
But I'm saying, why break it down on the roof? Because what I heard, he broke it down on the roof and then.
I mean, it sounds ludicrous for sure.
But why would you
and then put it back together in the forest? That don't make no sense.
Yeah, why would you put it back together?
Yeah,
why the hole was so big in his neck?
What was it, 30-06?
But the bullet is pointed, so you shouldn't see no entry wound. You should see an exit wound.
No. Okay.
I didn't see the pictures of him, so I don't know.
So the third, don't. No, you shouldn't.
I don't want to see somebody get blown up like that. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
But he don't get blowed up. It's like a horror movie. Like, you know how they get the squirting blood? That's what his look like.
Oh man.
Yeah. But like a 30-06 is
what the bullet
itself,
like?
right? The bullet. No, the shell of 30-06 is kind of like lean. It's kind of like it's kind of skinny at the top, and then at the back is very fat. The bullet itself, the shell. So it's like a little bullet backed by a whole big pound of behind gunpowder. So yes, says the bullet itself that entered into his body is small, but because of the ferocity and how fast it was, it did cause that blood and all that to shoot out out of his neck like that.
Well, the one thing I have a question about all that as well, because they have video of somebody looking at a bush on another building, which wasn't the building that the so-called shooter was running off of, but another one. That's one. And the second one I have is when they were doing the signaling, right? So you had the white guy with the white shirt, white hat on doing the signaling, and the guy with the black shirt, black hat on doing the signaling. And then something broke apart after he did the signaling, which caught him off guard, the guy with the black on, and it kind of like shocked and surprised him, and he jumped back. Did you guys see that?
It was the sniper. It wasn't no third man or nothing like that. There was nobody in the crowd.
I'm not talking about in the crowd. I'm talking about there was a sniper, but not in the. It wasn't the one we have.
Yeah. I'm thinking you talking about like in the crowd.
No, I'm talking about a guy on another building. They said they saw.
Yeah, I don't know who shot him. I don't think it's the dude they got in custody. Because the
No, I don't either.
don't make no damn sense. Because
No.
why would he disassemble the rifle, jump off the building, run into the woods, reassemble it, roll it up in the towel, and then tell his roommate he needs to go recover it? Like, don't none of that shit make no sense.
But you know what also don't make any sense is every time you do a press conference and stuff like this, usually the DA or the prosecuting attorney will be on a news conference. How come though he's not at the news conference?
Because the right is in the bed with Israel. This is Israel's doing.
Hold on, y'all. They had a press conference today. Formally announced.
Yeah. I know. Today, yes. But usually the prosecutor would do a news conference saying, "Okay, we got this evidence. You would sit there and say all that instead of the governor or instead of the FBI who's sitting there looking like a damn idiot. You have the prosecutor, the district attorney showing up, the DA saying, "Okay, here are the evidence. Here's the person's name. Blah 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 blah." Right, and that tells me, I think the DA is looking at this and they're not sure themselves if he's the one doing it.
I mean, how many people admitted to being the shooter? 3 at that incident? All 3 of them are the shooter? No.
So
they apprehended 3 people, and all 3 of them said they were the shooter.
I'm telling you, Israel, and the United States is in the bed with Israel. That boy is a decoy. They gonna send his ass up the river because he's stupid.
They made him a kamikaze patriot.
Yeah, but he's saying he ain't shooting.
I think MAGA's such in a frenzy, it don't matter what the truth is. They all in their feelings.
Well, I mean, it matter when it comes to the court of law, because if they can't prove it, all they got right now is circumstantial evidence. With the weight that this penalty carry, they ain't gonna be able to win no prosecution like that. So what they gonna do?
They say they got text messages.
And if he's sitting up here talking about he didn't shoot him, they gonna have to do something to keep his ass quiet.
So what?
Unfortunately, that case is tainted. That case, you can't have it in Utah.
So what I'm looking at it is like this. Discord, right? They said the plot was on Discord. So when they contact Discord, Discord was like, what are you talking about? We don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, Discord was just telling the government, hey, we don't see it. So I'm just trying to figure out, okay, well, where all this information? How come they didn't show no screenshots of the planning on the Discord server? Why didn't they show the evidence of what when did this happen?
Because it
How
don't
far?
exist.
Right. Then that's what I'm saying. I don't think at this point it does not exist. I believe it's made up to satisfy these MAGA people to load them to calm them down before they start shooting and killing people themselves.
I just
But
want
did
to
you
put.
hear
Go ahead.
that he allegedly wrote a note that it got destroyed because so-called the dog ate it, but through their forensic
Yeah, I
situation,
heard something about this. The note they got. Yeah, that's crazy.
talking about through their forensics at the FBI, they was able to recover what was said on the note. Like, get the fuck out of here! What are you talking about?
Well, I'll tell you two coincidences. You have a guy that was shot on one building when Trump supposedly got his ear shot. And that guy, I saw him and that kid, that teenager that was on that roof bled out before that even happened. Okay. So they're saying they shot him on the roof. How they saw his head peeking out over that roof, I don't understand how that was possible to see. And we have the same kind of setup. However, so it's the same MO. You have a sniper that actually is the sniper, and then you have two kids that are patsies for each incident. Have you noticed? Two teenagers, or a little bit over teenage years.
Young adults.
Say again.
I said young adults.
Young adults.
That's why I had a problem with Kurt going to them fucking colleges. Like, you didn't even go to college. What the fuck you over here talking to them for? This shit is weird.
I got a problem with him getting a ride on Air Force Two as if he was military and he served for the actual U.S. military, and he never did. So this is a total smack in the face to all the military vets and all the people that have lost their lives in the military. And you take this man who's just a podcaster and you put him in Air Force Two in order to take him back to Arizona, and you make military carry his body as if he's a fallen soldier. That's disrespectful.
Yeah. He's a fallen soldier for white supremacy.
That's a campaign ad being filmed. It's politics of a corpse. All right, they're using the corpse for political reasons.
They swear up and down this country supposed to be white, and that's what the hell is going on.
But this is I know y'all are focused on America, but they took this shit to Great Britain because there was a guy who at Oxford University who had destroyed Charlie Kirk over there. They're trying to get him fired. He actually destroyed Charlie Kirk back, I want to say around June. This past
it ain't just the UK. It's China too. They was over there chanting "We are Charlie Kirk."
Right. It's getting, I don't know. Yeah.
You know, no queen she knows the power of words like that. But if you're running around saying you are Charlie Kirk, you better watch out what you're asking for.
I mean, it was a very large group of people. So I think it was Auntie said earlier, it's gonna go back. No, the fuck it's not. This shit ain't going back to normal. Oh no, this is a new reality.
I never said normal. What I said was things are gonna go back. to the way that they were before MAGA was in there. That shit ain't normal. That shit was bad before. It's gonna go right back to corruption and politics and
It's,
lobbyists running shit again.
what do you mean back to corruption? We have the most corruption in this
No.
administration.
Wait,
Yeah,
what he's saying, what
I'm
Auntie's
talking about with the
referring to,
lobbyists. Yeah.
lobbying. He talking about the lobbying class, the
Oh,
lobby
okay.
class. Yeah,
That's what I mean. Yeah,
yeah.
I don't think there's any less corruption now. The only difference is they just cut out the middleman and went straight to the plug by putting their boys up there. That's it.
Right,
You know what I'm
right.
saying?
Because like now it's gang. It's gang now. It's not. You know, and like what Auntie said, ain't no middleman now. It's the shark. It's
That's
the
what I'm saying.
loan
They
shark.
just doing it, dog. You know, so
Right,
for real.
right. It's like now it's the loan shark and the person who's making the loan, the loaner, the lender.
Ain't no bookie. Just like you say, ain't no bookie.
Right.
Ain't
The
no
bookie,
bookie now.
yeah. The bookie's out the way. The bookie's out the way. So now it's the loan shark and the person who loaned the money. And that loan shark is less forgiving than the bookie.
Mm-hmm.
Nice analogy, Auntie. That's nice.
That's what drain the swamp meant. People thought that meant getting rid of corrupt politicians. Nah, that was we ain't paying these lobbyist fees no more to get shit done. We just gonna do shit. We just gonna do shit. That was it. Nothing really changed except for the steps they had to go through to change shit.
Do you know how much money? Do you know how much money? Oh, go ahead.
It's kind of like when Donald Trump had Zuckerberg and Peter Thiel and all those tech boys over at the White House, and I'm sitting there like, what? Wait, Peter Thiel's in the? How did he got up in that White House? How could they? How did Bill Gates showed up in there? You know, I mean, Bill Gates is radioactive. Peter Thiel is radioactive. How? See, and that is see. There was no now. You know, now it's gang. Now they're trying to. Now though they removed the middleman out the way. Now it's time for them to eat. It's time for the wolves to eat on the rest of the sheep. You know, so that's what I see. You know.
Well, I know one thing: they're making a killing off these tariffs because it's whoever's shipping from the tariffs, paying money to this government. It's not by chance that Trump wanted the tariffs because they're making oodles and oodles and oodles of money from all the tariff payments and things that we pay, and that the people that ship pay. They're making tons of money in the government, tons, hand over fist. And it's why that with, what's his name? Not Zuckerberg. What's the guy that owns Amazon?
Bezos.
Jeff Bezos.
Jeff Bezos is making a killing. So you see, Amazon's not being hurt because he's getting the kickbacks he needs from the tariffs as well. When you're that rich and you're such a billionaire, and your company makes profits of billions and billions of dollars, and you don't have to pay any taxes. Basically, that's what Trump has initiated for him, and they're going to get kickbacks from the tariffs anyways. They're making tons of money. They don't care.
Yeah. I mean, that part I'm cool with. I don't have a problem with the tariffs because other nations have them anyway. So I didn't have a problem with that. It's not going to really change much.
It might not bother you, but somebody in construction that builds houses or builds buildings, and it costs you let's just say 10% or 15% or 20% of whatever the cost is. You're talking thousands and thousands of dollars to be able to build. So construction is going to halt. Businesses are going to halt just because some people don't have a problem because they might buy an item that's under $200 and they pay $10 or $15, which is still a lot of money for that. But when you're talking thousands of dollars for equipment, and then you have to pay a 20 or 30% tariff off that, you're talking high cost.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. But there are also benefits too. Like I said, there are going to be pros and there are going to be cons to it. Number one, I mean, I do agree that a lot of that shit will be passed to consumers. That's just business. That's how it works. So, if anything, that's going to be good for things like property value and it should help the free market. But at the same
How?
time,
You got to explain that.
wait, I just told you the cost goes to the consumer. So that raises the price of property and new construction and building and shit
But
like
what if
that.
the
It's not going
consumer
to
don't?
make things halt. It's just going to raise prices. We don't have a problem when when we receive more equity in the home that we own. We actually like that. We think it's a
Okay,
good thing when
okay,
our house is
okay,
worth more than what
okay.
we paid for it, right?
I'm going to show
You
you
know what
where
I'm
you're
saying?
wrong.
So I don't see. Now let me finish.
So
And
what? So what if? No, I
no,
have to
that
make this point
no,
while we're
that's a
here.
con. But then it's a
What
con, but
if
it's
you're
a part of.
buying a house and you
Let,
don't already have a
let,
house and you're trying to pay?
I'm sorry.
let him.
What if you have not bought a house and you're trying to pay the tariffs? If you already have a house and tariffs never got initiated onto you, then of course you're going to make a profit. But a person that's never bought a house, first time home buyer, and they go to buy a home and they have to put in all the tariff money it costed to put in the plumbing, the cement for the foundation, for every single thing that they had to do to produce that building, and the tariff. Let's just say the house normally would cost you 300 or 400,000, but now it's costing you 700,000, and it just puts you out of the market for buying the house because you can't make that kind of money to pay a $700,000 home, which normally would be 300 or 400,000.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what you do.
That's not helping anybody.
You get you another job, or you set up a another small business or something like that, and help to jumpstart the economy that way. But that's a con. I get it. That's a con when you have to pass cost on to the consumer. You have to do that. That's kind of how it works. Just like it happens when you raise wages and shit like that. You have to put that cost back on the consumer. That's why the prices on things go up. That along with things like inflation. But another pro to it is the fact that that's going to put the onus and the burden onto other governments to make sure that they protect the intellectual property of those that actually ship their manufacturing overseas and shit like that, because that's been a big deal for a long time, is the ripping off of intellectual property, people shit getting knocked off on secondary sweatshop tables
I'm
and
still
shit
trying
like
to
that.
find out where that's
So
happening. What you're saying
no,
is helping
that
American citizens. I don't see it.
no, I mean it really helps the small business owner a lot. It helps the small because a lot of people outsource their manufacturing, those with utility patents and design patents. When they ship that shit over to China and somebody's able to sit right on a sweatshop table right next to it and knock off your shit and send it right the fuck back over here with no tariffs whatsoever and sell your shit that you have a patent for and just slap another name on it and undercut you. That's a
And
big
how many
problem.
of those small
Hold up.
businesses have patents? Come on now, let's be honest.
A lot. That's what I mean. This is a big
Not as
deal.
many as you think.
That's one of the reasons why the business owners have been pushing for the tariffs. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That's what I'm saying. You don't see it because you're not on that. You're not dealing with the private sector like that. But I am. So I understand. I actually have clients. I had a client, and this is just one. I can name a couple of other ones, and this is just my clients. One, she made a brush to brush horses that you can wash horses and brush them at the same time. Beautiful fucking product. She was selling it on the Home Shopping Network and everything else. But all she did was design it. She can't just manufacture all this shit in her damn kitchen or anything. So she outsourced it to China. Next thing you know, there are websites all over the place selling her same shit that she has a patent for. This ain't a super millionaire. This woman isn't extremely rich or anything. She's just a basic small business owner. She couldn't cope. And this is something that a lot of companies that have patents and are sending their manufacturing overseas are dealing with. And it's not even just that. I mean, these are small businesses, these are medium sized businesses, and even huge corporate conglomerates. That's where you get the knockoff Jordans and the knockoff other shit, Gucci and all of that other shit. Where do you think this shit is manufactured? People are getting their damn intellectual property ripped the fuck off,
Okay,
left
okay,
and
but
right.
auntie, okay, auntie. Well, I might agree with you on that, right? But when it comes to agriculture, these tariffs is not doing the agriculture sector any good. Um,
Or the tourist industry and
no,
everything
no,
else.
no. I'm primarily talking about the agriculture because everybody needs to eat. Now, what's going on in Arkansas? You having like one third of your farmers being um filing for bankruptcy. Some of them are actually taking themselves off the planet by putting a bullet in their
Yeah.
mouth.
Yeah.
So, and then for me, if you own livestock, it's already bad. But it's worse if you're growing a crop. So them tariffs has done a lot of people wrong, done a lot of people bad, and it fathoms to me why. I know you in the investment part of
No,
the industry.
I work in the private sector, so I understand what you're saying. I'm not even arguing with you, but what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying is there are pros and cons to everything when it comes to that shit. So y'all make it seem like
I
it's
don't
just
see any
all bad.
con to a
You're
tariff.
not supposed to because you're
Wait,
not
wait,
dealing with the private sector like that. That's what I'm saying.
uh-huh.
If you've
Uh-huh.
dealt with and worked in the private sector, you know this has been an issue for years. This is not something new or that is just coming up. That's why they're pushing the shit. And right now, unfortunately, for the other sector, for the other sectors, that's who the fuck is in office and pushing this shit. You know, I'm just being 100 with you. That's who's pushing it, and there's a reason why they're pushing it. Is because a lot of this stuff has gotten out of hand. You know, it has. So I understand what you're saying, but that's why we got a democracy. It's going to be good for some and bad for some more. Like that. That's kind of how it works.
But the problem I have with that with your argument, right, is agriculture. It's one thing though if we're dealing with steel or we dealing with automobiles or something like that. Products that can be manufactured, right? That doesn't require food and water. Agriculture, you need to eat. You drink milk. You eat eggs and bacon and beef and all that, right? Fish and all that. So you have to grow that. So I mean, you can't just leave it out in the yard and let it rust away. You gotta take care of that. Just like when the pandemic came over, right? People had to take tankers of milk and pour it on the ground. They can't go to no hotels or schools or hospitals and deliver milk or the grocery stores during
And the
that cold
crops
when the
that
pandemic
rotted.
hit.
And
Right.
all the
So
crops
a
that have
lot
rotted.
right. So a lot of stuff was left rotted. So you're making people hungry, and I think food should be take precedent over material objects.
I mean,
And
I
you,
understand. I understand what you're saying,
okay.
but for those of us that actually make a living doing business with businesses, motherfucker, we can't
Uh,
afford to pay for shit if these businesses can't thrive and flourish. Like I primarily do business with small businesses, and that's just the way things go. So I'm just being real. Like you got to understand, there are more sectors than just what you're talking about. I
no,
understand
I
what I'm
know,
not
I know,
arguing with
I know.
y'all. There are pros and cons to everything, and we just mentioned a few of the pros and a few of the cons. You got to take the good with the bad. You know what I'm saying? Once this administration is out of there, they're going to make some other shit. And I know a lot of them costs are going to be passed on to the consumer, and a lot of businesses are going to hurt. But then there are a lot of other businesses that are going to fucking flourish. That's the game. And
But
there are a lot
but
of industries that are going to flourish.
yeah, but
But
what I
everybody's
see,
not going to go down. Yeah.
right? But what I see, based on what's going on in Arkansas, based on what's going on North Carolina, I'm seeing a lot of people committing self deletions. I'm seeing all the farmers, these generational farmers, they're actually take themselves off the table, and it's getting to be problematic at this point. It's getting to be like academic levels at this point. So I don't know, I don't know what to say, for the next 2-3 years.
Don't worry,
Um,
Big J. They get thoughts and prayers from the Republican Party.
right. But yeah. So I don't know. It's just that everything's
I don't know.
complicated.
It is so interesting to see how people have such laissez-faire attitudes about what's going on in this country, as if most fucking citizens are not finna suffer like a motherfucker. Like this, just the beginning. We ain't even
No,
seen this shit yet.
no,
Like
it hasn't played out.
I'm like, Boy, I sure hope y'all this positive when you can't put no food on your fucking table. Actually, I
Yeah,
want them to stay positive. I don't want to hear none of these motherfuckers that sitting up here. Oh no, everything is good. I don't want to hear no complaints. God damn it, when this shit get bad, shut the fuck up and deal with it. Cause when we was talking about how this is bad and this is not okay, y'all act like y'all don't see this motherfucking shit. So
Mm-hmm.
when the shit is staring you in the face, just continue to shut the fuck up and keep telling us how everything is good.
Mm-hmm.
Cause ain't
but
none of this shit good.
Stay
because
unbothered.
because the thing is, right? Like Texas is having a water problem. Um, that's part of the reason why the food price is going up. There's some cities that's running out of water. I mean, there's some towns, I should say, that is running out of water, and you need irrigation for farms and everything else, and they're just you know everybody's being thirsty. So I mean, I don't know. I see people going to have riots. I see gang activity among certain populations.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I see. And I give them until like October or around Thanksgiving for shit to pop off.
Is
That's it.
anybody is it concerned about a lot of these people that are telling Trump that if he don't take the military and go door to door and snatch up everybody that's talked about Charlie Kirk, that they're going to do it? They're going to go knock on a door and start getting at everybody's door.
But that's why we got the Second Amendment. They do that shit if they want to. They gonna
I'm
get
not
their soul
saying,
clapped.
you know what I'm saying? For real, for real. That's pushing it
You
too
can
far.
go. You can go
Like,
knock
for real.
on the door and get what? What you gonna get when you knock on the door?
Oh, bully.
Yeah, for real.
Hmm.
Can't just be
That's the
coming.
whole purpose of the Second Amendment right there to keep fucking military from coming taking over your shit.
Well, that yeah, not just our military, but also opposing militaries too, so that the American people can also be a secondary military for the
That
nation
part right
if
there.
need be. You know, so yeah, but just like she said, the Queen is right to an extent. We can protect ourselves from our government if need be. You know,
But I already told people Donald Trump is not pro Second Amendment because he been flirting with
Donald
with
Trump
this.
ain't pro any amendment.
Right,
He don't give a fuck about the
I know,
Constitution.
I know. Hold on, because like he's been flirting with the Second Amendment when he first got up in office the last time, and nobody. And it's amazing that people are ignoring what the statements he be saying. And I'm glad though I saved some of his speeches on Den's Drive because some things just went right over people's heads. I'm like y'all ain't hearing that because like I remember that shooting up that Jewish where all those children was shot in 2017 or 2018. He was talking about, yeah, man, we need to do red flag laws, and we need to do this and we need to do that and that and we need to stop this and that. And he listed down what he wanted to do with the guns. The heads of everybody. Donald Trump was going, yeah, man, he won our Second Amendment right, yeah, and he, and people just act like though they didn't hear it.
I mean,
So,
he's already creeping in that direction because he already said he's going to take trans guns away from trans people.
mhm.
So he's already floating that out there.
If you're willing to get guns out of the hands of the transform, the trans community, right? Or the LGBT community. First of all, how you going to do that? For one, how you going to enforce that? And how you going to tell people if how you going to find out these people are trans or not without them telling you that they are in that activity? But anyway, I forgot where I was about to lead to. That was a sidebar argument. I meant to lead to something else, but um, shit, I'm sleepy, y'all. How you supposed to do all that, and then talking about, because if you're gonna start with one group, eventually you're gonna do to the other group.
I mean, we've been saying that when they started with the Mexicans deportation, and then we've been on their necks about deportation, and everybody's like, "Oh, fuck them! They're here illegally." Oh, really? Well, guess what? The wall ain't for them to not come in. The wall is for you not to be able to leave. When they get this shit popping, that wall is so you can't go to Mexico, so you can't climb the wall and get the fuck out. That's what the wall is for.
Yeah, I've been saying that walls ain't always built to keep people out. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all gotta understand that shit. But you know, a lot of folks lost that. They forgot. You know.
Derek Ward said, "Have you seen that bitch ass?" Yeah. I see him commenting you on my comment section. I see him trying to come at you on my comment section. He needs to go right back to BGS. And well, you know what? I'm gonna leave that alone. I ain't trying to get pissed off. Yeah, I saw him come after you, Derek Ward. I saw him coming after you. But yeah. But and then watching Brandon Tatum, right? You're watching Brandon Tatum being suckered by Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm like, man, you got to be soulless.
Did you see him cuss out them black folks though?
Yeah.
That's an old one.
It was crazy.
Queen.
You talking about Hotep Jesus?
Yes.
Live stream. Yeah. I have that. I have that on my disk drive somewhere. I need to find that because like they put that live stream down, and I saved it. I think no. You know what? I think VDub got it too. I think VDub clipped all that too.
Bro, that was crazy. He got up there and acted a whole nigga.
Oh,
like,
see?
What?
Oh. VDub said it's on his channel. VDub said it's on channel. Thank you. He saved it. Okay, good. Because
He thought that man he gonna beat his ass when he see him and everything. Whoa,
and then though that one time I actually talked to Brandon Tatum on a radio show about 5-6 years ago over that, right? I keep asking Brandon, like, okay, if you are a conservative, why every time you talk about black people, yet you ain't talking about no other issues that talks about conservatism? You ain't talking about no low taxes. You ain't talking about no smaller government. You ain't talking about no strong military. You ain't talking about none of that. Only damn thing he talk about is what black people are doing, and what black people is this, black people is that. You know, cause I had a conversation with him, and he didn't want to answer that. And I think though that's why they go to these college campuses because they don't know. They can't Charlie Kirk, Brandon Tatum, Ben Shapiro, and even Candace Owens, they only can debate teenagers because teenagers don't know don't know, they don't know all this. But somebody my age,
pretty sharp ones.
No, I mean, I'm talking about the things that the life experience part, right? The life experience and all that. They don't know, they don't know how it was like during the 90s and so forth. So like they will argue, like, oh, what about single mothers and blah 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 blah. No, idiot. I see everybody keep talking about the whole 75% of black mothers are single mothers, blah 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 blah. Somebody like me, right, who knows what had happened, why that number went up to a high level. It didn't went up high level because of the welfare programs. It went up because of teen pregnancy. It was teen pregnancy that started the reason why it went up to 75%. it went down after the year after the turn of the century. The numbers of single motherhood was dropping. So it's a lie to say that it was welfare programs, it was Democrats, and it was fill in the blank that was starting why black women was 75%. No, the number is a lie.
Mm-hmm.
It's no longer 75%. It's almost like in the top 50s at this point. So I don't know why people keep on, and also the number is fudged. Also the number is skewed because some of those men, some of those couples never got married, but yet they're still living in the same house. They never really factor in that into the data. So the data is skewed, and therefore they're lying, and they're politicking off of this stereotype.
Well, this country is giving mixed messages, and I'm going to tell you the mixed messages it's giving. It's giving women need to produce babies. It's giving women need to do this, and women need to do that. However, it's not giving men need to marry. It's not giving we're gonna create an environment where children are provided for. So it's giving have the babies and then suffer having the babies. You don't get a right to have an abortion, and you're not going to get a right to have birth control, because Trump is right now trying to take birth control off the table for women. So it's giving a bunch of mixed messages. So you can't have kids because we're not going to support them, but we're going to force you to have kids that you can't support.
I mean, that's where I would have just like some serious pushback, because nobody can force you to have kids if
they can if you take birth control away.
No, if you choose not to make
and
them,
abortion.
you do not need birth control. Okay, so that's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So all of the whole pro-choice thing, you can choose not to make babies. Like that's where the whole choice thing comes into play. So if you don't want babies, you just don't make
what
them.
about the 11-year-old girl? There was an 11-year-old white girl. Her father raped her, got her pregnant. They took her out of school because they didn't want the schools to get involved, and then she almost died giving birth at 11 years old. So could she prevent it? Could that little 11-year-old girl prevent it?
Okay, I
Bro,
mean,
that shit crazy. You can't take away birth control to somebody.
I'd be more than happy to answer the question because it was posed. Now, even Donald Trump has said.
I'm sorry, you didn't answer. What did she have a choice?
No, she didn't. What I'm trying to explain, even Donald Trump has stated that, hey, we could make federal exceptions for rape, incest, and situations in which the mother's life is at risk. So
no, we ain't gonna make no exceptions for nothing. How about y'all stop telling us what the fuck we can and can't do with our bodies?
Right there.
If y'all ain't got to close our motherfucking legs, women shouldn't have to close their
and you understand, like this is one of the reasons why you can't get
birth control away. We can use
is because you refuse to fucking negotiate.
Wait, can Queen finish her thought?
I mean, I didn't even get to finish mine. She just cut me off. And this is one of the reasons why you can't get a damn thing that you want, because you ain't willing to negotiate. Now, what Pure just mentioned was you see what I'm saying? Look, what she just mentioned was a situation of rape or incest. Donald Trump was willing to make federal exceptions for those specific reasons, right there. But
wait,
Donald Trump should be making no federal exceptions for shit, because it ain't none of his business.
His motherfucking business.
All right, then, hey. Then you get no. I mean, then in that case, then things can remain the way they are in the hands of the states.
Incorrect.
But, bro, it can be in the hands of nobody but the woman that's carrying the motherfucking baby.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, like you want everything, but then when you say all or nothing, there's a chance you might get nothing. So this is not a very, very. This is not a like you can't negotiate. Like these are like terrorist demands. That's not negotiating. Y'all are like give me all or nothing.
If you in a position where you got to be put on child support, they should cut your fucking balls off.
Okay. I'm glad people have now calm down, right? Auntie does have a point. The last part of his point, I agree with, right? Donald Trump can sit there and make all those exceptions all he wants, right? But the problem is that Supreme Court is not going to do that. The Supreme Court going to still sit there and say, they're going to stay right of Trump, right? And so will the states. The states that are red is going to go right of Trump. So I mean, like Texas can go, like you can't even say you want to have abortion. They'll sit there and fine you and everything else. They'll even fine you or jail
Can,
you for even
can
thinking
I
about having an abortion.
can I
Go
address him
ahead.
on this? So him
Go
saying then
ahead.
the state can do what they want to do with you. So basically what you're saying is you're condoning that the state uses women or says women is their property. That's what you just told us. You're saying that women don't have the right to autonomy over their own bodies, and that you're saying then the state can go ahead and do what they want with you because you're their property. You're not a human being. You're not divinely here. You're their property. That's what you just said.
That's actually not what I said.
No,
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 That's
that's what
not
it
what I
that's
said
what
at
it
all.
boils down to.
No, that's
no.
not
That
what I
that
said at
that
all.
that's not what Auntie said. Auntie,
Big J,
Auntie.
I know what the fuck he said.
No. What?
I know
No.
what the fuck I said because I said
Yeah, no.
it.
But Auntie said what I just said
Yeah,
about the
which
state,
means which means
the state
basically he's
government.
letting you know that
Which
you're
means that
property.
women belong to the state. That's what that fuck that mean. Like y'all can try to skirt around it all you want to, but it is what it is. Just like when that lady didn't even have a right to die. They kept her on
Yeah,
fucking life
that
support
part.
so this fucking baby could be born. Like this shit out of line as fuck.
Hey,
And plus, though,
I'm all in favor of, like I said, grape, incest situations in which the mother's life is at risk. Then yeah, there should be federal mandates for that, or federal exceptions for that, like on the federal level. But right now, you got to understand, like this is why civil wars were fought. I have absolutely like no dog in the fight as far as quote unquote women's rights and all of that other stuff. I just understand the civil rights were fought, and not civil rights, but civil wars were fought in the first place when you try to take certain laws out of the hands of states and put them on the federal level. Like civil wars were fought over this. So as soon as you start letting the federal government in to dictate everything that states are doing, states are going to push back and it's not going to stop there. That's one of the reasons why a lot of folks are opposed to it. It's not because they're trying to control women, it's that they're trying to keep the federal government out of the hands of out of state government business.
Well, if
That's it.
that's the
And
case,
they
why come
understand
ain't
it's
none of
not
these
going to
laws
stop there.
governing over me? Why men don't have these type of laws on their fucking body?
Exactly.
Well, if you want to propose a few of them, go ahead. I wouldn't be
No,
opposed.
no, ain't no
I
rules
wouldn't
like
be
that for
opposed to
fucking
a
men.
motherfucker that I wouldn't be opposed to a motherfucker that got damn 12 kids and 11 baby mamas having to get fucking snipped if he can't afford to pay for them.
How
I
about
wouldn't be
rapists that get
opposed
their
to that
how about
shit.
rapists that get their nuts and their dicks cut off? Would that be okay too?
Hell yeah.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
all for that shit too. Fucking
Well, then men
castrate
need to
the
start
motherfuckers.
advocating for that because motherfuckers advocate harder
Eye
for
for an
abortion
eye.
than holding men accountable.
An eye
Well
for
then
an eye,
then
real
then
shit. I'm
auntie
all in
then
favor of
auntie
that shit. But
then
hey,
auntie
I'll
you're gonna
tell you, hey, I will go a step further though.
hold up. Then your
Hey, I've
auntie, then
actually
rapist. If
something
that's the
that
case,
is
then
in
you're gonna
the
have to go
hands,
after your president, chop his
just
nuts and his balls
just
off.
like just like any other death penalty or forms of capital punishment, it should stay in the hands of states. That's what I'm in favor of, though. Each state should have their own say so. It shouldn't be a federal thing. That's it.
so what Auntie's saying is that you on states
You
you
don't
on
gotta
states'
speak for
right.
him, Big J. We
No,
know what
I
he's
no
saying.
I'll agree or disagree if he's interpreting properly. He's just
right,
moderating the
let
conversation.
me, yeah, I'm moderating. So it seems that you on the states' rights argument when
That's
it
it.
comes.
That's all. I mean, as far as what women
Right.
are allowed to do or
But
not to
really,
do,
it ain't the states. It's not
I
the
personally
state's
don't
choice
have a
nor
dog in the
the
fight.
Wait,
federal
hold on,
government's choice.
hold on. it is a states' rights issue at some
That's what I
point.
mean.
The state,
And
go ahead.
no, I'm just saying that's what I mean, and that's one of the reasons why you couldn't get the federal mandates and all of this other stuff, because they were, you know what I'm saying, those people tried to mask that shit in under like a blanket of women's rights when it was really a states' rights thing, and there were a lot of damn states that they already gave you those things. So there were even women in those states that were
Wait,
like, look,
they gave them, or we fought for them?
well, whether you fought for them or whether they gave them, the bottom line is in those states you have them. That's it. The bottom line is you have them. So even women in a lot of those states were like, look, that's not even a concern in the state in which I live in, i.e. Pennsylvania. So they went to things like the economy and stuff like that. So that's why you try to blanket it under women's rights, but yet a lot of women fought against you because it didn't affect them because of the states they were in.
Right. Because the women of Idaho is different than the women in, let's say, Virginia. Right. So go ahead. Because
Could you imagine if this is the perception that men have concerning women, and when they talk about, somebody said, keep your legs closed. Now let's just imagine that every single woman across the globe kept their legs closed, locked that shit up, and you guys couldn't produce children. Would laws start to be changed after that effect? If women literally did exactly what the commenter in the audience said, and every fucking woman closed their legs and not one fucking child is produced in 3 to 4 years, not even one single soul has been deployed back onto this earth, would laws start to change?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
look,
Yes,
if you did it on a federal level, not only would laws change,
I'm not talking about federal. I'm talking about every woman across the globe, even the ones that the passport bros are trying to get to, and every single woman locked their legs closed and didn't produce a child. Would laws start to change all over the globe?
Well. Actually, there was one country in Africa that did, where they have a sex strike. Some laws was changed because of a sex strike. So I mean, but if see, the problem is now though, they need, the laws would change if women stop having sex, because the system needs a population to fight. This America needs a system, or the system itself needs bodies to fight wars and fight or fight these quote unquote Muslims that are quote unquote taking over. So that's why though that's part of the reason why though they lowered the age consent to 16. To 16, in Tennessee, in some places in the South. Yeah, they're trying to make sure that some of the female population is so uneducated that
Rudolph said exactly what I was thinking as well. Read his comment.
Who's?
Rudolph.
Oh, Rudolph. Yeah, it will be illegal for women to deny men sex. Yeah. That part's coming. I see that coming though. I see that coming.
All that shit fucking crazy.
No, it's coming. No. That what Rudolph said. I see it coming because I see people trying to lower the age of consent, and now I'm seeing these funny ideas trickling down. Yeah. So yeah, they're trying to force people to have babies, or force women to have children. Now if they really
boy, we're gonna be strapped to the nines. Strap my daughter too. Nigga, try it. See, won't you go meet your baker?
If they really want to create a system, or create a society where children are being, then you have to address the housing market. You have to address energy.
None of these Republicans want to address any of those issues. What they are doing is hypocritical. They want to force women to produce babies, but in the same token, they want to take welfare away or any social structure that can actually help those women with those children. They don't give a fuck. And just like back in the day with Jesus, in Jesus' time, he even preached about the fact that when a woman lost her husband, they didn't care for her. And he had a problem with that. So Israel was supposed to be the social structure like we have welfare to take care of those women and their children, and they fucking weren't doing it. Just like they're trying to not do today. So they want to make women have all these laws they create, make them have children, but they also don't care what happens to the children when they fucking get here.
They can't make you make children. You kind of choose to do that. That's
really? Well, what about being raped?
Who you talking about choose? Ain't no choice. Just because somebody have sex don't mean they want to have no goddamn baby.
Well, I mean, we know where babies come from, so if you don't want babies, don't fuck. Raw.
Okay, well, tell me that shit. Tell me that don't take care of their kids and the ones that got be on child support and shit. Tell them that.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay,
if you make babies, I don't give a fuck, man or woman, you should be forced to take care of them. Man, that goes for men and fucking women. Hell yeah.
Yeah, okay, the point. Okay, now, let me be fair with this argument. Right? Let me be fair. Hold on. First of all, this shit's funny. You imagine this shit happening? 911. Hey man, my name is Mr. Smith, man. What's the problem, Mr. Smith? Man, my wife Margaret, man, she ain't putting out. Watch it, it's coming. Them days are coming. Yeah, she won't give me the pussy. Yeah, it's coming. I see them. But anyway. And I lost my concentration. Damn.
You was talking about being fair with this abortion or have a baby argument.
Okay, yeah, you're back to Auntie's point, right? Back to Auntie's point. Society, yeah, you're right. See, you're looking at it from a personal choice of making a baby, right? But there also societal factors that can force a person to pursue to have that baby. Like, okay, well, I'm gonna tax this woman in order for her to a point where she can be under a man, or take away a woman's education. So you limit her education. Less educated woman is, she will be under a man because of the high cost of living. So she has to live with a man, and then eventually a baby will come out of that. That's when they talk about forcing women to have children. They talk about on that level.
Yeah, I'm not cool with that.
Yeah. That's what I see. Yeah. And that's what I see.
Whenever you're forcing anybody to do anything, you know what I'm saying? I'm not cool with that in any way, shape, or form. But like I said, when you're trying to take things out of the hands of the individual states and start federally, you know what I'm saying, start making it a federal thing rather than a state thing. Like it's just like I said, man, civil wars were fought over this shit, man. So people understand that as soon as you start with one thing, it's not going to stop there. So that's one of the reasons why you get the pushback that you do. It's not because everybody wants to control women and all of this other shit. Is that they don't want the government to have control over everything, not the federal government. No.
I just find it interesting how the government is all up in women's bodies and nowhere in men's bodies. That's real funny.
That's
they're actually trying to stay out of it.
Going on and the shit that's happening. I'm gonna tell you right now, women not going back. It's gonna be a other motherfucking men.
They're actually trying to stay out of it. That's why they said leave it in the hands of the states.
Hold on, can Queen finish?
No, leave it in the hands of the individual. The government ain't got no business on my body. Period.
I mean, this is still the United States of America.
I don't give a fuck what it is. They ain't got no business on my body. They ain't on men's bodies. So what the fuck are they on a woman's body for? It ain't none of their business.
But
Preach.
she does have a point because the 10th Amendment does say, if the laws that are not stated for the federal government, there are the responsibilities for revolve back to the states or to the individual. So I get, Queen does have a point on that, the individually part of it. Hold on, yeah, it's root up on here too. But go on, y'all.
Hey, Jay, can I weigh in here?
Yeah, go ahead,
Who's that?
Sarge.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey, sorry.
How you doing? Look, I understand these arguments. I've heard them a million times before. I guess they're fixed and unchanging. But look, we already have laws that forbid women to have autonomy over their own bodies with regard to prostitution and attempting suicide. The concept of bodily autonomy has never been an absolute, not ever, and will never be. So when people say you have control over your own body no matter what, that is not true. You can be, if you fail on a suicide attempt, you can be involuntarily committed to a mental institution. You can be bodily forbidden and shackled and harnessed and prevented from killing yourself. You do not have bodily autonomy. It has never been so. And when it comes to abortion, obviously, a woman is not exercising bodily autonomy over her own body, particularly when she has a male body in her womb. How can a male body be part of her body? It's not possible.
So, it's part of her body because it can't exist without her body. Okay, it's a fucking parasite until it can exist up on its own.
Okay, I want you to tell me the healthiest baby ever born, with the most perfect genetics, the most perfect immune system imaginable, perfectly developed in every possible way. Put it in a room full of food, water, and everything needed for life, and everything you need to sustain yourself, entertainment, everything. Put that baby in the room with everything it needs, and then come back 5 days later and see if it's still alive. It won't be. It's going to be dependent on human care, massive amounts of human care, for at least a year or more, maybe 2 or 3. So no, even the most healthy baby is not independent and still needs support after it's born.
Exactly. It still needs the help of its mother, and that's her body.
Exactly. And like I said, the same principle goes when that child's in the womb and when the child comes out.
No, it don't. It's her body. It can't exist. Miscarriages happen because it ain't no fucking human being. Like, y'all need to stop with the bullshit.
Miscarriages are not deliberate attempts to kill.
It don't matter if it's deliberate or not. If she don't want to fucking have it, it's in her body. She can get rid of it.
It does.
I can tell you what is deliberate. You want me to tell you what is deliberate? What's deliberate is when a woman starts to miscarry and she goes to the hospital in Texas and she almost dies from bleeding to death because the doctor's scared the doctor's gonna get prosecuted by law for doing a DNC to clean her out from a dead fetus already that she has already aborted by her body, and she needs it cleaned out and she almost bleeds to death. That is preventable.
We had that case right here in Georgia, and that was a complete misreading of the law by blockheaded, imbecilic doctors. And they even acknowledged it. The law
because they can be convicted. That's the problem.
I just got started. Let me finish. That law was a complete misreading of the law. I know. I'm very familiar with that case.
I wasn't even talking about the one in Georgia. I'm talking about the one in a white woman in Texas.
Responsible for when a doctor cannot interpret it possibly. And if the law is Texas is that way, it should be rewritten.
Hey, to Big J, you hear me? My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, I hear. Go ahead, bro.
See, you was making a point when you said, like, earlier when you said that, all right, in the case of like women having this sex strike, that all that's going to do is make the age of consent go lower and lower to where now, if the government is saying, okay, well, if you grown women are not willing to have sex now, then they have no choice but to make 12 and 13-year-olds legal for grown men. I mean, is that a reality? Because I'm saying,
yeah, it's a reality.
It is reality. Y'all already do. Well, women are not getting pregnant like they're used to. So that's why what happened in Tennessee, and I want to say Missouri, and I want to say Arkansas. They're lowering the age of consent. They're lowering the age. Ever since they see the population dropping, they was like, oh shit, well, let's lower the age of consent, so we can just
That's
continue on society.
see me
Can
being
I
me
say
being a stock
something? We
me being a stock trader. Hold up, me being a stock trader. What you just said, BJ, was some supply and demand shit right there, man. You know that, right?
Right.
No,
It's
no, no.
it's a
No, no. Do you understand? You understand how you said it? How you just said that
right,
shit? That
right.
if people are not getting pregnant, now you got to lower the price, let alone lower the age. So now,
Hmm.
all right. That's how it's looking. So it's gonna be more viewed like a business, if anything, more than emotional. For what I'm seeing, if grown women are saying, "Look, we're not gonna fuck these guys no more. We going on a state strike," you're gonna make it worse for these little girls.
Can I say something? Elon Musk has over 15 children with 15, or well, at least 13 baby mamas, right?
Yo,
And he doesn't want, he's a multi-billionaire and he does not want to support the children that he claims he wanted to bring into this world. And that's the effect that women are going to face if they are forced to have children with men. And it doesn't matter if they're ultra wealthy fucking men. When they don't want to do something and they don't want to take care of their fucking kids, they don't do it.
Given the liberal surrender laws in almost every state in the union, of a woman who doesn't want a baby and gives birth to it, where they can literally, with no questions asked, turn that child into a police station, a fire station, almost anywhere that has been legally designated to accept such children. I don't see why even that's a problem. If the mother decides to keep the child, again, we talk about choice, that's her choice. If she
Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why? Because you don't birth a child. You don't know how to birth a child.
One more thing, please. If she decides to give that child up immediately after birth, that's her choice too. The laws enable her to do exactly that. She doesn't have to be bound to taking care of a child. She doesn't.
Okay, so
Okay,
let me just tell you,
but
because
Sarge.
you don't produce children, and so you don't know that women die in childbirthing, and a lot of women don't want to use their life to die in childbirth, especially now, because women, and it doesn't matter what race you are, do not get fucking adequate care in hospitals. They could give a fuck less, especially for black women in hospitals in America, and they don't get fucking care. And so because of that, women don't want to have children because they actually can lose their life birthing children.
Okay, now you just shifted the argument from what.
No, I'm just telling you, while you're sitting here talking about she can have a baby and then give it up.
Well, you just shifted your argument now to the perils of childbirth rather than what a woman has the option to do when she gives birth to a woman she doesn't want. Now, let's deal with what you just said, the perils of childbirth. Admittedly, there are a great many perils involved in giving birth to a child. If there are medical contraindications to a child giving birth, then a therapeutic abortion would be warranted to save that life of that mother. But to say abort, since it is possible she may die in childbirth or have medical complications, which I readily admit to say since that is a possibility.
I'm glad you admit to it, because some people don't.
Be an unrestricted right to abortion that the state has no say-so in. No, I do not agree with that.
But like the problem, I was before Pierre was going to talk, but I was going to say something. Sarge, but I hope you know about that whole giving your babies up to a hospital or a police department or that baby
Firefighter.
or that baby bin, that baby bin things at the firefighters. Yeah, they're trying to change that law back. A lot of people from the pro-life movement is trying to get rid of that law. So it makes no sense because it makes no sense now.
No, I never understood that. I never understood that how a person can drop off a baby like the baby ain't shit. Like you dropping the baby like this Goodwill or some shit. I never understood that when I used to hear that coming up. Like you can drop your baby off to. I'm not laughing at that. I'm just saying.
Can I tell you why, Rudell? Because there's a lot of women. There's a lot of women that should never be parents. There's a lot of women that are mentally fucking ill. And you don't want that child being raised by a woman like that. If she doesn't want to have a children, hold on. If she doesn't want to have a child, believe her when she tells you she's not going to be a good mother for that child, and she doesn't want that child. And if she doesn't want that child is going to suffer.
So let me ask you a period. Hold up. Why don't women come together for that particular reason, right? When you got a lot of women who's not fit to be mothers, and before they drop a baby off at the police department or the fire station or I'm gonna say good. I'm gonna bullshit. Why other women don't stand up and say, you know what, I'll take your baby?
Why don't the father stand up and say, let me take the baby? The one that produced
You're
it.
right. You're right. No, but this seemed to be more of an emotional situation for women, though. For a lot of women, I've never seen women say, you know what, I'm gonna take a baby. If you just gonna drop your baby off, before you do that, sweetheart, call me. I'll take your baby if that's the case. Kind of like with Kim. See what happened with Kim Willie, that comedian, right? A young lady hit her up and wrote to her and say, look, Miss Willie, Miss Kim, I cannot take care of my baby. I would love for you to take care of my baby. And she took on this woman baby, and to this day, she's still raising. This boy ought to be about 10 years old now, but her and her friends raised his baby.
Yeah, but look, human nature has an infinite number of variables of how people respond to things like this. Infinite number. Whether you should do this, what's ethically proper, what's the right thing to do, what sort of cooperatives can be formed to help raise children or give children away or whatever. I'm speaking of what the state's obligation is to innocent human life. That's what I'm speaking of. What is the state's obligation? Now, we know what a parent's obligations are to their children. Ethically and morally, you are obligated to care for the child, whether you're the father or whether you're the mother. That is clear and indisputable. But that's the reason we have laws. We have laws to make people conform to what society thinks is proper and should be criminalized and or regulated. That is the reason for it. And I'm mainly concerned with that right now.
So look, I had asked a while back, should people be licensed? Should they have to go through qualifications to get licensed to have an actual baby? No. And I don't see. A lot of people said no, and I'm like, no. Why? Because all right, tell me why. Then go ahead.
Absolutely not. They look, out of all the imperatives of human nature, that is food, shelter, clothing, reproduction is right up there within them. The right to procreate, the right to pass your genetic structure on the future generations to achieve a kind of physical immortality. It's innate within our spirit. You have an absolute right to procreate with someone who is willing to procreate with you. And any government that tries to take that right away is tyrannical by nature.
Not if it's causing a hardship on the economy, let alone the environment.
I don't care what the reason is. It's tyranny.
No, that's the only reason. Other than that, what you saying is right? If we was back in the day to where we actually, like Big J, right? We lived off the land, we hunt, we gather our food, and then all you have to do is just provide a shelter over your baby's head. Then you're right. No one should take the right. But in the case of, let's say, the hood, the favelas, the ghettos, the urban areas, right, to where these kids are more of a burden than a blessing. The kids are more of a burden than a blessing.
Sir, excuse me for interrupting. That is a Margaret Sanger rationalization. That is a rationalization.
So, is it all right? So is it not true? Is it not true? Is it not true?
That is a Nazi-esque
tear gas. Is it not true? But hold on, let me tell you though. Hold on. Is it not true?
We gotta throw all the Nazi-esque stuff out there with the Nazi-esque shit we already got going on. So that's.
I want to know though. Is it not true?
Because these people are like, the babies need to be exterminated. That is literally not.
What I'm saying though, is it not true that babies are becoming more of a burden than a blessing at the daytime?
Our children are never a burden. Circumstances are a burden. The children themselves are never a burden.
All right. So people bringing children into a bad situation makes it a burden. So do you agree? Is that what we're saying? Because if you telling me a poor environment and yet people still having sex because that's their God-given right, and you bringing forth babies into the most fucked up conditions, you telling me that's not more of a burden than a blessing?
No, children are burdened because of circumstances, not because of the fact of their birth. Children are a blessing.
I didn't say that.
So I got a question for Sarge. Real quick one, because I got to go. So, there's two outcomes, right? We're going to give you two outcomes, and you tell me which would be the better one. The one outcome is a child is beaten on a daily basis, raped, molested, and harmed on a daily basis, neglected, no food, no nothing. That's the one incident. The second incident is an abortion. Which do you choose?
I would choose life every time because given the strength of the human spirit, the basic innate characteristics of the ability to overcome, I would say almost anything theoretically at least can be overcome. Death is the most permanent thing in a human being's experience.
Can I tell you something? And you've been in law enforcement.
And I've been a combat soldier. I've killed and I've seen lots.
Okay. I'm gonna give you statistics. Statistically, the majority of mass or habitual rapists and or people who murder people have been children of abuse. You know that, right?
So we should kill them?
No, what I'm telling you is that while you're saying a lot of people can overcome, you're putting more people into the citizenry that most likely, because of their abuse, are going to be abusers as adults as well. So it's like it's a perpetual, ongoing thing where instead of fixing the problem, one, making sure that there's enough safety nets to go in and take children out of environments like that. But right now we don't have that because we don't want to fund for anything that's beneficial to the American people. So we stop creating jobs for people to go in and take children out of situations like that where they're being abused, and or the woman that you know absolutely is not going to care for that child. And I believe, and I've said this a million times, that if a child is meant to be in this world, it does not have to come through the physical body that actually created its flesh. It can come into another physical body from somebody else's flesh when it's destined to be here.
Okay. All right. Look, I am not going to recommend adjudicating people guilty of pre-crime. When they show indications of crime, or if they pose an imminent threat to other people that is deadly and imminent.
And then people like you and the rest of the people that get on these panels are going to be perpetually having problems with society being fucked up, and there being crime, and there being this, and there being that, and they're going to be like, oh, well, damn, why is this happening? I'll tell you why.
I'll tell you why. I can give you a damn lot of good reasons why it's happening. Go look at Charlotte. Go look at Chicago. Go look at St. Louis and Detroit, Philadelphia. When you got prosecutors with clear indications that people are indicating the very sort of threats that you are outlining are released into the streets, when it is known they pose the very danger that you theoretically pose. Yeah, I'll give you it. I've witnessed this as a police officer dozens of times, and I've hated it every time I've seen it.
This shit too emotional, man. Like this is an emotional topic, dog. Like it's kind of hard to come to.
Yes, I know it gets emotional, but we can be rational while
I'm rational. I'm sitting here very rational. I know what's happening, and I know that a lot of the shooters that you see right now, a lot of these shooters that are going out and killing in schools, I know that there's some type of abuse at home. I know that there's something going on. But instead of addressing that, because I am not the type of person that is anti the Constitution, I love the Constitution. I feel like it is probably one of the most perfectly written governing system structures we've ever had in history. And taking away the rights of citizens to bear arms is not the solution. However, there are many other solutions to the problems that we don't want to take or invest in or to nip in the bud. We don't want to do it.
Well, again, I'm not going to adjudicate people beforehand of free crime. I'm never going to do that, not ever. It's never going to be a solution that I will ever countenance. But I am going to say this. When we see clear indications that these people need to be either involuntarily incarcerated or incarcerated after being duly convicted of a crime, and we fail to do it, that is upon us. And I can guarantee you, I actually believe that is the majority of the cases where these things occur.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yes, anytime.
Okay, you ready for this?
Indeed.
Did you support Trump? Did you vote for Trump?
Absolutely, and I'll do it again if I could.
Okay, I ain't done. Let me finish.
All right, now.
Well, he was. Hold up. He was. I didn't get a finish. He was convicted of a crime. Many crimes. He has not paid the price for it. He has not set 1 day in prison for it. He is a rapist, convicted rapist. He has not set 1 day in prison. Are you okay with that?
I have a response to that if you allow me to do it, and it will be very coherent. Trust me.
Go ahead.
All right. See, in most cases, you should presume that the legal system has properly convicted someone because you don't know otherwise. And unless, of course, you've studied the case in depth and can make a positive conclusion. Now, I do that in most every case I know nothing about, that the person was properly adjudicated and given due process. That's not like the case with Trump. I spent hours.
Okay, got you.
Wait a minute. Let me finish. I let you finish. Let me finish. I spent hours and hours in depth studying that case. I looked at court precedents. I looked at Supreme Court precedents like United States versus Richardson. I saw the innumerable violations of trial procedure by the trial court in that case, to include excluding exculpatory witnesses and evidence and everything else. And I am convinced it was an unjust prosecution because I know about this particular case. And if you want to, I will go over it chapter and verse with you.
Anyways, it was nice talking to you all. I have things to do, and that just told me everything I needed to know. Thank y'all.
Now hold on, Pure. Hold on, Pure. She left.
I'm here. I gotta go though pretty soon.
You can't come off like you running from this guy, man. Like you gotta stay.
I'm not running from him. I literally have something to do. I'm gonna listen in, but he told me when somebody is convicted, it doesn't matter whether you agree with the conviction or not. He got convicted, right?
But
you can fight to say this. You can fight. Listen, I was just on jury duty, right? And the judge asked me when they were trying to pick the jury, do I think that I could convict this black man who was accused of murder? And could I give him 20 to 25 years, 25 to 30 years, or life? Could I do it? And I told the judge, you want me to be honest? I said, no. I said, I've never been put in this position. And unless you are, there is absolutely no reason, beyond reason, that this person, being without not even a shadow of a doubt, like you got to really be in it to prove that this person is guilty. And I said, not that I don't want justice for the victim. I do want justice for the victim, but you're asking me personally, can I put this man's life in my hands, whether he gets a life sentence or not? Could I do it? And I told her no.
Damn. Okay.
So I got excused off jury duty. Meanwhile, I know all the people that were behind me that were white said, yes, I could do it. Yes, I could do it. Yes, I could do it. Lying motherfuckers. And that's all I got to say.
So could you, hold on, could you put Trump in prison for life?
Oh, hell yeah. Yep. See y'all later.
That's all I need to know. That tells me all I need to know right there.
So y'all agree that these judges be biased based on their emotions. It depends on how they feel. If you catch
I don't think that's the case a lot of the time.
I know somebody gonna say that. Shit. Look, you can't tell me these judges. Hold on, is that conscious moral? Oh, conscious.
Whatever.
You can't tell me. What's up? How you doing, man? You can't tell me some of these judges ain't putting a little personal emotions into the shit for why they would give you a hard sentence. Like, I mean, goddamn, I don't know.
Well, actually, look, I witnessed Judge Engeron in the Letitia James case, and the other judge. I don't know why his name escapes me all of a sudden. I mean, I know his name like printed in my brain. The other judge in the hush money Alvin Bragg case, but I don't think emotion necessarily factors into it. I think there's a cold decision to subvert the judicial system, ignore judicial precedent from the Supreme Court, like in the case of the hush money trial, instructions to the jury, clear violations of Supreme Court precedent and judicial procedure, excluding witnesses, excluding exculpatory evidence. I mean, at least 34 reversible errors that I can cite that are precedent in the Alvin Bragg hush money trial. I mean, it's just incredible. That was a literal travesty of justice, given how big the case was and how much exposure it had. I was astonished that the
But
judge
Sarge,
would make that many reversible errors in a case like this.
hold on, Sarge. Now bring it back to your position about being pro-life. All right. So let's just say a young lady decide to actually go through with an abortion in a state where it's illegal, and you the judge. What would you give her?
Now, wait a minute. You say the woman has an abortion. It's illegal to have the
In a
abortion.
state that's illegal.
What
Yeah,
do the
yes,
law
sir.
say? What do the laws say about criminal solicitation of an abortion? What does the law say about it?
He's saying he would have to apply the laws to that state, right?
Yes, I would have to know what the laws were with regard whether or not she's a first offender, whether or not she has contrition. I take a number of factors into deciding the sentence, assuming this law allowed me to have the latitude to do so. So there's a lot of assumptions here that I have to make, and you haven't given me the parameters by which I can make those assumptions.
Okay, I don't know the all parameters of.
But believe me, I would. But if she's been convicted, I am going to adjudge her guilty. The only question is, what sentence is she going to get?
Yeah, that's why. All right. In that case, right, she's been proven to be guilty. Now it's your time to do the sentencing.
I'm going to accept the finding of the jury as guilty. I'm going to accept the finding. Then I'm going to hand down a sentence based upon the individual fact. Again, assuming I have the latitude in that state to do so. I'm going to take a look at the individual human being before me, what her situation is, what her motivation was, a whole lot of other factors that decided as to what time she got. Hell, for all I know, she might get deferred sentence and probation. I mean, it depends on what I'm dealing with.
Okay, I understand. I got you. That makes sense.
I mean, I think humanity does factor into judicial systems. I mean, it's not supposed to be cold, binary, on-off things. I mean, that's why we have pardon power, for instance. The pardon power literally recognizes that even with a conviction, we have a highest authority, in the case of the federal system, the president, with absolute plenary power to pardon any conviction for any federal offense. There's a reason for that. The president doesn't have to even explain it, why he did it. All he got to do is do it. There was a reason the framers put that in the Constitution. So yes, I understand the things in there, these infinite dynamic variables that have to be considered. Everything isn't black and white. Yes, there are shades of gray, but the law itself can be written reasonably coherently to make you arrive at a general idea of what your conclusion about the valid evidence presented in a trial court of what those conclusions should be and how you should reach them.
Sarge, I got a question. You seem like a straight up and down dude. How could you vote for Trump the second time, especially after
the third? I voted for 3 times, and I do it 4.
I mean, after the debacle with the J6 shit, how could you vote for him after that? I mean,
I'll answer that in a heartbeat. All these questions are easy to answer. I thought them through. Not to say that there aren't paradoxes and contradictions that I had to try to reconcile, because I did. I mean, it's like with everything in life, for God's sake. People are always paradoxical and contradictory, and sometimes you have to, say so. Well, you have to come to sort of an ethical compromise with certain things you don't like about them. But whereas other things you like about them so much,
you're willing to override
your reservations. In Trump's case, it was his absolute forthright determination to secure the borders of the United States and end illegal immigration, which was number 1 for me. That was almost an overriding consideration to almost anything else. Number 2, the idea that he was going to restore the armed forces to what it's supposed to be, a lethal instrument to enforce the national will militarily, whether through diplomacy or against domestic enemies or whatever, and end it as a DEI institution for social experiments. That was number 2. Number 3 was this idea of the necessity to maintain civil order and a civil society. That was number 3. Number 4 was his determination to fix the rigged electoral system in at least 60 states in the 2020 election. All of those things overrode the other reservations I have about it.
Interesting.
Okay, I'm back. So are we on elections or are we still on the topic of judges?
I was just asking this
man just asked me why I supported Trump. I'm trying to explain to him why.
Well, this has come from a person who went to Hawaii trying to look for Obama's birds.
Oh, yes, and I'll tell you what happened when I did.
Wait a minute, so you went to Hawaii to look for Trump?
I will lay out everything I did, whether people want to accept that I did it or not. because I knew they weren't going to give it to me. They already said that the HIPAA laws prevented them from revealing. I already knew what they were going to tell me. I wanted to hear it from them. I wanted to ask them, why don't you have a plaque in your hospital commemorating the birth of the first black president in the United States? And remember, historically, the first president of the United States born in a hospital was Jimmy Carter. He was the first. And here you got the first black president that the president himself says was born in that hospital. He wrote a letter commemorating his care. His mother and himself was given at Kapiolani Hospital in Honolulu, and Honshu, and he said, and there's no plaque commemorating it. And then I asked the person desk, well, why don't you have a plaque there? I said, well, I can't comment on that. I said, okay, well then I know you're not going to give me the birth certificate. Where is it? What, did you keep a copy of it in the hospital? I can't copy HIPAA. I wanted to hear it from them because everybody else was telling me that's how they were doing. I wanted to confirm it. I was on vacation in Hawaii. I was only 3 miles away from the hospital. I said, I'm on vacation. I got a chance to do it. Let me go over there and do it. And lo and behold, all of my suspicions were confirmed.
Was Obama born before Hawaii became a part of the Union?
I don't know, sir. What evidence does he have that I can rely on? Sir, I don't know where he was born. He has given me no evidence that is conclusive as to where he was born. He gave us a counterfeit birth certificate. It was proven to be so by two of the best forensic document examination firms on the planet, one in the United States, one in Europe. The one in the United States was a guy named Reed, R-E-I-D, who literally wrote the book on forensic document examination. His findings were submitted to federal and state courts under oath on pain of perjury, and nobody was ever charged with perjury.
Okay, but Sarge, remember when I told you I showed the story of the woman who was in the next bed next to Ann Dunham when Ann Dunham gave birth to Obama. There was a third woman. There was a second pregnant woman who was also giving birth in that same hospital room. She said she confirmed that yes, that was Ann Dunham. That was who was giving birth to that child that we not call Obama. So I mean, and when I told you that, you flew off the fucking handle on my ass. No,
I didn't. I'm not going to do it now.
Okay.
I'm about to agree. I'm not going to agree with something. I'm about to agree. Hold up.
And that is the testimony was subject to impeachment and was not reliable. And remember, none of it was submitted under oath. None of it.
Listen, I'm
relying on things that are either corroborated under in a situation like this. It's got to be in a venue where it's made under oath, subject to cross-examination.
Hey, I'm gonna have to go with Sarge BJ on this one, BJ. I really don't think Obama was born on the United States, man. I really don't think he really was born, dog. I think personally, either he was born around in the Middle East area or maybe some part of Africa or whatnot. I don't believe, because why Hawaii out of all places? And you know, this is kind of bizarre. Like Hawaii, you ain't really got no touch with Hawaii, no connection with it. You come to Chicago. And it's like, okay, you look like, they try to say you look like Osama bin Laden. They try to run that shit, dog.
Hey, man, wait a minute. I'm like you, though. I'm not going to state definitively where it's born. I don't know. He has given us no document upon which I can rely as the place of birth. The governor of Hawaii, Neil Abercrombie, the governor now, who went to the Department of Public Health and looked for his birth certificate, told the world he couldn't find the birth certificate. He's the governor of the state of Hawaii with access to every single document the state of Hawaii held. And he said he couldn't find it. Now, what does that tell you? When the governor can't find a state document that the state of Hawaii holds and he's the chief executive of.
Yeah, I get you on that. I don't think Obama is a United States American.
Again, I don't know. I want an investigation to determine what the truth is. That's what I want. And let me tell you another thing too. The issue for me is not even where he was born. If you believe his life story, the one that he tells us, not the one I make up for him, he cannot be an Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5, natural born citizen, qualified to be president of the United States. He cannot be. If his story is true, his father was an African national. His father was not even a legal resident. He was here on a student visa. There's no way he could be a natural born citizen with 2 citizen parents at the time of his birth. If you believe his life story.
Yeah, all that shit
Okay,
just
I'm
seem
gonna
weird.
believe.
Even with his father and his mother, it's like I mean I know people hook up and they got romantic interests and stuff, but it don't even make sense. Like, why would she fuck with? Like, it don't. That's just my opinion,
I
though.
mean, hey, Rue, I'll
Go ahead.
tell you. I mean, I think the stepfather is the smoking gun, not even the
Yeah,
real father. That shit
yeah.
explains a lot, bro.
A
There you
lot.
go.
A lot.
That
Talking
stepfather was a real terrorist, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? For
And
real.
proper
Um,
investigation might reveal all of this. We
so
did not have it. Everyone who wanted to find out about this was denied standing or to grant certiorari. At every state and federal court, they attempted to find it out. They were said, you have no standing to ask any questions. You have no standing to enter this information. You have no standing to challenge the election. It was one of the most corrupt, one of the most diabolical things I've ever seen judicially. It was the hugest cover-up, I think, in American presidential electoral history until 2020.
Well, I mean, it's not just that. It's that I mean, it's just something that poses some questions. I'm not gonna say it's yay or nay, but that dude ran against like a dead man or two on his way up to the damn Senate, bro. It was a few things that just give you some questions, dog. It's like when you look at it, it's like, was you really like a public servant, or were you a plant when you look at Obama's history? Yeah.
Barack Obama's campaign, not me, his campaign admitted that he was born a citizen of Kenya through his father, that he was born a citizen of the United Kingdom owing to the British Immigration Act of 1948, that he was born a citizen of the United States owing to his mother being a natural born citizen under the 14th Amendment, since his father was a Kenyan national. So he's already admitted this is what his campaign has said. At my birth, I had 3 citizenships. What natural born citizen on earth has 3 citizenships at birth? That isn't possible if you're a natural born citizen. But remember, this is what his campaign said, not me. But then he went and told us that didn't matter anymore because when he was 21, and this was literally true, when he was 21 years old, unless he renewed that status, the Kenyan birth citizenship and the British subject citizenship no longer existed. But that just begs the question. How can you be natural born if you're born with 3 of them, no matter when they expire? It's just crazy what we're just deciding to just overlook and disregard to let this man be president.
Would you go out on a mission for Trump right now, Sarge?
Trump was the one who brought it all out. He was the one
No. I'm asking, would you go out on a suicide mission for Trump right now if he employed you?
On a suicide mission for anybody. I ain't going out on a suicide mission for anybody. I've been on missions that were suicidal as Vietnam, but I damn sure didn't want to go on them. I was ordered to.
I got you, man. He made clear. Like, I went on missions that was
suicidal. I ain't going on a suicide mission, except maybe my wife and my children. That's about it.
All right. Mm-hmm.
But I like Trump a lot. I tell you what, I'd go after people trying to kill him if I had the opportunity. Because I stay strapped. Hey, I stay strapped under the Law Enforcement Officer Safety, Federal Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act. You're a retired cop, you can stay strapped. I stay strapped. And if somebody's trying to kill Trump, I do everything I can to take him out where they did.
What about Obama?
That's promise.
Okay, okay.
What about Obama?
Okay, wait a minute.
That's crazy, Big J. Because this guy, I was in school, man, years ago, and one of my teachers, he told me about Bush. He said he from Liberia, and he said he'll take a bullet for Bush because of what he did for Liberia. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Bush did ended the war. No, he got Charles Taylor out of Kenya. Charles Taylor out of Liberia and got him. Yo, I got him to the Hague. But look, what I'm saying is like you got people who are really for real, like they'll take a bullet or they'll go kill for these presidents, bro. Like even civilians, like so. You got black people saying this shit. So white people on that, but so it's my second time hearing another black man say, "Look, I'll go
either die for a president or go kill for a president. It's the second time in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, though, if I was armed, or rather, I'm strapped, I'd intervene on behalf of any person who is the victim of a crime and it's a threat to their life and safety. I'd intervene for anybody, much less the president of the United States if I had the opportunity. I like this guy. I know he's not like he's a total stranger to me. I like him. He ain't perfect. He's got a lot of flaws, but I damn sure like the guy. Yes, I'd intervene if I could.
Okay, so Sarge, I'm glad though. You something that you said about 5 minutes ago, about four or 5 minutes ago. I gotta ask a question. So there's speculation that Donald Jr. or the second son, what's the second son name?
Eric.
Yeah, Eric. Right. There's speculation that one or the two might run in 28. So would you vote for any of the Trump sons?
They are not qualified to be president under Article.
Damn, you got me! You got me! God damn it, you got me! Okay. I was hoping you said yes. I got. Oh, go ahead.
You know my lodestar is the Constitution, especially its literal application. You got to have two citizen parents at the time of your birth, not one. Now, yes, it is clear as a bell that Donald and Eric are 14th Amendment citizens by virtue of their natural-born citizen father. But their mother was a Czech national when they were born. She transmitted Czech citizenship onto both of them when they were born. They didn't have anything to do with whether they wanted it or not. That is what the Czech citizenship laws say. I have looked into them, just like the laws of the United Kingdom and Kenya did with Obama, if you believe his life story, and I have reservations about that. But for the sake of argument, I'm going to say his life story is true, and only for the sake of
Okay. What's the difference between Article 2 and 14th Amendment citizenship? Because wait a minute, it says amendment. So Article 2 no longer exists because Amendment 14 changed Article 2.
No, it didn't. That's the point.
Yeah. No, it did. It's called an amendment. Therefore, you changing it.
Let me explain to you why.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, let's understand one thing. Without the 14th Amendment, people like Kamala Harris, people like Barack Obama would not even be citizens of the United States. The only thing that allowed them to be citizens was the 14th Amendment, if the story is true. That neither of them would have even been considered eligible to be citizens. So I ask you, where in the 14th Amendment, unlike the 19th Amendment that repealed the 18th with a specific reference to it saying it was repealed specifically, where in the 14th Amendment is there anything in there that looks vaguely like a modification or alteration of Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5? There isn't. It is independent. One more thing. The only thing Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5, the Constitution deals with is eligibility to be president or vice president. It has no other application. Nothing. Not to be chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, not to be a governor, not to be a mayor, not to be a senator, not to be a congressman, not anything. Only president or vice president of the United States. The 14th Amendment did not alter it in any way, shape, form, or fashion, no matter what you think it intended to mean when it was promulgated in 1787, before any of the other amendments were even adopted.
But Sarge, then by that case, Chester Arthur would not be president.
You're right.
By that logic. Okay.
You're right. I'm glad to see we're on the same page. You get the point I'm trying to make. Chester Arthur's father was not nobody ever challenged it, though. See, he got away with it. They didn't challenge him. He should have been challenged. He was not eligible.
Hold on, I'm lost. So you're trying to say is that if one of the parents is not a natural born citizen?
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. No, sir. You have to be, by whatever means, you have to be legally accepted as a citizen. Natural born, naturalized by virtue of the Immigration and Naturalization Act, by some legally recognized means as a citizen of any type.
No, but I thought even if you were an immigrant, you became an American citizen, you still couldn't be president.
No,
Right?
No, no,
no. Wait a minute, bro.
no,
That's never been
no,
the
no.
case,
Yes, you
bro.
have to be born.
I
That's
thought you
never
can.
Then why
been the
didn't?
case.
Hold on,
Be
y'all.
president, bro. Hell no.
No,
I
no,
thought
you
you
have
can't. I
to
thought
be
you can't after
born
like
here
15
in this
years, though.
country. Hold on, y'all. If that was the case, Arnold Schwarzenegger would have ran for president.
yes, he wasn't eligible.
He's
Arnold
not
Schwarzenegger
eligible.
is not. It
You
will
can't.
require
You
an
can't.
amendment.
You got to be born in this country to be a to become president.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Let me tell you who I like a lot. I like Tulsi Gabbard. She's rational.
Oh,
She's got leadership qualities.
yeah. Sorry, Joe.
I understand people don't. I like her. But you know why she's not eligible to be president? Because she was born a Samoan citizen. Samoan citizens are not even citizens. They're considered natives of the United States. Now they're eligible to move to the United States, and they are then fast-tracked. Once they take residency in the United States, they are then eligible to fast-track the citizenship. But they're not even considered citizens when they're living in Samoa. They got to come to, unless they got American parents, American citizen parents, they got to come from Samoa to the mainland and then apply for citizenship to be fully American citizens. Otherwise, they're American nationals, like people who live in Guam and were born in Guam are.
Yo,
She's not eligible either. I like her. It don't have nothing to do with it. She ain't eligible. It don't matter whether I like you or not.
But she ran. Tulsi ran for president.
She should have. Somebody
Yes,
should have
you
called
did
her.
run for
Ineligible.
president.
I don't understand why we're so afraid to ask what the reason for Article 2, Section 1 calls for, and I'll tell you what it was. It was to minimize the likelihood of undue foreign influence on the office of President of the United States, particularly from a foreign father having allegiance to a foreign sovereign. Because the framers, whether you think it's right or wrong, were patriarchs, and they believed that the citizenship of the children was the citizenship of the fathers.
Wait, hold on. Was that in the in the Federalist papers?
Yes,
Was that in the paper?
Yes, there's a reference to Vattel, Emmerich de Vattel, but more critically, Jay, and this is what I want you to consider, because this is an indication of precedent. There was a case in 1814 called the Venus Merchantman case. It dealt with the investment of United States sailors on the high seas by Great Britain during the War of 1812. And in it, in the case, what I'm about to say doesn't really direct or impinge directly upon that. But there was a definition of a natural born citizen given by the majority opinion in the court on that case. And what they did was they took the entire 212th paragraph from Emmerich de Vattel's Law of Nations. They just took the entire paragraph, inserted it in whole without any modification, and said, this is the definition of a natural born citizen. And remember, the people who did this were members of the founding generation. Several of them had served in the Continental Army during the war. And these were the men who determined or defined for us what a natural born citizen was. And they said a natural born citizen, even though they weren't considering Article 2, but they were defining what a natural born citizen is. It said natural born citizen has two citizen parents and is born on the soil of the country. That's what they said. By taking the entire 212th paragraph from Emmerich de Vattel's Law of Nations, you can go on the web, you can look up the 212th paragraph from Emmerich de Vattel's Law of Nations and read it for yourself.
Okay, but Sarge, but going back to the Obama thing, right? Now, everybody, you know what I'm going to say, right?
I know what you're going to say, but I'll wait.
Because if the state of Indiana, which was challenged in Indiana, and if the state of, I think I'm trying to remember what there was two other states that tried to challenge it, right? If those states said no, it's fine, and if every other state government, state courts I'm talking about, said it was okay, then therefore your argument is not none and void.
Oh, no,
because Your argument is you don't know what is a national born or not. No, hold on. I'm sorry. I take that part back. The argument was you're trying to figure out what is national born and which is not. Am I correct?
Yeah, because Article 2 specifies whatever it means, and we're arguing about what it means. Whatever it is, you got to be that to be president of the United States.
Right, but according to the Indiana court that tried it in 2008, they went ahead and dropped it because they said, listen, it is what it is.
Okay, Jay, that could be cited in a federal case should it go to a federal court. It is only binding on the state of Indiana and nowhere else. No other state.
Right.
Certainly, the federal government doesn't have to.
Yeah, but the handful of states heard the case, and since the idea of America is the states form the union, not the other way around. Well, shouldn't the states have presidents to say, well, Obama and possibly even John McCain, because you said John McCain should not be president because he was born.
I said the same thing about him too.
Yeah. So you said John McCain shouldn't be president either. Even Tulsi Gabbard, because they were born outside of the continental U.S. So, or outside of the 50 states. So, if the court said, we're not taking it because it is what it is, they're looking at it like, okay, John McCain came from a military family, a military man on a military base, and then you got Tulsi Gabbard, whose daddy moved to Somalia, American Somalia, not it is called American Somalia, and was born as an American national, not an American citizen. Well, I mean, if they didn't hear it, so therefore, though, what's the point? Therefore, that case is solved, in my opinion. Because if there's a case that's coming in front of my bench, and I'm looking at the case, I'm reading all the birth certificates and the who's the father and the mother, and I turn around and said, well, that person is American because American Somalia is part of the United States, and Tulsi Gabbard's daddy is an American citizen. So I don't give a fuck. It's a waste of time. So
well,
I see it's not. But
Jay, Big J, you got to remember this.
It's nullified.
We don't have one election for president. We have 50 separate state elections, monitored and supervised and regulated by each one of the individual states. It is up to each individual state to determine who is eligible to be on a federal ballot, but they have to be consistent with federal Supreme Court rulings and the Constitution while they make that determination. But the states individually make the determination as to who goes on the ballot for president of the United States. Now, remember, in California, Eldridge Cleaver was kicked off the ballot, not because of racism, but because of the simple fact that he would not have been 35 years of age at the time he took the oath of president of the United States. He was going to be off by 3 months. That meant that he could not be president of the United States
until March. Until March.
Right. They kicked him off the ballot.
Right.
As a result. So it is up to each individual state to determine who is eligible to be president of the United States. The state of Indiana made a determination. It affects only the state of Indiana. This is ultimately a federal question as to what constitutes natural-born citizenship eligibility under Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5, and the Supreme Court or a federal court should make that determination for all 50 states.
Okay, so I'm looking at
different ways. One more thing, I hope clarifies this a little bit more. There's one more thing I'll be real quick with it. I know you got a show to run. Excuse me. I'm sorry for taking so much time, but I believe in this. I've been studying this for 3 decades. Look, when it comes to there was a decision called Wong Kim Ark in 1898. When the United States said that Wong Kim Ark, when he tried to return to the United States after visiting in China, the United States denied him re-entry, saying he was not a United States citizen. He had been born in California to 2 immigrant parents who were, now get this is key, legally resident in the United States under the citizenship laws of 1898. They were legally and permanently resident in the United States. And the Supreme Court said, owing to that, and that alone, Wong Kim Ark was in fact a citizen of the United States. Now think about it for a minute, Jay. If the 14th Amendment didn't exist, Wong Kim Ark would not have been eligible to be a citizen. They could have kept him out of the country. When was the 14th Amendment written? 1898. When was Article 2 written? 1787. I mean, come on. Obviously, the two cannot connect. They do not intersect at any point. They are separate. They run parallel.
So your point is to try to clarify what is a natural born citizen, because you think
eligibility. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about the whole thing. What is a natural born citizen? Does take one parent or both parents, or does take the father or take the mother? I mean stuff like that. So what are you trying to clarify as, you know, to streamline? Well, better yet, use a better term. To streamline.
Well, it takes both, Jay, but they were mainly concerned about, remember, the framers were patriots. I keep emphasizing, we act like it's a bad word today. It wasn't a bad word in the 18th century. It was written. And they were concerned about the citizenship of the father, because they felt the citizenship of the father is the citizenship of the children. And they didn't want that influence on the opposite of somebody who was not formally allegiant to the United States and the United States alone.
Well, okay. Then by that logic, wouldn't Andrew Jackson be president then?
Oh, he was the first natural born citizen president was John Quincy Adams. All the previous presidents were ineligible by not being natural born citizens. That's George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, the whole bunch. But here's
no. Okay, but
grandfather clause in there to cover them, meaning they were citizens of the United States at the time of the adoption of the Constitution. So
right. But I'm talking about. I agree with what you just said right there. What I'm talking about is the whole father. You know, the patriarchal. You know, the children belong.
The British subject. Andrew Jackson was born a British
subject. Right. But what I'm saying though, the children are owned by the father and not the mother, right? So therefore, when it comes to Andrew Jackson, using him as the prime example, well, by that logic, his father wasn't around.
Well, they knew who he was. They knew who he was. I mean,
right. I mean, everybody know who he was, but
cannot consider every single variable in every single individual human being's circumstance. It is meant to be a general principle that applies uniformly across everybody. The question is, whoever your father is, whether he's president of your life or not, is he in fact a United States citizen? That's all. It doesn't matter if you never see him on the day you were born. The theory is that he will have an impact on your life, even if he actually doesn't. In principle, he does. If not in fact. So, obviously, you can't account for every variable in every individual human circumstance when you make a general law, because there's 360 million people in this country? That's 360 million variables. It's impossible to write a law that considers every single variable for everybody. But the common law document called the Constitution makes it clear that a president of the United States must be a natural born citizen whose parents have no formal allegiance to any other sovereign, especially the father.
I just thought you had to be born here in the United States for you.
Sir. And that's all you gotta be is born in the United States.
I don't know
what all these different stuff he's talking about. That ain't true.
Wait a minute. Who is more American than an American Indian? They were, if you were subject to tribal jurisdiction, and you lived on a reservation, and you were subject to tribal jurisdiction, you were not even a citizen of the United States until 1924, and every single one of them was born in the United States.
I'm just saying,
Whoa, 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 whoa! Stop! Because Sarge, you like Charles Curtis? Do you?
Charles who?
Charles Curtis.
I'm not familiar. The name sounds familiar, but I don't think I'm too familiar with what his philosophy is.
Well, wasn't he the first non-white vice president of the United States?
He wasn't subject to tribal jurisdiction when he was born. He was born off the reservation. He was an Indian, yes, but he was born a citizen. I've said Indians subject to tribal jurisdiction. Remember, we had treaties with Indian tribes. They were foreign states for purposes of treaties. You can't.
Wait a minute, but Charles Curtis, but Charles Curtis's father, if I'm not mistaken, he was not even American himself. He was a guy from Great Britain who immigrated in 1850, had a child with this Indian girl, and now that child grew up to be the vice president of the United States in 1929.
Now here's my question. Did he naturalize before his son was born? Because if he didn't, then that man was not eligible and nobody challenged him.
So the 14th Amendment section 1 says, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor decoy to any person within the jurisdiction of the equal protection of law. It don't say nothing about their parents.
Notice what you just read. You just read it yourself. You said they're citizens. It doesn't say they're natural born citizens. It says they're citizens. And number two,
it said or naturalized.
It says or citizens. Or naturalized citizens being.
And you said nothing about the parents.
You have a conjunctive word in between the two, so that's the connection between them. But wait.
No, it don't say nothing about no parents. You made that up.
Look. Okay, fine. Look. The 14th Amendment is a privilege. The President of the United States is not a privilege. You have to qualify to be president. You have to be 35 years of age when you take the oath. You have to have the requisite number of electoral votes. You have to have been 14 years of your life, of your 35 or more years of life, have to have been resident in one or more of the states, and you have to be a natural born citizen. It's not a privilege. It is something you have to qualify.
Or naturalized.
You can't be naturalized.
President is not a privilege. The 14th Amendment deals with privileges and immunities, not qualifications. The president is a qualification, not a privilege, not an immunity.
I know that the one part you do have to be born here in the States. That's why Arnold Schwarzenegger. Because I just remember an interviewer was asking him about that. Like, are you going to run for president? And he said, I can't. I wasn't born here, but I would love to.
In 14 years of your life, if you're a natural born citizen and you live all of your life outside the continental U.S. and you come back to the States to run for president, you're not eligible. Because
I thought it was 11 years. It's 14?
No, 14.
No, it's 14.
14 years of your life have to be resident in one or more of the states. You have to live in the United States for at least 14 years. One or more of the states of the Union.
It says no person, section 3, no person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elected or president and vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state who having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature or as an executive or judicial officer of any state to support the Constitution of the United States shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. That's to get rid of Trump right there. That's a toss his ass right on the back.
Read section 4, which you did not read. Read section 4. Come on now, read it. Oh, I'm sorry. So read section 5. It's one sentence. Read section 5. Read it right now. Go ahead, read it. Because I'm looking at it right now. Read it. What does it say? The Congress shall have power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. It is up to Congress to write the regulations for it and to enforce it. A state like Colorado or Maine that tried to do what you just said was slapped down 9-0 by the Supreme Court. They said you can't do it. You don't have the authority. Even if he did commit an insurrection, which he didn't. So that settles that.
Go on, Sark. Go on, Sark. Go on.
That settles
He
that.
didn't commit an insurrection. He incited the insurrection. What are you talking about? And he's sitting up here fraternizing with Putin, which is an American enemy. Putin is sitting over there telling his country that Trump is an asset to Russia. Fuck out of here. What are you talking about?
What you need to do then is to convince Congress to write a law to get him, impeach him, and remove him from office. Because read again, Section 5 is clear as a bell. The Congress, not an individual state, shall have the power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article that you just read in Section 4. Now,
well, I'm not arguing for no states. I'm just telling you what the Constitution
you
says.
can't pick one part of the Constitution that you think supports your argument and ignore another part that doesn't.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just reading what the 14th Amendment said. I haven't said nothing about no states.
Removed.
Say what?
You just said Trump was an insurrectionist, therefore he should not be president. He should be removed. And I'm telling you, if he's going to be removed under that provision, it has to be done by the Congress of the United States. That means
ain't that how we get rid of presidents through the Congress? Don't the Congress file articles of impeachment and then they go through their whole due process?
They go through their whole due process. No, he wasn't convicted in the Senate.
But they're not.
But that's what Congress do, right? They file their articles of impeachment, and that's how you get a president to get out of their seat if they don't choose to step down.
Yes.
So,
and wake me up.
What are you talking about? What are you arguing about?
And wake me up the day that they do it. Thus far, they have not.
They might do it in 2027, 28.
I mean, yeah,
I kind of doubt
that. Maybe already fucking up. Give them some time. They already done filed it once. I'm pretty sure there's more coming.
They beat them 3 times. They ain't done it yet.
I'm sure there's more coming.
But I am worried though. I am worried though if that would happen. If they did it the first time and it was successful, I probably would have said, "Who gives a fuck?" But knowing how, I mean, especially after this Charlie Kirk, assassination, removing Trump now, I think there will be blood on the streets.
Ooh.
I really think he needs to go. He don't need to stay in office. He's destroying his country.
I think they're gonna have to show like some evidence for people to accept that Trump is being out. Like
that's why he ain't never been impeached, because they ain't had a strong enough case.
They're gonna have to have some like concrete in your face.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like it can't be no certain. They can't have no. I don't know how to describe it.
No doubt.
Yeah,
it has
ironclad. It has to be ironclad because now impeaching them now.
Yeah, it'd be suicide.
It's. I mean, one if, and that's a strong if that the Democrats win, any of the 2 houses, right? And that's a big ass if. But I don't think it would be wise for them to do that. That's why I opted for Amendment 25, but people said that wouldn't work. But anyway, I'll try Amendment 25.
Well, you gotta
I'll try
25. You got a 3-step process. First of all, you gotta have the vice president, and you gotta have a majority of the cabinet agree that he needs to be removed. And then the president has the right to write a letter saying he doesn't think he should be removed. And once he writes that letter and submits to the Speaker of the House, he's back in office. So then what is incumbent upon is for the cabinet and the vice president to send to Congress their idea that a vote should be taken by Congress in order to remove the president of the United States. So all those things have to be fulfilled. It can't just be the vice president. It can't just be a majority of the cabinet. It's got to be all three of those entities working in concert.
Sarge, you don't think that Trump was able to incite the poorly educated MAGA that loves him?
I think Trump is capable of inciting almost anybody that's allied with him. He's just that charismatic. Yes.
So why didn't he do it on J6 with the Stop the Steal?
Because he told him to go peacefully protest. He didn't tell him to riot.
But he said if you don't stop this, we're going to lose our country. That's
an
exciting.
opinion. He's got a First Amendment right to express an opinion like that.
But
Don't need a whole bunch of dog whistling for them people to do what the fuck they do. I don't know why y'all trying to dance like folks like we stupid.
They have to.
Hold on, Sarge. As the president, hold on. Let me get this out real quick. Because as the president, you are the most powerful man or person in the world, and you couldn't even prove that one state was stolen from you. Think about that. If he was able to prove one state was stolen, the whole country would have questioned every other state, and we'd have looked at it. But he couldn't even prove one state. You're the most powerful man in the world.
I'm capable of making that argument. I wish to God I could make that argument for any federal court in the United States. I would give you chapter and verse on the mountain of evidence that indicates 5 states of the Union violated the Constitution, Article 2, which says that you cannot change election law without the approval of the state legislature. Right here in Georgia, where I live, that's exactly what they did. Brian Kemp got together with the court, and they changed election law without running it by and having it approved by the state legislature. They did the same thing.
They had to go through
Georgia, a red state.
And the reason they justified it, they said COVID was a justification, and there's nowhere in the Constitution where such an exception is allowed.
Georgia is a red state.
You know what it is? They violated the Constitution.
So the red people violated the Constitution.
My loyalty is to the Constitution, not the Republican Party.
But I'm saying each state, it says in the Constitution, determines how they do their own elections. It's not a federal.
Yes, but they got to follow the Constitution. The Constitution sets standards.
But even with it, and they did though, like because those states were able to pass those amendments within the states, so they didn't want like this overturned.
You do realize
you might not have liked the.
Sir, you do realize the states don't even have to have a popular vote in their states. They can just appoint electors who vote directly for the president if they choose to. Now, would they be run out of town and tarred and feathered if they did? Yeah. That doesn't change the fact that they could do it if they wanted to.
They didn't do it in this case either. And then Trump had those fake elections in Michigan and Vegas.
We had a vote.
In Nevada.
Under the laws of the state of Georgia right now, the popular vote determines how the electors are allocated.
Yeah, but I was talking about the fake electors that he had in Nevada and Michigan. What about those two?
Now the states I have the questions about are Georgia, my state, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Arizona. Those are the 5 states that are in contention with regard to electoral shenanigans, particularly the one I just cited, where Article 2 says any electoral changes for president must be approved by the state legislature.
I know in Pennsylvania
they made changes, and they did not run them by the state legislature.
I want to say in Pennsylvania it was. I can't. I'm not familiar with Ohio and Georgia.
I am. That's what I'd love to make.
It was ran through the state, and the state, and the representatives. The Republicans in that
state. I studied the election of 2020 like I studied little else, and the violations in that election were staggering.
Come on, I think you're being a little hyperbolic.
Oh,
but I love you.
Let me get a chance to tell you. I'll tell you in a heartbeat.
I love your enthusiasm.
But here's the problem though. Why, when it comes to Wayne County, right? Wayne County, Wisconsin, right? Why would they need to only count Wayne County and not the entire state during the lawsuit?
Because that was the one that was a target of the lawsuit. They didn't find any practices that were worthy of bringing to the court other than the ones in Wayne County. Now, I guess they can make as conditional of a decision, the decision of vote if the courts wanted to do it. I mean, it's up to them. They might say, well, we need to recount every county again. Okay, but the object of the lawsuit was Wayne County. And look, I got a question to ask you guys as a matter of simple logic. Would you guys please explain to me what happened to these 14 million voters who voted for Biden in his election that didn't show up for Kamala Harris in 2024?
Say that one more time.
14 million. You mean to tell me 14 million voters were so disillusioned by whatever reason they just decided to sit at home and not show up?
Do you really want my opinion?
Yes, I do.
I think Trump stole 2 of those states. I think, though, he stole Arizona. I think he stole Nevada. And I also think, though, he stole one of those Midwestern states. If you're talking about the 14 million votes, I think, though, the votes in Arizona were stolen. The missing votes. Yes.
I think people need to show up. I do
I actually think, though, there was a combination, right? A lot of people were so disencouraged by how the Democrats as a whole was running things, because the Democratic Party, on a natural level, the natural level, what I'm saying, I messed that word up. They was all chaotic, so people didn't like the chaos that AOC and the squad was making with the rest of the Democrats, and they over there beefing with the what's that senator from West Virginia, beefing with him, and Joe Manchin, and putting log jams in their own party's agenda. They actually destroyed their own agenda. So like that really put a damper on what Biden was trying to do, whether you like Biden or not. But that did put a damper on his administration. And then that bullshit that was within his administration, like the cocaine, the trans woman who had her titties out, all of that, right? Yeah, you didn't hear about that? Yeah. That naked woman, the naked transsexual,
in the Rose Garden. Yeah.
Right. It was in the Rose Garden. All of that. All of that did sink Kamala Harris. That did sink Kamala Harris in 2024. And plus, though, yes, the 800-pound gorilla that's in the room that started with a word "I," which I'm not going to mention the name. When it comes to foreign policy, not having the balls to tell Benjamin Netanyahu to stop it, or put the brakes on him concerning on some of his targeting of certain positions within the Palestinian community.
Big J, look, I don't doubt that what you say had a great deal of disruption with the Democratic Party. Maybe a few 100,000 votes, 500, 600,000, 700,000, 800,000 even, maybe a million. But 14 million in the most polarizing election in memory, living memory, a one where the president is an existential threat to the republic, freedom, liberty, women, transgenders, homosexuals, living beings of every stripe. 14 million people set it out and not joke. I will never believe that. I will never, ever believe it.
I believe it. Why not?
I don't believe it.
You had so many people disillusioned with the Democratic Party, and it wasn't just for this election. They've been disillusioned. This election, they didn't care. Trump was president for 4 years, and he did his bullshit, but everything was fine. So why I need to go out here and vote
for any of this shit. Everything's going to be fine. Because that's what most Americans think. Oh, it doesn't matter. Everything's going to be fine until it's not. Then it's too late.
I just can't accept that. I just can't. I think they were fabricated votes. I think they were fabricated in 2020. I think they were mail-in ballots. I think they were ballot harvested. I think they were people who were resurrected from graves. I think they literally were not ballot. The overwhelming majority, I would say at least 9 million of those votes were fabricated and made up. Because you got to remember,
all of that sound insane.
Only lost the electoral election. I'm talking about the electoral, not the popular vote. He lost the electoral election by 50,000 votes in 5 states. 50,000.
That's insane.
So all the millions they manufactured in California didn't matter. All the millions they manufactured in Pennsylvania didn't matter. What mattered was 40 or 50,000 votes in 5 states. Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Georgia, and Arizona and or New Mexico.
But wait, Sarge, you think this election was cool?
I thought there was a fraud in every election. Did it affect the outcome of the election? No, I don't think it did.
But it affected last. You see what that don't make no sense.
None of this shit make no sense. All these damn right-leaning people just crazy as hell. They just make up shit. That shit don't make no sense. That man ain't been able to prove none of that shit, and he keep running around saying it. Shut the fuck up. The only people proving to steal elections is over there on the Republican side. Because I still remember when they stole the election from Al Gore.
The only way we accept proof of something in the United States of something of this magnitude is to get it in court in an adversarial procedure where both sides are subject to cross-examination and evidence is entered under affirmation.
They can't even get it to court. That's how asinine this shit is.
That was not done in any court on the merits in the United States.
We can't get it to court because we don't got enough evidence to put it to court. Fuck out of here.
Done on the merits in any court in the United States.
So you saying all those things that Rudy Giuliani was doing wasn't in court in Pennsylvania?
No, they were. You make motions in court. I'm talking about having.
What were they making the motions for? To challenge the validity of the election.
What do you think happens when a court grants certiorari? Do you know what that means? That means that when you grant certiorari, it means you are giving permission to have the case heard on the merits in an adversarial proceeding, with one side taking one side, the other taking the other.
Able to cross-examine everybody and didn't even have the right to file those cases. Is that what you said? That's all that almost sounds like.
And that didn't happen in any court in the United States.
So why he ain't took it to any court in the United States? If he really believed it, why come he ain't done it?
He did though. He did it here in Georgia, man.
I know he did that shit, and they threw that shit out because he ain't got no proof. This shit is asinine.
He did it in Michigan, Pennsylvania.
What they had in Georgia was recounts. That wasn't done in court. I'm talking about a court proceeding, an adversarial proceeding. It was not done.
Rudy Giuliani was down here with what's the one girl's name?
A recount is not a judicial proceeding.
No.
But why come he haven't pursued a judicial proceeding?
Down here in Atlanta.
Because he's a president and he's not a judge.
Because he know he full of bullshit. That's the real answer. The real answer is he know he full of bullshit.
He cannot order courts to take up any case they do not want to. Separation of powers. When we talk about
he know he full of bullshit. That's why he ain't tried to take that shit to court.
To give orders
to the case. No, Trump know he full of bullshit. That's why he ain't tried to legally pursue that shit.
There are cases going through right now. I will tell you what they are. In fact, let me dig them up here. There are, again, the courts haven't granted certiorari for any of them.
Well, I'm glad I ain't being brainwashed by these red motherfuckers because I'll be sounding crazy as hell.
No, look, you're free to express your opinion however you want. It's up to others to decide whether you're crazy or not. I submit
you people on the right, y'all make up all kind of outlandish, ridiculous ass stories.
One is crazy or not. The evidence stands up to scrutiny in terms of objective value. And
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
In a court case.
Sounds like the rantings of an insane person.
What sounds like the ranting? What I just said sounds insane?
Yes, all this shit you saying sound insane.
an elastic definition of insanity, madam.
And the fact that you
actually believe that,
the fact that you keep yelling leans more to my opinion that this is some insane shit.
raising my voice to be heard. The words themselves were not insane. Maybe the pitch was, but not the words.
Yeah, all that shit is insane.
So look, you can have your opinion about that, but one thing about evidence is when it's subject to adversarial proceeding with cross-examination, submitted under oath with judicial rules, that's the best way to determine what the truth is.
That man had 4 years to file a grievance with the court, and he did not.
He did grievances, and he got nowhere.
All he did was run around and talk on media about how the election was stolen because he know he's full of bullshit and he was lying. Because that's what the conservatives or the Republicans do. They just tell fucking lies.
You want me to give you the evidence of malfeasance in the election by certified, when it was entered in the court, when people were trying to make motions to get this stuff in the court, they certified what they said was true when they submitted to the court, when made a motion to have these things entertained in court. Do you want to know what those things were?
Go for it. I'm listening.
Look, there was a study of what happened in all 50 states and what the election fraud in Michigan lawsuit did. The election fraud in Michigan lawsuit where they talked about the clerks who had systematically processed and counted ballots from voters whose name did not appear in a qualified voter file or in the supplemental sheets. Now, when they couldn't find the voter's name, the election worker would assign the ballot to a random name already in the qualified voter file to a person who had not voted. And then they swore under oath that these election workers did not verify signatures on absentee ballots as the law requires. They backdated and they processed such ballots regardless of whether or not they met state law for validity. Now, I've got countless examples of this. Now, if you choose to ignore it, be my guest. That's what I'm telling you. Court procedures would have revealed.
And he didn't do that. So we know he's full of bullshit.
What do the courts do anything?
We know Trump is full of bullshit. Okay? That's just about, ain't nobody stole no goddamn election from him. He was unpopular because he was unhinged the first time he got in that motherfucker. He unhinged now.
You think all that, don't vote for him. But what you can't do is ignore evidence. States' evidence with voter registration rolls, with lack of signature verification, with multiple ballots, with people coming in with ballots of people who have been certified as dead. No, you can't ignore that. You cannot vote for Trump.
All the states that they said did this, that shit was a lie. Just like they sat up there and said that the Social Security Administration was paying checks to dead people. Lies. All of that shit is lies.
That supports a stolen election.
That's a lie. All of it is a lie. It cannot be proven. If it could be proven, it would have ended up in court. But because it cannot be proven, he's just running a grassroots campaign.
Look, you can't get to court. Damn right it can't be proven. Absolutely it can't be proven. And that was what they were hoping for.
Because it's not true. That's why it can't be proven.
That's what I say a court is for. And they didn't let it get to that point, now did they?
It can't get to that point because he got enough evidence to take it to court.
I just cited some to you.
You cited some nonsense.
You ignore it. You don't want to believe it. So therefore, in your mind, it is not true because you don't want it to be.
It's not true because if it was legitimate,
we know what the story is, and
if it was legitimate, it would have ended up in the court of law. The fact that it never went to the court of law, and here we are, almost a decade later, and it still haven't ended up in the court of law. That means it's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, like Emmett Till. Yeah, I know. It takes a long time sometimes. Now, look, let me explain something to you.
What? Them people was prosecuted. What you talking about now?
Emmett Till to get his case in the federal court. I'll bet you wouldn't think simply because it wasn't heard in the court, there was no validity to that claim.
It was heard in court. What you talking about?
The defendants were acquitted in a state court.
They still went to court. What you talking about?
The people who wanted the case reopened wanted to reopen it in a federal court. And it took them until 2010 to get it done.
Well, they got it done, but Trump ain't gonna get shit done because Trump's full of bullshit.
Fraud held someday. I don't know when.
It's not gonna happen. And if it does happen, it's gonna be found that it is the Republican Party that been stealing elections for God knows how long.
You're gonna be wrong.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I watched the whole state go from blue, sitting up there, blue as hell. Then they took it away, and when it came back, it was red.
How'd they take
Get the fuck out of here.
What did they do to take it away?
They just simply took it the fuck down. I was sitting there watching.
Don't tell me they did. Give me evidence of it.
All you gotta do
saying it happened.
is go back to the election with George Bush and Al Gore and watch the election night up there and watch the map. Motherfucking Florida was blue.
So
and then they took it down. So then it went clear. And then when it came back, it was red. And that's how he fucking won the election. Fuck out of here.
About the 2020 election, you want to go back to 2001.
Look, I know that if anybody's stealing elections, it's on the Republican side. That's what I'm saying. That's why Trump ain't put this shit. And Trump, and let's discuss how many times Trump done slipped up and said how he stole the election on fucking TV.
You still haven't given me any evidence yet. You just get your opinion.
I told you.
You have given me no evidence of the.
I told you. Go back and look.
You just said you know.
At election night. I don't remember what year it was because I wasn't old enough. I wasn't old enough to vote at that time.
Stole the election. You know Trump lies. That's your entire case.
Trump ain't stole no. Trump got up there and said he stole the election.
I don't think anybody else is going to be convinced by that either.
There are many people that are convinced by this shit. What are you talking about?
This way, nobody with reason is going to be convinced.
Nobody believes that election was stolen from Trump. Okay. Nobody believes that, but crazy ass red people.
Know it was stolen. Well, how was it stolen? Don't y'all know it was stolen? They always steal the election. Well, what's the evidence of it? We don't need no evidence. We just know the Republicans steal elections. That's your case.
I just told you what happened when I watched the election between George Bush and Al Gore. Al Gore won that election. The Republicans stole it from him. I seen it with my own eyes. I seen it.
19 years later. You can't.
19 years later.
50 times until you get the result you want.
19 years later, we know that ballot boxes were set on fire. We know that people have been prosecuted for fucking around with the electronic boxes on the behalf of Trump. And we know that Trump has said several times on national TV that he stole the fucking election. So, I mean...
Since you want to go back to 2001, I'll go back to 1960 when John F. Kennedy stole the election from Richard Nixon because Richard Daley stole it from him in Cook County and helped to steal it in West Virginia. You want to go?
You talking about the Richard Nixon that stepped down so he wouldn't go to jail? That Richard Nixon.
You want to go back?
You talking about Richard Nixon that stepped down so he wouldn't go to jail? Is that the Richard Nixon we talking about?
Richard Nixon knew they stole the election from him. He decided he wouldn't go to jail.
We talking about the one that stepped down so he wouldn't go to jail. We talking about him?
1960, he was under no. In 1960, he was the vice president of the United States.
Your party is a crooked motherfucker, okay?
So I'm just saying that he was under no threat of going to jail in 1960, and he decided not to challenge the election. Even when the people gave him positive evidence that Richard Daley helped to steal the election for Kennedy in Cook County, the state of Hawaii, illegally changed their electoral votes. And West Virginia was completely stolen for Kennedy.
That's what happened. I'm gonna agree with you. Mm-hmm. Everything you said is correct.
I will tell you the evidence of it.
Everything you say is correct, sir. I agree with you. Go ahead. Everything you say is right. I'm not disputing anything.
Well, look, we got to do better than everybody knows Republicans lying. Everybody knows Republicans steal elections. That's not evidence.
We know y'all do it. I mean,
evidence that the election was
it
stolen.
is what it is. You don't.
Of it.
You don't.
Okay,
you just say you do.
Let's go down the list, shall we? Let's go down the list. Let's examine that proposition. Now, this is what they found in several polls, which again are not evidence because they're not submitted under oath. But
so we don't need to discuss it. It's not evidence.
Okay, let's go to the evidence. Let's go to what the evidence shows how he would have done it. And look,
how he would have done it, or how he did do it.
I'll tell you how they stole it. They did it with mail-in ballots. And like
how he would have done it, or how he did do it.
With mail-in ballots and
wrong language.
Of signature verification.
No evidence. No evidence.
You're required to keep the envelopes to ensure verification.
No evidence. No evidence. None at all.
In 3 of those states.
Nice try.
And not only that, they destroyed several of the voter registration votes in several totals in several disputed counties and said, oh, it was an accident. We don't know how it happened. So we don't have the electronic record of the ballots that they allegedly collected.
Nice try.
Oh, I got more than that. I got a whole list of stuff.
Nice try.
Spend the rest of the night detailing the malfeasance in that election.
I mean, but you don't have no proof, bro.
Jay would allow me to, but I could.
Allow what?
To go through every one of the, not just fraud, because all fraud doesn't change the electoral outcome, and it is insignificant as far it may be prosecutable, but it didn't change the outcome of the election. I believe it did in 5 key states. The evidence is there to support that 5 key states that went to Biden should have gone to Trump, or at the very least, those electoral votes should have been decertified by Congress when they were submitted to Congress for certification.
Oh, shit. Oh, well, I've been up all night. And,
me too.
You need to go get some rest, man.
I got off at 8 o'clock this morning. You got to work tonight?
Go get some sleep,
No.
man. Go to bed. Go get some
Oh, well, then shit.
Go get some sleep. Go on.
Yeah. I was editing that video, and I was trying to edit the other video. And
let me tell you what I was doing. Listening to this conversation. I'm finna put it in the big set. I ain't gonna say it out loud. What the hell is the big set? Oh, there it is.
Well, look, I tell you one thing though, it ain't too often you see a 9-0 Supreme Court decision that smacked down the Colorado Supreme Court for thinking they could enforce for the Section 5 of the 14th Amendment. Even Ketanji Brown Jackson said, you fools don't have the authority to do it, even if he is an insurrectionist. But you thought they could. Now, when Ketanji Brown Jackson votes for Trump, it's got to be constitutionally certain.
That's what I was doing. Mm-hmm.
She said, look, I may not like Trump.
I said, what?
She thinks all the decisions for Trump are Calvin ball or whatever the hell she said. But in this one, she got it right. She says the plain language of the 14th Amendment indicates that the enforcement of it must be done by Congress, not the individual states. They can maybe ask Congress to do something about it, but it's up to Congress to make the final decision.
Wait, can you say that again? I mean, the states can't do what now?
The states cannot enforce Section 5 of the 14th Amendment because the language clearly states the provisions, Congress shall have the power to enforce the provisions of this article. Congress, not the Colorado Supreme Court, not the state of Maine with that goofy Secretary of State they had down there.
Okay.
Even Ketanji said that. I couldn't believe it when she did. I just knew she was going to rule it. Or maybe Kagan or maybe Sotomayor. I knew one of them 3 was going to do it, but all of them, 9-0, say, hey, dummies, you can't do it. You don't have the authority, even if he's an insurrectionist. You don't have the authority. Like I'm a state trooper in Illinois. I can't go enforce law in Indiana. I got no authority in Indiana. even if I do catch somebody there.
Even if let's say though they did not pass that, right? Or I mean shot it down, right? That would mean that Texas could tell California what to do.
Well, not really, but what they could
I mean, yeah, not really, but it would influence whatever election they may have within their own jurisdiction. I mean, it's possible.
Man, I don't think anything Texas does is going to influence California. Sorry.
Well, I'm talking about the argument itself, not. I know. Like you put, okay, let's say South Dakota, North Dakota. I mean,
well, look,
they it would be problem.
Well, obviously, every single judicial ruling becomes part of the general common law, the common law of the states, common law of the federal government. Anytime you get a judicial ruling of any sort, all of them collectively form the general common law. So everybody can research common law and can be influenced by it, even in another state. And then they can bring it back to their state and say, hey, look what they did over here. This is why we can do it here. And then they can make motions either in the legislature or in the courts to get it changed. So, yes, you're right. It certainly can be. But in this case, the Constitution puts like you said, you did make your statement conditional upon that provision not being there. But in this case, it's clearly there and it's unequivocal.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, I'm not. Hey, I don't value Trump more than the Constitution. I mean, when he runs afoul of the Constitution, I say something. I don't like that idea of red flag laws. I mean, I think that there are sufficient laws right now when someone is clearly a threat to themselves and someone else, that authority exists to confiscate their firearms under just about every law in every state in the union. I don't think we need to have federal red flag laws. So, I mean, sometimes he does things I don't like. I don't like the idea of lowering the flag at half staff for Charlie Kirk. And I really like Charlie Kirk. I don't think it's a problem. I think that honor should be reserved for members of the armed forces, heads of state, either foreign allies or United States heads of state, heads of state governments and the like. Or maybe, and that I don't think it should be reserved every time there's a tragedy for someone. I think it diminishes what it was originally intended to mean. So I don't agree with them on that. I don't agree with Trump on everything. And certainly not in the Constitution matters where I think he's doing something that's clearly contradictory to the Constitution. But for the most part, I don't think he does. He doesn't even come close to anything Biden did.
Okay. But do you, I'm going to say this. Given what's happening with people getting fired from their jobs and or getting kicked out of universities, like just like that girl in Texas Tech, right? Do you think though the level of violence might go up because people are losing their jobs behind it? And I already saw that there is a list that that Turning Point USA put out of people that they want to see fired from these universities, and there's a whole big ass list.
Well, you're right. Level of violence always increases with people who are desperate. But the question is there authority for the firings? And then you can argue about whether or not the firings are prudent. So, I mean, there's a couple of arguments to be had. First of all, is there authority or reason or validation for people being fired? Because clearly there are oftentimes reasons to fire people. And that's one question. Then the next question is the firing prudent? Could it have been put in abeyance or set off or considered in another way, or paper maybe transferred to other departments or something like that? That's a separate question. But yeah, you're right. When people get desperate, the potential for violence always increases. Absolutely.
And then some damn red ass people that do crazy ass.
Well, y'all.
Well, yeah.
Well, y'all. I think I need to hang this up.
Hey, man, go to
Um.
sleep, man. Get some rest.
Wake up. You wake
Well,
up.
I'll tell you what, Queen. Do
Next
you
time
want to
you
take
go,
over?
man, I want you to be ready,
Yeah.
and I want you to be ready to give me the toughest fight you can give me. I want you to get ready.
Oh,
Well,
sorry want to
I
fight
tell you.
you.
For about what? I'm too sleep. Well, okay, Queen. So like, are you willing to take over then?
Yeah, I hold it down until everybody leave.
Okay,
Cause
okay. Well, well,
Silent
well,
sitting up here asking for the link.
well. I dropped the link, but I'm gonna leave. All right.
Okay, I'll
I'll
close it
let
out.
y'all keep. All right then. All right, you close it out. Okay, good.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll
Well,
close it out.
I'll let Queen take it over. Okay. All right then.
Oh, you get your rest,
You
Jay.
have a good
Blessing
one.
dreams. And like I said, I want you rested for the next exchange. I want you to be at your tip-top fighting form.
Okay. Okay.
Hmm.
So anyway, I'm gonna jump out of here. All right, I'm
All
out.
right. See you later.
Bye.
Bye. All right. You want to fight about Trump? And Silent, where you at? I'm waiting on you since you asked for the link.
What? Waiting on me to do what?
I'm waiting on Silent to come up here, but I mean, if you want to fight about Trump, we can fight about Trump.
Well, look, and that's certainly a topic rife to fight about, but what particularly you want to fight about with him?
It don't even matter. He's horrible president. He need to get the fuck out of the seat of POTUS.
But the problem is he doesn't think so.
Of course, he don't think so.
So I mean that's basically the argument. You think he should just leave?
Yeah, that's what I think. I think he should just leave.
Well, I don't think it's going to work out too well. Maybe you can give us. Maybe you can convince some people by giving some reasons of what you think. What is so egregious about his conduct that he needs to just step up and
It
get
ain't
out?
even just his conduct. It's just what he's doing to this country. Zero job growth is
What is
insane.
the country that's so harmful?
Zero job growth and firing people. That is crazy as hell.
Wait a minute. So
And then when the numbers come out, you fire the motherfucker that compiles the data. Yo, he needs to go.
now, one of the arguments I remembered about immigration was this is one of the big ones. This is the big one with a lot of people. Why are you just going after poor little illegal aliens when you ain't going after them firms and them factories that hire them? I heard that over and over and over and over and over again. Why ain't you going after them people hiring all these illegal aliens, them big shot employees, them big corporations? Well, that's what he just did with Hyundai. They were in violation of administrative regulations involving their visas and their work permits. And so
Who's the guy insane that is?
there was a raid on the Hyundai plant. 475 people got arrested. And all of a sudden we're hearing about, whoa, he's up there. Don't you know South
No.
Korea's angry about it?
No, that dog don't hunt.
They might take all that money out of Georgia, and we're going to lose all that money. When
That
Trump
money got taken out of Georgia because
telling him that he should do.
no, one of them red people went and called ICE, and ICE came in there and did what they do, which is crazy because those people was over here doing us a favor.
Okay, no. Even South Korea didn't argue that there were administrative violations in their paperwork. Even
But
they
what kind of
admitted
administration violations they had? They was over here to set up the factory, teach Americans how to do this shit so they can have jobs. They was doing us a favor. So who in their right mind thought it was a good idea? And then them people came and got all their people and said they ain't coming back.
they are supposed to comply with the law.
Oh, okay.
Now you're telling me that
Georgia,
you're supposed to hold employers, and then here's an instance where they did. Oh, but not in this instance. Oh no, you don't need to hold this group of corporate.
yeah, because that's ignorant as hell, sir. I'm sorry.
No.
That's ignorant as hell.
No, what you're arguing now is whether or not it's prudent to do so. That's a
No, yeah, exactly. Like the
argument that he had violated. There's no argument that he had violated the regulation.
And
Then the lady that called the people is sitting up here copping please because she realized what kind of stupid shit she just done. Georgia already poor as fuck. Okay, that was an opportunity for economic growth for that state, and this bitch went and fucked it up just because she was on some get rid of the immigrant shit. Them people was over here to help Americans.
That is the same argument I hear for the Democrats wanting a serf class to exploit to pick vegetables. You know, like they had a serf class to pick cotton once upon a time. The same bunch of Democrats.
The what?
The Democrats like the idea of having a serf class to do their grunt work, whether it's slaves or illegal aliens. They like having serfs and slaves.
They was here to train Americans so Americans can take over their factory. What the hell you talk about serf class?
Look, that's a rationalization. That doesn't deny the fact that they violated immigration law.
Well, I don't live in Georgia. I don't live in Georgia. Okay, so I don't give a fuck. If you think that shit makes sense, then you ride that way.
You don't mean what you said when you think they ought to go after the employers. You don't really mean it.
I do think they should go after the employers, not motherfuckers that's helping us.
They don't get all the paperwork right. You just let them go. Don't say anything.
I think all them illegal aliens that's working in Mar-a-Lago, I think they need to go. I think all them illegal aliens that's working in
Donald Trump.
I'll wait.
And we got Democrats up here illegal aliens like Nancy Pelosi. We got an actual illegal alien she was harboring.
All them established corporations in the United States that hire illegals, that's who they need to go after, not people that came over here to teach us how to do shit. Like, that's stupid. You shoot your own ass in the foot.
All right. Well, look, you know what? Here's why I know the South Koreans know they screwed up. This is why I know they fucked up. Because they said, you know what? We think you should introduce legislation to make the I-9, which is what you were talking about, I-9 visas, to make it less cumbersome. So they admitted by doing that the present procedure is too difficult and too onerous, and they ought to make it a little bit easier. But they didn't deny that they were violating it.
It don't matter that what they violated. They said they ain't investing in this country no more. So we just lost some fucking revenue.
How did they violate it? They got over here though. They got in this country and everything. They didn't sneak over here, nothing.
And that's why South Korea was ready to take him back. Sent a plane to take him back. Remember? They didn't have to go through the deportation procedure.
Yeah, they took him back and they ain't coming back.
Yeah, and so the United States says it's good. That way we don't have to waste no time in immigration courts.
And now we ain't got no jobs, and their factory is not gonna be there. So
they're going nowhere. They're not gonna let $1 billion go down the drain. They are going to fix whatever's wrong. They're going to raise a protest. They're going to save face. They're going to fix everything, and they're going to keep that thing going because there's too much money.
I don't know where you got that information from. Korea said they not coming the fuck back over here.
They're saving face, and they are.
They are not coming back over here.
They are coming back.
You want to bet?
Yeah, I want to bet.
Let's put some money on it.
How much you want to bet? Let's say $100. I'll bet that plant will be up and running within a year and a half.
It ain't gonna be because Korea helped them do it.
No, I said I want to bet. I bet that plant will be up and running within a year and a half.
No, I bet Korea ain't coming the fuck back over here. That's what my bet is.
Was this a case of they set the dogs loose and they attacked?
You got to have a time limit because that could be 100 years. So we got to put a time limit on it when they come.
We can put a time limit on it. We can do it to the end of Trump presidency.
I said a year and a half. What do you say?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, within a year and a half, they're going to be back at $100. Yeah.
Right. Yep.
The Big J, and Big J can send. I already sent Big J some money. He knows I can send him some money, and he knows I keep my word. Within a year and a half, that plan's going to be up and running.
That's not the big. Korea's not coming back up.
Or they was training them to make it run.
Right.
I know what they were doing. I think they should have been allowed to stay here.
What's gonna happen is the United States gonna end up having to send people over to Korea to get trained.
Free of the obligation to obey our laws. Yes, they should have been allowed to stay here. They do
Once that
both.
line stopped,
They stay here and they comply with our immigration laws. What's so hard about that?
we need to do to the other people
It's
too,
just the
not
same
just some
thing for us. It had been
people
our
of color.
people. I would say South Korea would be within their rights to do the same thing.
So, Charlotte, what's so crazy about this is this woman went and called ICE and told ICE to raid this damn plant because she thought she was making some points for MAGA.
Is it
And
not?
so after she made this call and ICE came and raided the plant, Trump turns around and put a post up talking about, oh, we need y'all to respect our laws. And then once he realized what fucking investment and diplomatic fuck up that was, he came back talking about, well, we can still do business and trying to soften up what the fuck he just did because that shit was stupid. And then people said they not investing in the United States no more. So he just fucked up some damn man. Look, that man need to get the fuck out of office because this shit is this is ridiculous.
The
I think it's
majority
the
of
cases they let them
police
dogs
action.
loose and then they bit the wrong thing. Pretty much, you just
Okay,
let ISIS loose to do what they want to do.
all right, the majority of police action is initiated by informants giving the police tips. That's the way I was a police officer 23 years. That's how the majority of our work comes. People calling in tips and snitches. So there's nothing unusual about that. But look, Trump is also a diplomat. He's not just the president of the United States. He's also the chief diplomat of the United States. And yeah, he's been caught in a conundrum. South Korea has invested a tremendous amount of money in an American plant that will give American workers jobs. At the same time, he is run as president. He was elected as president largely on his promise to end the immigration fiasco in the United States. So yes, he's caught on the horns of a dilemma. He's got to decide what he's going to give priority to. In this case, given the fact that I don't necessarily think the South Korean government was malicious in what they did, probably just careless, I think it is wise for him to let the South save face by saying, hey, we may have been a little bit too hasty. We may have been a little bit too harsh, even though you guys did screw up the paperwork. Like I said, he's a diplomat. He has to help American trade, and he's also responsible for enforcing immigration policy. So, yes, he was in trouble. And, yes, I think he handled it rather well, given the mess it was all in. Yes, it was a mess all the way around. No doubt about it.
So how you feel about him doing with the SNAP benefits? How you feel about that?
I think SNAP benefits have been the subject of an enormous amount of abuse, and I think it's time for reformation, big time.
But why concentrate on that when that's only 2 or 3% of the budget?
It ain't even that much. It's 1%.
Yeah, so like why even concentrate on that when there's bigger stuff than that? Like that's not gonna save that much money. If that's only like what 1%, that's nothing. Like that's not even. But you're gonna cut that out.
And that's 1% of all the social programs.
Okay.
So that's a drop in the bucket compared to the money that they spend in this country. But you want to take food out of people's mouth.
Okay, here's what they're doing.
Fuck this man.
Here's what they're doing with regard to SNAP. They've instituted 6 new food restrictions with regard to the types of food you can buy. They are not ending SNAP. They're saying there are certain things that are not nutritious that are prohibited for spending SNAP funds on, like sodas, candies, Skittles, Cheetos, stuff like that. Eggs, meat, butter, that's not affected by the new rules. Now, let me give you what these states, let me give an example of what these states are doing that have approved the SNAP food restriction waivers. Arkansas, restricted purchase of soda, fruit and vegetable drinks with less than 50% natural juice, drinks, and candy. Colorado is restricting the purchase of soft drinks. Florida, restricting purchase of soda, energy drinks, candy, and prepared desserts. Idaho restricts purchase of soda and candy. Indiana restricts purchase of soft drinks and candy. Iowa.
No, Indiana haven't did that yet.
Okay, Louisiana, soft drinks, energy drinks.
No. Go back to Iowa.
Any food that is essential for nutrition,
Go
particularly for the
back
growth
to Iowa.
of young children.
Go back to Iowa.
But you know
And
they
look how
picked the
ridiculous.
unhealthy.
Iowa
picked-
is restricting all taxable food items as defined by the Iowa Department of Revenue, except food-producing plants and seeds for food-producing plants.
But you know they
They took
pick that unhealthy stuff
everything.
because that's the cheaper stuff to buy. All the other stuff is more expensive for them.
And it's more
That's why
nutritious too.
they need to drop the price of nutritional stuff there.
They can't even buy flour and cornmeal in Iowa.
That's a good argument. Make that argument. Find ways to figure out ways to lower the prices of goods in the state.
They can't even make.
Hey, how about the state cut some of the taxation? How about that? Would that bring down some of this food? Yep.
They can't even purchase cornmeal or cooking oil in Iowa with their SNAP benefits. That's why Trump lost their special election in Iowa.
Wait a minute now. Iowa is making that decision. Trump isn't making them do it.
Trump passed the bill to allow them to do it.
Okay, they allowed to do it then.
And that's why he lost. That's why the Republicans lost that state.
If they disagree with those officials in that state, they can de-elect them. And
they did. And they did.
De-elect them in an election.
They did. They had a special election and the Republicans lost.
Well, then Iowa has gone over to the Democrats. Fine. That's the way it should be. But in the meantime, the states get to make a decision, and
then say that states need to reduce the cost of goods. Prices of food was a problem when the election was going on, when they was campaigning. And one thing Trump said was he was going to reduce the price of that, and he's yet to do that. Food prices are going up.
Well, look, Iowa is an exception to the rest of the states. Almost all the other states that introduce food restrictions are restricting soft drinks, energy drinks, and candy. They're not messing around with basic food stuff that are essential.
I don't agree with that. Because them children deserve everything that everybody else can get. Just because they need help don't mean that they can't have a damn candy bar once in a while. Don't mean that when Halloween come around that they can't participate and trick or treat with everybody else. Like, I don't agree with that shit. That's a bunch of bullshit. And I do believe that this big beautiful bill, when it go in, it's just gonna take all that shit away, period. It ain't just giving it to the states.
All right, let me tell you something. Parents can buy any food they want for their children with their own money. Government money always has strings, and this is some of them. If you don't want the strings, don't take the government money. I mean, good God, are parents useful for anything? They can't even buy their kids a treat once in a while?
So when you qualify for government benefits, that means that you live under the poverty line.
That means you accept whatever restriction the government has on the food coming to you, or whatever.
That means that you can't afford, because if you could afford, you would go do it because you could afford it. These people cannot afford these things.
That's why.
So now you're going to punish them for being poor. Most of these people work, but they work for people that won't pay them a livable wage. Most of these people have multiple jobs, and they're still under the poverty line, which is a problem. But we don't want to talk about that. We want to mistreat the poor because they poor. We don't want to deal with the fact that fucking businesses and business owners and corporations are some greedy fucking bastards. And maybe if they paid their employees properly, then people wouldn't have to be on government assistance to need the federal government to help them feed themselves.
Okay, let's give an example here. Let's give an example here. Now, what is the best means for most people of getting out of poverty?
You tell me.
A good job or occupation. That is the best. Now, what is one of the things that has fled the United States in the last 40 to 45 years?
Good jobs.
Manufacturing jobs. Manufacturing jobs.
Well, y'all just raided a manufacturing company.
We have literally given them up to China, Vietnam, and the West and the Indies.
And Korea came over here to help build one, and y'all got rid of them.
Let me finish. Now, what Trump is doing with his tariff policy, which has been in place since the end of World War II in 1948, starting with the Marshall Plan and all the initiatives in Asia that had these ridiculous, wildly unreciprocal tariffs that allowed foreign countries to eat our lunch on exported and imported goods. What he is seeking to do is restore the manufacturing base in this country that enables the sort of good-paying jobs that came into vogue right after World War II. That's what he's
like
seeking to do.
people don't know what terrorists do.
You know what he finna do? You know what he finna do? He finna make them poor people go out there and work in them fields. That's what he finna do.
Oh, he's trying to show manufacturing, not agriculture.
Now you ain't trying to do nothing with manufacturing when the people came over here to set it up and you sent their ass up out of here. Fuck out of here. No, he not.
Now you talking about illegal aliens? They're supposed to be here to compete with Americans for even agricultural jobs?
They weren't competing for shit. They was over here to teach.
No, okay, wait.
They was over here to set up and teach, and they gonna take their ass back home. They was only here to set up the plant, train Americans how to do the shit, and take their ass back home.
Okay, I am telling you, they have come to a rapprochement on that. They are going to open that plant. You keep saying they're not going to do it. I'm telling you they are.
I didn't say they're not going to open the plant, sir. What I said was Korea not coming the fuck back over here. I bet the United States is going to have to send their workers to Korea so they can be trained, and then they come back home.
So what's the problem with that? Even if that's true, what's the problem with it? Why is that bad? That might even be better. The main thing is they will
when we got zero job growth in the country, it's not a good look to be sending people up out of here on a fucking technicality when this man ain't had no job growth. And you passed a bill that told these poor folks that if they ain't got no job, then they can't get these benefits. But we ain't had no job growth. So what job they supposed to go get?
This is what I can be sure what's going to happen. All these other people who pledged $14 trillion in investment in the United States since Trump has been president, they're going to make sure their paperwork for their employees is in order. That's what's going to happen. They're not going to back out of it.
So, according to the Koreans, they had various types of visas. And what you call them other things?
Work permits.
Yeah, they said they had visas and work permits.
I-9 visas is the one that was in the most contention, the I-9 visa, which is a work permit to teach other people in the United States how to do certain things.
Yeah, that's what they was here for.
Yeah, and even the Korean government said you need to make it easier for us to do it. They didn't deny that they were violating the procedure that already exists. They didn't deny that they were in violation of it. They're saying you need to make it easier. So I don't have a problem. Look, I guarantee you, this is going to be constructive for all these other companies. They're going to make sure their paperwork is in order. I don't see anything wrong with any of this.
I see something wrong with all of it when your ass is firing people and you ain't had no growth, no job growth in the country. Yeah, it's a problem. Yeah. If jobs was plentiful and unemployment was not rising and this shit happened, then I probably wouldn't even say nothing about it. But we ain't had no job growth. That's a problem. And then the people that's over here to help try to put some jobs, and then in one of the poorest states that's in the continental United States, and you go over there because you want to play big bad wolf with this immigration shit, yo, that's not cool. Cause ain't nobody gonna suffer but Americans, the citizens of this fucking country, while he's sitting over here playing these stupid ass games.
All right. The United States labor growth is not as strong as it was expected. But
as it should be.
Wait a minute, but it hasn't gone down. They've added 600,000 jobs, which admittedly is less than 1 million or so for the first 8 months of 2024. But it's not going down.
That's 2024. We in 2025. We have had no job growth.
2024 was better. I just said, did you not hear what I just said? But you said it's down. It isn't down. It's not up as much.
It haven't went up at all.
It has been up 600,000 jobs. That's up. That's not declined 600,000. Most of the job loss has been in the federal government, and I say that's a good thing.
With job gains moving toward a level sometimes described as near zero, the Bureau of Labor Statistics also recently released a substantial downward revision to previous job growth figures. It is weaker than initially believed.
Which is what I said.
Ain't been no motherfucking job growth.
Which is what I said. I said it is less than last year. You said it was down, meaning when you say down, I'm looking at a negative growth. There's been a positive growth that is less than it was a year ago. Okay? Now see, I think we're both telling the truth. We're just putting different emphases on what the truth is.
Weakening trend. The slowdown is hiring.
What was hoped for, but again, most of that job loss is in the federal government. And again, I don't have a problem with it. I think that's a good thing.
The slowdown in hiring is a clear trend. The 3-month average of payroll growth is approaching zero, a level that economists sometimes call stall speed, which signals a concern for an impending recession.
Yeah, well, I don't trust that. I don't trust that report.
Well, you know why I trust it? Because I remember before Barack Obama was president, we had good old Bush Jr. and we had a recession so bad it was starting to look like it was going to turn into a motherfucking depression.
It's created by
every time these goddamn red people get in office, they fuck up the economy. And this man is fucking this shit up right in front of our face in a major way. And y'all sit up here and act like this ain't no big ass deal.
It was created by Obama and the Democrats when they sued Citibank and they forced companies to divest themselves of their investment houses. And so as a result, they came up with this credit derivative swap scheme that they were forced to by the Attorney General of the United States, Janet Reno. And that led to the whole damn collapse in 2008.
You can make up whatever story you want to make up.
Barack Obama was a lawyer in 1995, and he sued Citibank. It's called look up the Bayeux-Robertson case. That's
you can make up whatever. You can make up whatever explanation.
And the credit swap derivative mess that they came up with in order to deal with trying to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear.
You can come up with whatever excuse to make you feel good, but the United States has had 11 recessions, and out of those 11 recessions, only one of them belongs to the Democrats. The rest of them belong to the Republicans. So every time the Republicans get in office, they fuck up the economy for Americans, and Democrats got to come in and fix that shit. And it is high time that y'all stop playing with these Republicans and they bullshit, because if you ain't got long ass money, they don't give a fuck about you.
And then Obama, rather than letting them endure the moral hazards of their corruption, had to go bail out the big banks. Barack Obama is supposed to be he's supposed to be anti-big business. He ain't gonna let them big businessmen get away with all that corruption. Well, that's exactly what he did when he bailed them out instead of just go belly up.
Well, I know people had jobs when Barack Obama was president. Can't say the same thing for Trump.
Now who's for corruption?
The people had jobs.
Deal with the moral hazards of the corruption.
People had jobs.
Oh, well, gee, well, that's a good way to say it.
People had food in their mouth.
Gee, we got money. You know, hey, that arms production is going pretty good.
No, I didn't say money. I said people had jobs. So that means they had a way of supporting themselves. People don't have a way to support themselves under this man, and this man is taking food out of the mouths of poor.
Now, please.
So what are you talking about? Yes, I'm gonna take the person that's making sure that people can make an earnest living to support themselves over the motherfucker that's bankrupting the country.
Like I said, the credit derivative housing swap and all that shit they came up with to support it was the direct result of the Democrats and they're telling people who are not credit worthy that the banks have to drop their standards for who they give a loan to because we think it's not diverse and fair enough. That's what directly led to it.
Oh, okay, so what led to the recession that was up under Bush Jr.? What caused that?
I just said it. And
you were just sitting up here talking about Barack. Now, which one you talking about?
In great part, it was fueled by that.
What?
Yeah, I didn't say Obama was the one who passed the legislation. He didn't. He was one of the lawyers on the lawsuit that led to the legislation. He wasn't even president when they passed that law. Bill Clinton was. But he was one of the ones who initiated the suit that said they had to open up housing loans to people who would not be considered credit worthy. And that led to a cascading series of events that resulted in the housing depression and the housing crash of 2008. No, Obama was not president when all that legislation was passed. He didn't have his attorney general in place. Bill Clinton had his attorney general.
So George Bush recession was caused by laws that was passed in 1995. That's what you said to me.
Great deal.
Get the fuck, boy, y'all kill me with y'all bullshit.
They were prompted to a great deal by Barack.
Y'all kills me with y'all bullshit. Y'all find any way to justify the bullshit that these Republicans be doing. Because Republicans stay on bullshit.
You wish to ignore the history of it as though it doesn't matter because
I'm not ignoring no history of it. I see what the hell be going on when these people get in office.
It conflicts with your narrative.
And they stay fucking up shit.
Are to blame. That's what it does. It conflicts with that narrative of yours. Republicans are to blame for it.
Republicans always to blame. What you talking about?
Democrats were in charge when it was instituted.
People have.
In case you don't know, he's a Democrat.
People have jobs under Democrats. That's all I'm saying.
So now see how you change the subject?
And people have jobs under Democrats. And matter of fact, every time that the budget has been balanced, it was under a Democrat. So fuck that Republican shit.
The economy from 2017 until the COVID pandemic started. What was the economy like under President Donald Trump from 2016 to early 2020?
He destroyed the economy that Obama gave him.
That's not answering my question.
He destroyed the economy that Obama gave him.
The GDP, give me the employment figures, give me the cost of living, the consumer price index and the cost of living index. Give me all of those factors so we can compare and contrast it with what happened under Biden.
Now we're going to do the difference in the economy from Obama to Trump.
If you don't want to do it, just say so. I'll do it.
I'm going to do Obama to Trump.
Okay. What was so good about the economy under Obama? We had rampant inflation. He was up there buying stock in GM, spending more money to buy stock in General Motors.
All right.
What's so great about the economy?
During Obama's presidency,
General Motors was an automobile company.
The U.S. economy began recovery from a great recession driven by a $800 billion stimulus package. It says that the Trump administration continued this period of growth characterized by significant tax cuts, deregulations, and trade disputes before COVID-19 caused a dramatic downturn. Initial conditions. Obama took office during the deepest recession since the Great Depression, with unemployment peaking at 10% in October 2009. Trump inherited a robust economy with a falling unemployment rate, which was at 4.7% when he took office.
Monthly job growth was higher during the last few years of the Obama administration, averaging 224,000 jobs per month compared to the 193,000 jobs per month during Trump's first 3 years. Before the pandemic, unemployment hit a 50-year low of 3.5% in February 2020, continuing the downward trend from Obama's second term. Obama's average GDP growth was slow during the post recession recovery, averaging just 1% in his first term and rising to an average of 2.3% in his second. In Trump's first 3 years, annual GDP growth was average 2.5, a modest continuation of Obama's second term growth. This rate was not a significant acceleration and was affected by the pandemic in his final year. Household income. Median household income began to rise substantially in 2015 during Obama's second term, a trend that continued into the Trump presidency. By 2018, median household income had officially reached its 1999 level, adjusting for inflation. Wages. Real wages saw slow growth for much of Obama's presidency before picking up speed toward the end of his term. Wage growth continued and surpassed 3% in 2018 under Trump. Poverty. The poverty rate reached a record low in 2019 under Trump. However, the economic devastation of the pandemic caused a sharp rise in poverty. Fiscal policy, government debt. Both administrations oversaw an increase in national debt, though for different reasons. Obama increased government spending was used for the 2009 stimulus to counter the effects of the Great Recession. He later oversaw a significant reduction in the annual deficit before it grew again under Trump. The 2017 tax cut increased the deficit and it further ballooned due to massive federal spending in response to COVID-19 pandemic under Trump. Trade policy. Obama maintained largely steady trade deficits after the Great Recession. Trump pursued a more protectionist trade policy, engaging in trade disputes with China and other nations. The trade deficit, however, did not significantly decrease and reached a 14-year high August 2020 during the pandemic. Stock market. The stock market began a major multi-year recovery early in Obama's presidency following the financial crisis. As a result, the Dow Jones Industrial Average saw an increase of 150% over his two terms. The market continued to climb, boosted by tax cuts and deregulation before plunging and then recovering during the COVID-19 pandemic. So, like, what you talking about? This man ain't did nothing good. He was riding on Obama's economy. And then look what he doing now. He's gonna bankrupt the country.
GDP growth under Barack Obama never got to 3%.
It didn't do it under Trump either.
I didn't interrupt you, but you was reading that thing.
You did. You right. I'm gonna be quiet.
But I didn't say a word. You were just reading for 3
I said I'm gonna be quiet. You right. I apologize. You didn't. I'm a hush.
Again, GDP growth under Obama never got to 3%. The highest it got to was like 2.8% in any quarter. Under President Trump, we had steady 3% and greater GDP growth for most of the quarters of his presidency until the coronavirus. That is one of the best indicators of economic growth. Inflation was reduced considerably. Inflation reduced, I believe, 20% or more during Trump's administration. Fuel prices were ridiculously low. I know I was paying with my Kroger fuel discount $1.60 a gallon for intermediate grade fuel. I know that I was paying it. Now, without my Kroger discount, I was paying about $1.80. The unemployment rate was lower than 3.3%. It dropped from like 4.7 to 3.5%. I mean, by every indicator of the economy, and the consumer price index was ridiculously good. So look, all
Um,
the stuff, the stock market, look, the stock market may or may not be an indicator of the economy because it frequently relies on mood swings of panicky investors. So you can't
Hey,
count on it consistently.
hey, y'all.
hey, May.
Hey,
This
what's going on?
says that inflation did not decrease under Trump. It just remained low.
Well, what did it do under Biden? It skyrocketed. Everybody was talking how much eggs cost. I know what gas costs. In some places in California, it's almost $5 a gallon.
Okay, May. What you want to contribute to the conversation?
I was coming by because I wanted to catch Big J if I could, and
Oh,
I just
BJ
have
sleep.
he's asleep. Oh
Yep.
man. Okay. Well, I'll just dang he's asleep. Well,
Yep.
I'll make a video then. Okay, cool. Appreciate you.
No worries.
Well, look, I gotta get going too because I gotta go into town to pick up a few things. Thank God I live now. I'm away from all the strife of city life, dealing in hand-to-hand combat with people in the inner city for 23 years. I ain't doing that no more. I got to go into town because it's so peaceful out here. The only noise I hear is the squirrels chirping and the deers running around in my driveway. And I love it. But I got to go into town to get anything because it's like 10 miles away. I got to go into town and get some food and get ready to cook. But don't worry, I'm keeping in touch with what's going on in the big city because I did love Chicago for a long time where I lived. I thought it was one of the greatest cities on the planet until these Democrats have completely ruined it, and they've completely ruined it now with that fool, Let's Go Brandon Johnson as their mayor, and that stupid state's attorney, Kim Fox. Just ruined the damn city. Just ruined it. Ugh. Just can't believe it.
That's tragic. How they ruin it?
Let's see. Let's see. Police can't chase a guy on foot. If you got an offender, you don't chase him, you let him get away. No, you can't pursue a guy in the automobile for more than 2 minutes. And then wonder what the crime problem is so out of control in Chicago?
Well, didn't they put that law in place because there was a lot of car accidents that was turning out to be fatal because of the police chases?
Not in Chicago, there weren't. There were some. But what do
I
you think?
mean,
But what kind of signal do you think that sent to the criminals? You think the criminals are more emboldened by that or less?
well, if you start to see the numbers and it look like the citizenry is being harmed more than being helped, the the purpose of the government is to protect the people. So if that means that you can't chase this motherfucker in this car, get the license plate. You will catch them later.
I can
That's safer than chasing them down, risking putting innocent citizens in a fatal car crash.
I can guarantee you that the reason Chicago crime is in the messaging is not because police are allowed to or not allowed to pursue at high speed paces. It is the result of policies of the Democrats who are responsible for law enforcement in that city.
But
That's
I ain't never lived in Chicago, but
and I, and I
I'm gonna just say this: I've never lived there, but since the inception of that city, that motherfucker has always been renegade from the history that I have read. That's just what Chicago is. So to play Democrat or Republican with Chicago, I think is fucking insane. Chicago is just wild.
First of all,
Period.
Chicago has always been governed by Democrats since 1954. But that didn't mean it wasn't a great city, even with that corrupt bastard Mayor Daley ran it. It was still a great city because at least one thing he knew how to do. He knew how to keep crime under relative control. He knew how to attract businesses to the city. He knew how to keep it great with his cultural institutions like the Museum of Science and Industry, like the Museum of Natural Industry, like the Lakefront, like the Chicago Philharmonic, like the Miss Magnificent Mile, all the things that made Chicago a world-class city and made people want to come to it. The beachfronts were immaculate and clean. I used to go to them all the time. We had all kind of entertainment things like Riverview. You had a theater on almost every block, a movie theater on almost every other block. And you could go to Washington Park and Grant Park in summertime. And like I did, and most everybody else did, you bring a blanket out there, you could sleep out in the open overnight and nobody bothered
So
you.
did Chicago breed motherfuckers like Al Capone?
Look, those criminals dealt mainly with other criminals and people who directly.
That's what I'm saying. It's always Chicago always been like that. It ain't got nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. Chicago always been that way.
There ain't nobody in their right mind that goes out to Washington Park and Grant Park and sleeps out in the open anymore. I remember when I did it, when I was growing up in Chicago, you would see dozens of people sleeping in the park overnight under the stars. They don't do it anymore. There's too damn much crime. It has changed. It is different. They were doing that under Al Capone because mobsters were going after each other, machine gunning each other. They were going after maybe some business dealers who didn't pay the extortion money, but it was limited to that. You didn't have to look over your shoulder and worry if Jake Greasy Thumb Guzik was going to knock you upside the head and take your wallet.
I mean, it's gonna get worse over time because society changes and populations grow. But Chicago always been fucking renegade place.
I'd like to ask the question why Chicago is not appreciably different from Detroit or Baltimore or Washington, D.C. or Milwaukee or Dallas or Houston, anywhere where Democrats govern. You have the same patterns. They may not precisely the same.
Dallas is not that bad. No. Dallas is nowhere near any of them places you mentioned.
In fact, almost everything is.
Dallas is nowhere near the level of the places that you mentioned.
Some are less worse than others. That's true.
I was born and raised in Dallas. Okay, if you want to sleep in the park, 9 times out of 10, ain't nobody gonna fucking bother you. Okay, so no.
Some cities are worse or less worse than others. I will grant you that. And that's
Dallas is not a terrible place to live.
Okay, what about Philadelphia? What about Baltimore?
Hey.
Detroit. Well, Detroit's getting better. I'll take that back a little bit. But look, New York. They all.
What about Mississippi? What about Louisiana?
No, I notice I'm using cities because if you take away the crime, if you take away the crime in Chicago, Illinois has almost no crime that's worse than Europe. If you take away Cook County and Chicago, the rest of Illinois has crime rates similar to countries like Germany, Italy, and France. It's cities that are the cesspools.
I mean, yeah, cities are a problem. They cities.
In every city in the United States, the ones governed by Democrats that are the worst. Not the states, the cities.
Jackson, Mississippi.
St.
Louis, Missouri. Memphis, Tennessee. Shreveport, Louisiana. Cleveland, Ohio. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Them people, Tulsa, Oklahoma is definitely not blue. I know that. I don't think Cleveland is blue.
Look, the countries with the highest rates of homicide, almost all of them, with one exception, I can't think of what it is now, the top 10 are all Democrat governed.
That's not true.
Well, let me check that out. I'm gonna double check that because I'm sure it is.
You said states?
8.
You said states?
I said cities.
Oh, okay. Cities. Let's see.
Because like I said, you take away Chicago from Illinois, it's got a lower homicide rate than most of the countries in Europe.
But Chicago always been like that. For whatever time period it was in, Chicago was the renegade place. It always been like that. So when people, I think that's a disingenuous argument, honestly.
I think you're confusing corruption with crime. Chicago was always one of the most corrupt cities, not necessarily the most murderous. Man, among the gangsters it was, but like I said,
Chicago not even the most murderous city in the United States.
That was a relatively closed community.
Chicago is not the most murderous city in the United States.
Not per capita, but in numbers, it's pretty damn high.
But it is states, it is cities that have more murders than Chicago.
Okay,
And
I'm not.
Chicago just get reported on because of its high black population.
All
It
right.
is cities that are way worse than Chicago.
Okay, when I say highest rates, I'm speaking per capita, meaning per 100,000
Okay.
people. I'm not talking about whether the absolute numbers are higher, because I think per capita is more significant than the absolute numbers, depending upon the population. So let's
So
look at
2024,
look at the cities with the highest crime rates. Got
St.
Memphis,
Louis, Missouri.
red city in a red state. Democrat city. Baltimore, Democrat city in a blue state. Kansas City, Democrat city in a red state. Detroit, Democrat city in a blue state. Cleveland, Democrat city in a blue state. Stockton,
If you
Democrat city
factor in they taking out the
in a blue state.
programs, the
St.
after school
Louis,
Well,
programs.
I
Democrat
don't know
city
what you looking at, but this say
in a red state. New Orleans, Democrat city in a blue state, a red state. And Chicago, Illinois, Democrat city in a blue state. Almost all of them are Democrat.
Chicago is on the lowest one on the list, and this one say cities with high murder rates in 2024.
Not in
So
absolute numbers. In absolute numbers, Chicago has more homicides than Memphis. There's fewer people that live in Memphis.
St. Louis, Missouri, a rate of 69.4% per thousand people, 100,000 people, excuse me. Baltimore, Maryland, 51.1 homicides per 100,000. New Orleans, Louisiana, 40.6 homicides per 100,000 people.
That's
Detroit, Michigan, 39.7 per 100,000 people. Cleveland, Ohio, 33.7 per 100,000 residents. Las Vegas, Nevada, 31.4 homicides per 100,000 people. Kansas City, Missouri, 31.2 homicides per 100,000 people. Memphis, Tennessee, 27.1 homicides per 1,000 people. Newark, New Jersey, reported a homicide rate of 25.6 per 100,000 people. Chicago, Illinois had a rate of 24.0 homicide per 100,000 people.
so see, that's what I mean. And you notice almost every single one of them is a Democrat run city. There's got to be a pattern there somewhere.
Let me see. Gotta open another window. St. Louis,
Like I said, there's got to be a pattern in there somewhere.
okay. That's a Democrat.
And there is an exception that just proves the rule. But like I said, I got to get going. I really got to go get this thing for a closes. Look, it's been a great conversation. I've enjoyed it immensely. If you talk to Bill J, I'll be the Big J before I see him anytime soon. Tell him I'm back to be deviling some more, and tell him to make sure he gets as much rest as he needs.
Will do.
All right, you take care now.
You too. Have a good day.
Right.
Silent, do you know who Red Dylan is?
Red Dylan, nope. They trying to come up or something?
Yeah, they in the back. Hold on. Let me find overlay. Oh shit. Okay. God dog it. Shoot. There we go. Hello. Hello.
They trolling.
Red Dion.
On my stream.
Say what?
Wait, I'm actually on stream. Damn.
Yeah, you up here.
Oh shit. I have no I don't know what's going on. I just found this stream on like YouTube recommended. I mean, I heard they were talking about like cities and stuff.
Yeah, so the gentleman that just left said that murder rates are high in democratic cities.
Oh, that's right.
It was
Valid.
connected to a StreamYard.
Valid.
Say what?
Valid.
Valid.
Yeah,
Okay.
because like when the stream started, it was about, 'cause I said when the stream started, they were talking about St. Louis, so and then it said Democrat rally and how they have the highest murder rate.
Okay.
I've nothing to say. I have no idea what this is about. I just found a random stream on the recommended on YouTube, and it was connected to a StreamYard.
It was. What do you mean it was connected to a StreamYard?
Suspicious.
No, there was a StreamYard link in like the chat, and I clicked on it.
Oh,
I
okay,
didn't
okay,
think I would
okay.
get added.
So you just click the link. You ain't bothered to see what the conversation was before you hopped up here.
Seems
Hey,
suspicious
Chris.
to me.
Oh yeah, I know
Ken,
what
how
it
you
was.
doing?
Like, I saw the stream. I didn't think I would get they accept.
So, okay, I want to look at red. I want to look at Republican cities.
I live in a mixed city.
With
Southwest, Midwest.
Southwest. I mean, I'm not gonna say it out loud, on stream. I'm not trying to dox my location.
By you saying the city, we not gonna know where you at.
You're right.
Okay,
Like I'm in Indiana. Nobody gonna be like, oh, he's in Indiana. Let's find him.
while most of the cities listed above have Democratic mayors, their political context is more complex. Blue cities and red states. 13 of the 20 U.S. cities with the highest murder rates are in states with Republican governors. The mayors of these cities are often at odds with Republican led legislators, which can impact local crime policy. See, it's more to the story. It's more to the story. It just be funny. These damn red people crazy as hell.
Facts.
What you think about that, Silent? What you think about these democratic cities that have all the crime?
I
I think
mean,
I think it's
isn't
a thing of them
oh shit,
taking
my
the
bad.
programs out the city and leaving these kids to fend for themselves. All those after school programs and all that stuff.
Yeah, because you can't take if you a lot of them cities don't even have grocery stores. So if you take all the resources from people, how you think they gonna act? How they supposed to act?
Exactly.
You know, they talk all this shit about these democratic cities and all of this shit. Watch what happened in these red states and these red goddamn places when this big beautiful bill start working.
Birmingham, Alabama.
Is
It's red.
is the guy on the panel a white guy?
He felt like it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. I'm white.
Sound like it.
Are you Trump? Are you a Trump supporter? Did you vote for Trump?
I didn't vote because well, I don't do like neither side, but I
Okay.
didn't vote because like I was like still 17 during the elections, so I couldn't
Okay.
vote.
If you could have voted, who would you have voted for?
I mean, they both asked, but that's a good question, actually.
He said they both ass. I heard that. That's a good
Uh,
answer.
The lesser of two evils.
So, I wanted to address what Queen has said, what she had brought up about the red cities and the blue cities or whatever. So, about in 2016, I was on the hunt to find property either in New Mexico, Texas, or Arkansas. So, I called a realtor in Arkansas and I said, "Hey, is this house, that I'm looking at, is that the price, and why is the price so low?" And I said, because the house looks really nice. I'm not understanding why the market value of it was so low. And the woman said that because in that area they had even though it was in a really really rural area, they had a lot of break-ins and home invasions and theft. And I said, really? From who? Guess who?
Who?
Anybody want to take a guess?
Who?
White meth
Uh-huh.
heads.
Yeah. See, Arkansas is my home of origin. And ain't shit there. Nothing is there but dope. So you gonna see a whole lot of poverty and shit like that. And because it's in the South, of course, you got a good population of white folks. And typically, black people don't do those type of drugs. But that's changing. But
But
yeah, they don't.
the whole point is that we get this narrative on mainstream media from this regime talking about the crime rate and the drug problem and the this and the that. However, the crime rate's was bad in these rural towns. If you add them all up, if for population per population, let's just say you add all these little small rural towns up to equal the population in Chicago and places like that. Guess what? They're going to have a higher crime rate.
Yeah, they will. They don't tell that part. Like I ain't never like okay. So like when they show they'll show places like Skid Row, certain places in Baltimore where these people be strung out on them drugs where they just be they be in the weird positions and falling asleep while they walking and all that kind of weird shit.
Yeah, zombified.
When we got up here to Washington, I ain't never seen no shit like that in my life. Now in Dallas, I done seen a couple of crackheads, and they're a crackhead. But to see somebody be a zombie standing on the side of the road, I ain't never seen no shit like that till I moved up
Hmm.
here. And
Hmm.
this is a predominantly white state, and you don't hear shit about it. When we first moved up here, I seen so many news stories and news clipping about out. Let me tell you something. This state is ghetto as hell. Okay, this is this is the most. The only reason why I ain't say we need to pack up and get the hell out of here is because it's so white here. They don't play I'm don't ain't nobody paying attention to my black ass. If I was a white woman, I wouldn't live here. If I was a white woman, I would tell my husband we got to get the fuck on. It
So
is so much crime.
this Hispanic woman, because when deportations were going really deep in March and stuff, she said what she was going to do if ICE ever came at her is she was going to bend over and do what all these different meth heads or whatever drug they're on, how the zombified ones. She said she was going to do that. She goes, she knows that ICE would just pass her right by.
Yeah,
They wouldn't even detain her.
they don't want to deal with that shit.
She's like, that's how she would be undercover Hispanic in different neighborhoods. That she would play like she was one of those drug heads that's bent over on drugs, bobbing their head.
Yep, they'll leave her alone. They don't want to deal with that. And she crazy. Well, yeah, they don't talk about the crime in these damn red places.
No.
So it says that the highest homicide rates are blue cities inside of red states, and that'll go to what Silence said because they remove all the programs. They cut
Where,
funding.
where was it said Trump said he was going after he was trying to go to Chicago?
Well, he ain't going to Chicago because Chicago been fighting his ass like hell about him coming to bring the National Guard there. So now he gonna think he does,
As they should.
and now he gonna go to Memphis.
Yeah, Memphis is what, a Democratic city?
I think so. Let me see. I'm pretty sure it is because he ain't named no red cities.
No, because he doesn't want to put the flashlight on any of these Republican politicians that are in the Senate and in Congress. So he doesn't want to do that. Definitely doesn't want to highlight that. He does not.
Yeah, Memphis is a Democratic city.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, that's the only place he going. He only going to blue cities and states. Uh, Dion, you had something you wanted to say?
Nah.
Oh, Dion being weird, bro. Dion, how old are you?
18.
You said 18?
Yeah.
Oh wow. And you interested in politics?
I don't remember
Shit, since I was
18.
like fucking for years and shit, but I'm not really like interested like that.
Well, how you interested in it as far as what?
Just like the whole like how the day-to-day life of like everyone affected, like that type of shit.
Yeah.
I'm about to pull out.
I mean, you interested in the politics? You should pay attention to the local politics too. You old enough to vote now.
Yeah, I mean,
You registered?
I get some stuff in the mail sometimes.
You registered already?
Well, when I was like getting my driver's license, I clicked yes, but I don't really do anything. I don't do much.
Even if you don't decide that you gonna go to the ballot and cast the vote, you still need to look at what's on there so you know what's going on.
Facts.
Just so you
Uh,
can know. And
Also, I think locally is more important than um, the big thing because I think we don't choose the president at all. It's the electoral votes
Definitely,
that
we
choose the
we would
president.
have more better options if that was the case.
Because we always whoever win the popular, that's the be the person that should win, not the electoral
I
voters
mean,
choosing.
oh shit, my bad.
go
Uh,
ahead.
some like foreign stuff, but I don't really talk about that shit.
You said some foreign stuff? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm talking about like like how like the U.S. government like keeps like sending like billions and billions to where it's like
Yes.
for wars and shit. Like I don't fuck with that
Yeah.
shit. Like
Yeah,
like
that's not
billions
cool.
going all those billions going to Israel and shit like to fund them wars.
Yeah, I don't know what the United States got going on with Israel, but the shit is weird.
It's because
Especially how
it's because Israel has a shit ton on very high officials and politicians and things like that and judges, so they have a shit ton on them. So it's blackmail is what it is.
especially how he was talking about us. I'm sure you saw that video of him talking about how he do American people and all that stuff.
I
That's
mean,
Yeah,
It's
then
pretty.
not to be on some conspiracy shit, but like I low key might like know the reason why they killed Kirk.
Why?
It's because a couple of days before he died and shit, he was like speaking up against like Israel and shit and how
I,
they're
I posted a
genociding
video on
people.
that. I said the same thing.
Yeah.
There's
So,
something odd about that.
it's facts. Like there's even like he even said it in a podcast.
Hey. Yeah, it's very strange. I
Yeah,
don't even
they
think
took
the
his
dude.
ass out because of that.
I believe it. I believe it. Cause I don't believe that dude that they got in custody shot him.
No, I don't either.
Exactly. Yeah, that's good because if you like speak out against like that specific, especially involving Israel, motherfuckers will call you anti-Semitic. Motherfuckers will think you fuck with
It's not anti-Semitic to see the hypocrisy, and I'm going to tell you what's hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is us funding all of their college, the people in Israel, all their college. That when women have babies, they let them stay home, and the state funds their staying home with their baby for 5 years. So they give them money, they give them college money, and what do we do for our citizens? We pay for it. Nothing.
Oh no, none. I'm just saying none of that like money is going back into the U.S.
No, we don't give women. They want to push women to have babies. However, in Israel, they fund the women for 5 years after they birth a child, and then the kids have the best schools you can think of when they actually go to school, and their health care, they have government provided health care. Nobody's worried about getting health care. I can go on and on and on, but do we have those same things in America for our citizens?
Hell no.
No. And what things we do have, they want to take away. And I feel like that's unfair. So that's what I have a problem with.
Yeah, especially
I don't have a problem with Israel having that for their citizens, because I think that's a beautiful thing to have to provide all those things. However, why aren't we doing that for our citizens when we fund Israel? I find that hypocritical.
Exactly. Also, Israel's like a small country, so like you're able to like get all the people in, but even like with that type of money, you could still get like a good amount of people back home like that.
Do you know what American citizens could do with something like $82 billion or $1 trillion?
Shit, bro. I heard it costs I think like 15 or 20 billion to like end all like homelessness in the U.S.
This is crazy. They say that the U.S. provides billions of dollars in annual security assistance to Israel. Now we supply 3.8 billion per year.
Billion, as in billion.
Yeah.
In 2024, Congress also approved an additional 14.3 billion in emergency military assistance for Israel. So we providing them security, and they going over here bombing places for what?
I just want to know if the Republican Congress defunded, like how they did the programs for food and things like that for other countries, and they wanted to take that off the table and no longer to provide that assistance and stuff, if they were still thinking the same thing for Israel, like they were thinking for every other country that they wanted to defund. I'm just curious. Did Congress even if it remotely think about defunding Israel, like they defunded what is it what is that program that feeds the hungry?
A SNAP.
USID.
USID. Yep.
Last time U.S. tried to fund, like a U.S. president tried to funding Israel, they got assassinated.
Yeah, it's very strange. That is one strange country, and that's why they put what's his name? Shapiro. That's why he taking over Turning Point because he is Israel ally. And so Israel has a problem because the younger generation, case in point, the young man on the panel, is not rocking with Israel. So they want somebody up there that can convince the youth to get on board with Israel. That's why I think that man getting killed is a government hit. I
I mean,
think that the United States in bed with Israel shot that man.
that's a very valid point. That's a what some people would consider conspiracy theories, but has actual weight.
I mean, it's a conspiracy theory. I can admit that, but that's what I think. I don't think no random just went and shot this man. That
Oh,
don't
that's a
even make
fact.
no sense.
Because the guy that shot him was
Yeah,
was a professional. Come on now.
yeah, exactly. Professional. Like think about individual shooting. That's like the shit they did with Trump. Like he obviously missed. Like that could be an individual. But the Kirk thing, it
Nobody
was like
nobody missed
I
precise.
think
nobody.
It
that
was
shit with
Hold
precise.
up,
Trump was
nobody
staged.
missed
No.
Trump.
It was yeah, it was fake. No, I'm just saying, but like
It was fake.
if it was
Nobody missed
if it
Trump.
was if it was attempted, it could like be played as like individual, but with the Kirk thing, it was so accurate, and on top of that, it was from like miles upon miles away, and it was
Yeah,
accurate,
that
My
was
yard.
crazy as
precise to
hell.
them organs too. It's like that's professional.
Yeah, because that was a smooth shot.
Yeah, it's not like that Trump shit. Although,
That
yeah, I know
that
that
shit.
shit was fake, but it's not.
Choo! Yeah, that shit was.
Oh
I
no,
was
no.
like,
In the Trump quote unquote assassination attempt, somebody did get shot, and it was accurate. It was a firefighter in the audience,
Quote
and it
unquote
was accurate.
firefighter.
what you mean it was accurate?
They got him. It was an accurate shot. They were aiming for him, and they got him.
Oh, they meant to shoot the firefighter?
Come on, it was a staged event. Somebody got to die.
I don't know. I think the shit was fake.
The
I
guy,
don't
the
think.
guy that they claim was the shooter that they say they shot on top of the building. There's no way they could have shot him because where he was laying was behind the rooftop
Well,
by
I know
about
they
4
didn't
feet.
shoot him because they watched him climb up to the top of their building. They knew he was up there. So that's what was crazy. I'm like, y'all just let the motherfucker get on top of the roof.
I keep saying he wasn't the guy that was assassinated or killed on the rooftop wasn't the shooter, and the guy that they got now is not the shooter. We have a professional shooter, a professional sniper that was in both incidences.
I believe you. Woo. I don't know what kind of madness. Well, I mean, 2025 has laid out the madness that they're trying to put on
Well,
this country. And hopefully, there are enough of us willing to fight back. But this brainwash is fucking incredible.
not just brainwashing, the whitewashing about how a person's character is beyond me.
Now, I'm talking about the brainwashing to this conservative nonsense. All
Oh,
these
that
people
part.
that's running over here to this conservative shit, talking this crazy shit, this is brainwash.
Yeah, talking about how they're going to go. If you don't send the military, we're going door to door. Well, you go ahead and go door to door, and let's see if you go back home.
Baby, please. Look, I done went and bought some more weapons. Just listening to some of the shit that was being said on this stream.
And then the whole thing. Okay, I know she said something. I don't know exactly what she said, but how can you get expelled from school for that? That has nothing to do with school. Like even if she said whatever, you can't
Are you
expel
talking
somebody
about that
for.
girl that said your homeboy dead and slapped that man hat?
Oh, that's what happened. She smacked somebody's head. Hmm.
Yeah, but it wasn't like, I mean, she shouldn't have touched him at all. So
Yeah,
technically, they can call assault, but she like tapped his head. Huh?
That's no reason to be expelled, though.
I mean,
And then I'm thinking, if you expel me,
they can
are
do
you?
disciplinary action, yeah, but expelled's a different story.
And then if you don't expel me, you gonna refund me back my money then? Because don't like expel me. Oh, but I get to keep your money. Mm. And I understand, like, yeah, it should just been like maybe a disciplinary action, no expelling or have her do an apology letter or something. But expelling, that's extreme, you know. And then even I read comic books. It's a person that said something about it, and they fired the person, canceled their comic book, and then the comic book they have out, they asking for all the sellers or all the distribution people to send them back. They recalled all the comic books just for them saying something about the side. I mean the assassination.
It's a trip because Republicans think free speech and the Constitution only is for them, but not for anybody else that's a citizen in this United States. And they think they can trample on every other citizen's constitutional rights except for themselves. Now, if if like I said this before, if white people were being rounded up the way that they rounded up Hispanic people and did racially profiling, what kind of shit show do you think would happen in this country if that were to happen?
There would be some militias for them.
There'd be a whole lot of militias forming. There would be a civil war like you would never believe.
Yeah, they crazy. I ain't never seen nothing like this. We is living in some interesting times.
No, we are living in legit the end times. I'm not even gonna lie. I used to study the Bible and I went back in it and I'm like, man, like the warnings that were given are for this time. This is the time.
Because he seemed like the anti for real. The blindly following, going against your own. Oh, that's crazy.
Well, I mean, they getting ready to institute the new world order. That's what all this shit is about. For real, for real.
Well, Putin said that him and China and India are the start of the new world order. Did you hear him say that?
I believe it. And
Is that bricks?
Trump knocked America out of the fucking running for the shit. So he knew what he was doing. That's why I said that he need to get the fuck out of office. But these people so stupid. They want to be all over Trump ass. Y'all don't know what the fuck he's
Well,
doing.
they're going to be stupid until they disarm the American people, and then he has Putin's Russian army come in and start taking over the property and the land of America, because that's what is being planned out. So
Because
while white supremacists are thinking they got control over everybody else, divided you. If you're divided and you don't want to stand united, that's what's going to happen. So they're going to have Putin is going to come in with his army and they're going to take over the United States. That's what's going to happen.
wow. Well, I just get a text about re-registering to vote as we talking.
Oh, cause today is National Voter Registration Day.
um, well, I'm in a different state now, so
Yeah, it's national. So the whole United States.
yeah. No, yeah. I was just saying that was a Georgia saying I did read, but I'm back in Indiana now, so I got to register here.
You better pay attention and make sure that your vote gets calculated, because my vote was calculated on October 25th, and then on the 5th of November it said it was counted. My mail-in ballot was counted, and then on the 5th it said it was not counted,
Mm,
and I got screenshots.
that's crazy.
I think that's kind of normal though.
Can I
But
also tell you that the reason why Trump doesn't want mail-in ballots, you want to hear the real reason?
why?
because what they're going to try and do is they're going to try and create a martial law incident where the military has to be in every city, and if you think you can go out and vote, you're not going to be able to go out and vote. So that's what the plan is.
And
Why wouldn't
also,
you be able to
did you
go out and
see
vote?
did you see when
Martial
he was
law.
doing that interview with someone talking about, oh, so if it's a war in the next 3.5 years, there's it's not going to be no presidential race or nothing like that. So he's going to try to cause a war.
Yeah, that's what he think, but that's not how the United States is set up. You can very well change powers during a war. So he
And
said,
also
but
with
the way
the
these
martial
damn
law stuff, or with him putting people in these states and all that stuff, for all we know, he could get Russians over here and just put them in American uniforms and be like, oh, this is the National Guard. It could be a whole occupancy, you know what I'm saying? So
I
it's
mean, I was
fucked up.
thinking the exact same thing when I saw a lot of them, because they, especially when it comes to ICE agents, did you see how they all look? Like
Mm,
they literally right now. I posted a video about how many men have been pretending that they're ICE and have been raping women all over America.
what?
oh yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, because they're wearing face masks, and they have no ID, nothing to state that they are federal or any of that. No
Oh
uniforms, no nothing.
yeah, that's right. That's right. And they've been getting them uniforms off of Amazon.
And then they
Yeah,
give them symptom bonuses and all that. Like, it's crazy. But yeah, you can, impersonation.
yeah, and they're impersonating. Not that it really matters, because the qualification to be an ICE agent is shit.
Yeah. Hmm.
Hell, it wouldn't matter if they did uh have to have a qualification. ICE don't have no identification on them.
No.
And also they should take the thing of when they actually are a convicted felon, they should take that off all applications.
Why? The president's one.
Exactly. So it shouldn't matter. If you can be
This
the
is ghetto.
president and have a felony, why I can't work at McDonald's and have a felony?
This is
What's more
ghetto.
important?
This is some ghetto shit. The president a felon. We taking food out of people's mouth. We stripping people of health care. This shit ghetto.
Especially when it says only 1%, like that's crazy. So once you
If
go to the
anybody wants
programs,
to
that's
know in
more.
what direction this country is going in, go back and read the history books on what Hitler did, how he accomplished it, and you're going to understand step by step. Project 2025 is the Hitler playbook
Yeah,
in
but we ain't
that's
gonna
what
have
it
no Hitler because fucking Putin and North Korea and them and China is gonna come over here and kick our ass, and so we gonna be a colonized or territory of one of them
It's gonna be
motherfuckers.
some Red Dawn. Y'all remember that movie Red Dawn?
We ain't gonna even be able to govern ourselves. Hell, they gonna be governing over us because Trump's stupid ass think these people his friends. He is one ignorant bastard. I swear.
So that's
Well,
what that movie
he's
Red
a
Dawn's
selfish
about.
bastard. Let me tell you, because he knows right now he's sick, and nobody can tell me he's not sick. When I saw his hand, the bruises on his hand is what people who have advanced cancer in their elderly age, that's what they have.
Oh, did
Okay?
you see that video when he was sitting and he was like peeing on himself?
No, I didn't see that.
He was like on, I don't know if that was Good Morning America, but you can see him talking, and then between his legs, you see the wet like starting to seep out. I was like, oh man, that's nasty.
Well, they're saying he shits his pants, and like when he was in Alligator Alcatraz, everybody standing behind him were about to gag and throw up. You can see their facial features. He shit himself.
Oh, he been shitting on himself.
This the new
They was
motivation.
talking about it. They was like, yeah, then you watch him stand like when he be giving speeches sometimes, if you watch the people that's around him and behind him, you can see it like facial expression. You know how
Yeah.
you stand. Yeah, he been shitting on himself. Now the P part, I think that's new. But yeah, he been shitting on himself. So Like, child, I don't know. I can't talk too much shit about him and his health because Biden was
Oh, they're both,
losing
but
his.
they're both the same, exactly. So
Yeah,
I'm not happy about the Democratic Party because they knew his ass had fucking dementia for 2 years and allowed him
but
to stay
I
in
don't.
office.
No, I don't think he had dementia. I think his
Oh
ass
yeah, he
was
did.
fucking old,
He
and
got
they
dementia.
was. No, I don't think he got dementia. I don't. I think
I
I,
he.
think
I
he
know
I,
did.
two. I know two
I
people
think.
that got dementia. My mom's husband and my dad's wife, and he did exactly what the both of them did. He had dementia.
And I don't think he got dementia. That man still give interviews. He still talks. He still do all of that shit. I don't think he got
No,
dementia. I think.
No, have you
I think
saw his
his
dementia comes
ass.
interviews?
and goes.
I think he
They
was
have good
old.
days and bad days.
I think his ass is old. They had flew him to Europe, and then they brought him back. And then they kept him up all night going over a speech, and then they put him up there to fucking debate. He too old for that shit. He old. He too old to be president. They need to put a cap on how old you can be to be president, because all these old motherfuckers with their health issues and shit, we don't need none of that. Okay, go sit your old ass down and sit in retirement. We don't need you
And
up here
they
with your
also need
diaper
to,
on.
when they know they're sick,
Yeah, we don't need that.
they need to stand down. They need to say, "Listen, I'm not up to par to do the job. You know, I have to step down." So I've not
Yeah,
heard one of
because
them say they want to step down.
right, both of them was out of line. Both of them out of line. That Biden was out of line and Trump is out of line. Sit your ass
Yeah,
down somewhere. Go sit somewhere in the pasture and enjoy the green grass
exactly.
and stop
And we
with this
sure don't need
bullshit.
that vice president either. That vice president don't need to run either.
JD Vance ain't gonna get in the presidency. Don't nobody like his ass.
Nobody likes him.
And then how
They
and
gonna put
he's young too. Like he's
yeah,
like
and no
39, something like that.
yeah, don't nobody like JD Vance. They gonna put somebody else up against his ass and knock his ass out of the water.
Nobody likes a man that fucks his couch, okay, and violates his couch.
That's some when you're a kid stuff.
Who? The one who fucks his couch.
I think his wife gonna end up leaving his ass.
She's not going nowhere.
I think she is. Cause
No, she ain't going
India,
nowhere.
he said
he picked
the
the right
man said
one.
If she trying to leave.
the man said he a never Trumper. Okay. Then he goes and take the position to sit up on the Trump ass. Now he done went back on everything that he said. Like women don't take too kindly to that type of shit.
No, she got a soft life. She ain't gonna go nowhere.
She likes
But
those.
she don't got a soft life. She
She likes those United.
complains.
She likes those United States funded vacations, girl. She loves them.
I bet I don't see him
He
keeping his
got
wife.
Secret Service everywhere.
And they fight all the time. I don't see her sticking around for that shit. Just like Barack said. Barack said, if I could get a third term, Michelle would divorce me because don't nobody want to deal with that shit. Not only did Vance turn on his principles, he changed up their lifestyle on some shit that they don't even agree with.
Hmm. Well, we'll see. Because right now, what I know about women that are from India that get married, they take abuse and abuse and abuse and abuse, and they stay married.
That's a possibility.
They don't divorce.
This boy, I'm telling you, every day is some shit. I know when I end this stream, I'm gonna see some shit. I don't never remember this much activity going on at no point in my life. This is crazy. Every day is something.
I voted for Biden not because I like Biden or I thought Biden would be a wonderful, super wonderful president. It's because I wanted to get Trump out of office. That's the only reason why I voted for him.
Yeah, we've been put in a state of lesser of two evils for like how many different presidencies? It's been about 4 or 5 of them.
It was just unbelievable that he even like became a president. I was like, what?
He wouldn't have became president if Democrats would have got their ass up and went on and voted. Democrats didn't go vote. And that's how the hell he slid his ass in there.
But like I say, our votes do not that don't choose change. Our votes don't choose the president. It's the electoral voters.
Yeah,
All of
but
us could have voted, and he could have won the popular vote, and it still would have been Trump that got in. You know what I'm saying? So
not really, because the electoral college gives weight to states that and cities, districts that otherwise would get ignored if it wasn't for the electoral college. So
but how do someone win? So then how somebody win the popular vote, but then don't win presidency?
because it goes by the number of electoral college votes, which is a represent. See, well,
Exactly. So our votes don't matter.
that's not true. That is not true, and people need to stop saying that. We have a representative democracy. So you get something
Listen,
like the
it
electoral college because let's say you got some town in Rhode Island, and because they population is small, they casting their votes, they get overshadowed. The electoral college makes sure that everybody votes count.
no, because if we doing for a vote, each vote matter, then it should be the people that's choosing, and it doesn't matter where you from because each person is choosing.
We live in a representative democracy, sir.
So exactly, so our votes don't matter because even if the popular vote, if they win the popular vote, the electoral college chooses who wins. So
Your vote matters because the representative is going to cast the vote on behalf of the people. So you can sit up there and say your vote don't matter if you want to. That shit ain't true. You better get your ass up and vote. It's a if your vote didn't matter, why do you think they spend so much time and energy trying to take the right to vote away from people?
it's all an illusion. It matters locally, but it's on the
They
main
trying
scheme
to
of
take
things.
the right to, but they trying to make it where only the people that got long ass money have the right to vote. They're trying to take the right to vote away from all of the citizens.
No, as long as you're a white man over a certain monetary value, you get the right to vote. Everybody else gets fucked.
If your
That's what
vote
they
didn't
want.
count, why would they go through such lengths? They trying to take back the Voting Rights Act, and then they're trying to strip they trying to do away with the what is that? Is it what is the 14th Amendment that gave women the right to vote? Which one is it? Repeal? Is it the ninth?
Probably like 16. I don't know. Let me search this shit up.
Yeah, search it up for me. Let me know. Cause I done forgot. But they trying to take that shit away. Why they so hell bent on taking the right of vote? Then they I heard them float around that if you
19th
not
Amendment.
the 18th,
It's the 19th.
the 19th. So yeah, they trying to repeal the 19th Amendment. Then they're floating up that if you don't own property, then you shouldn't have a right to vote. It's $400,000 to buy a house in the United States right now.
Which is ridiculous.
So how you gonna own some property? So you ain't got no property, so now you can't vote. If your
And
vote
then
didn't count, why would
a
they
lot of,
go through such measures?
I say locally it matters, but the
It matters locally and nationally, man. People people need to exercise their right to vote. That shit is important. I know the electoral college is hard for a lot of people to swallow, but I understand why it exists. You would have whole states. It wouldn't matter if they voted if it wasn't for the electoral college. And that's not fair to people that live in states that have a less population. We lost the youngin. I think that's pretty cool. I hope he comes back.
He probably will work for the CIA or just listen to us.
Big Zay would have got a kick out of that. It's a young man over here on your panel, Big Zay.
That's what I'm saying. I'm
It's,
talking about
it's not it's
randomly.
not like it's not like we got something to hide. We've been saying this for how many years? Ain't nobody saying anything different than they've always said.
Right. Because I know I
I
haven't.
don't know.
I've always.
I just be weary of people talking about, oh, it just popped up in their algorithm, and I just saw
I mean, it
y'all
probably
on, so I
did
just clicked it. I was like, oh,
because I've jumped on a lot of channels that were going live that just popped up in the algorithm too. So it's possible.
That means he's not shadow banned. And I'm pretty sure he's not because I've
that's
been
good
watching his
then.
numbers since we've been up here. And they've gotten up to about 11 concurrent viewers. And then it'll drop down and then it'll go back up and it'll go. So I don't, he's not shadow banned.
That's good.
But if they put him in the recommended, that's good. So he might have some new subscribers.
That'd be good.
Yeah, they need to drop down in the chat. If they ain't gonna click the link. Ooh-wee.
But yeah,
But yeah, I really do think that Israel killed that man.
I mean, I'm thinking that's my personal feeling. I feel like it was because I can't see an actual Patriot sniper ever doing that. I do, however, know that Israel does have snipers, and I know they're capable of it.
yeah.
Yeah,
Especially
I don't know.
to get a
Americans don't
neck
need to
shot
be.
from
Huh?
that far. I said to get a neck shot from that far too. That was a trained person.
Everybody, I don't know if you know this, but everybody that is in Israel, whether you're a woman or a man, have to serve in the army. You know that, right? Or
Yeah,
they're
2 years.
military.
Yep. They got
I
to do
mean, it's
2 years
mandatory.
mandatory. Yep. They probably need to do that here in the United States. Get some discipline in some of these young men.
Wait, what was that food you made the other day that I looked on your community post?
Yeah, some what kind of pasta was it? It was some pappardelle pasta, some chicken, and some vegetables with some type of Parmesan sauce.
That looked
Some,
good.
it was delicious.
It
I
looked
put it out my
professional.
ass. I went in the store. I was like, okay, I won't. Well, I can't eat a whole lot of stuff because my kidneys failed on me. So
Oh,
Sorry to
I
hear that.
gotta, uh, I gotta not eat a whole bunch of stuff to put stress on them. So I can only pretty much eat chicken and fish at the moment. And since I've been working, I hadn't been cooking. They like, we want you to cook. Say, well, what the hell can I make? I know I want this pasta right here. And I got that chicken, and then I was like, now what kind of vegetables can I put in here? I just created some.
it looked good.
It was delicious, so I had to put it on the rotation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to go ahead and write down the recipe because it
Yeah,
was pretty good.
So just
I've
know
been.
that even if I don't say nothing on your videos and your community posts, I still watch.
I'm gonna cuss people out till I stop being a content creator. This is what this is what I'm gonna do.
Some people
Every
need
few
to be
months, I'm gonna get up here and act a fool about the lack of support. I'm just gonna do it. I feel like it has to be done
Cause you know what I really be tired of people coming in my streams. No, not coming in my streams. I be tired of people that I don't ever see on my channel talking to me in other people's chat. Don't fucking talk to me. The hell you talking to me for?
Mhm.
Don't tag my name. The fuck you tagging me for?
How'd you like my music on my that I was playing?
Girl, I hated your music. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Damn, you hated it. Damn.
Like, what is this? No hell. This is why I have title. Cause no, thank you.
I have eclectic taste, girl. I like all kinds of stuff.
What type of music was it?
What was it? I don't know, it's just a variety. They play so sometimes they're playing like it's like a contemporary violin, but with some flair, some what's some I don't know how to describe it, but I play all kinds of different music.
Okay. Yeah, I like piano and
Not really into piano, but I do like violin with
saxophone.
drums and things like that.
That was 3 days ago. When the hell he gonna send the National Guard to Mississippi? I mean, Memphis.
Memphis.
Said that the senator in that state said, "Come on, come on and bring them." Like, is he stupid?
Because I thought it was, I thought that was illegal. I thought we couldn't occupy our
It
own.
is illegal. They're testing things out.
See if we go with soft targets.
He's pushing the envelope to see what he can get away with without people actually making lawsuits.
That man got so many damn lawsuits for the shit that he do. It's just he just need to.
Try it on black folks.
He just need to step down. Just go ahead and step down and let somebody get up here and fix this bullshit that you have done. Because if I need to go and look and see what the Supreme Court is saying about his tariffs.
Yeah, because dude earlier talking about tariffs, I was like, you don't know no idea what tariffs is. What he was
No,
talking
that was
about.
fucking completely wrong about what he was saying about tariffs. I'm like, oh, keep running with it because that is not true. The tariffs don't benefit anybody. As a matter of fact, when I was talking about if a house before tariffs were 400,000, and then the house after all the tariffs, because every component that it takes to build the house adds up, and it comes up to
Anybody know
700,000.
Malik?
Go ahead.
Anybody know Malik?
Malik?
I don't know Malik.
Okay, hold on.
I got my
I know what the
brakes
name Malik
done.
is, but I don't know this person.
No ceilings, MMA. What kind of shit?
I got my brakes done. And,
Hello. How's it going? Why your voice sound like that? You come up here to
I got a
troll?
voice heater.
No, I've been in a car accident.
Say what?
Yeah, they playing.
I've been in a car accident, so I just used this. My voice got disfigured.
Oh.
Get the hell out of here. Come on now.
So, what? We good. What did you want to add to the
It's probably
conversation?
the same guy.
I just wanted to say Trump ain't helping us black folk.
Why you say that?
Because he's too busy helping his rich friends and all that.
I think he patting his own pockets. I don't even know if he help. Well, he do that market manipulation.
He's definitely patting his own pockets.
Okay, so they agreed to hear the appeal as far as the legality of the tariffs that Trump proposed. So they haven't heard the case yet. If they overturn it, we is screwed like a motherfucker economically.
If they overturn that, then you know they're on the fucking Epstein list.
What? You got to explain that.
If the Supreme Court rules in the favor of Trump and tariffs. You know they are on the Epstein list.
No, I say overturned. So the federal courts already ruled that Trump don't have the power to institute them tariffs.
Well, yeah, that's already happened. Yep.
Yeah. So uh, hey Red Dion, welcome back. So
I had to go eat dinner real quick.
oh
So
no
it's
worries.
probably why like
fast.
you heard me just like speak French and then leave because I was talking to my mom.
Oh okay. Cool beans. So
Yeah, that
You
part.
must
the
My fault.
no go ahead. Sally wants to know if your mama is French.
Yeah.
speaking French. Okay.
So the federal court said that Trump did not have the legal right to institute those tariffs. If the Supreme Court overturns, we would be ruling it in Trump's favor. Then that means that all the money that has been taken from all of those companies has to be paid back immediately.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
So right now they're saying that it's been about 80 billion in tariffs that's been collected. How much money? Let me see how much money does the U.S. Treasury hold?
That's gonna mean Trump is gonna have to stop on his ballroom.
Okay, so they have 555 billion. So if they have to pay back, okay, so we got 555 billion. How much has been paid in Trump tariffs? Do, 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 do.
He's already putting whiskey companies in Kentucky out of business because the major buyer of the whiskey in Kentucky was Canada.
Yeah. So they have so far it is estimated that they have collected about 264 billion. That's over half of what the US Treasury has if they what we would call liquid. So that means treasury bonds will lose their value. That means um the dollar is gonna decrease in value. It's been decreasing in value since this man been in office.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Trump turned this country up, but these people swear, Trump is the
When I,
greatest.
Oh, my fault.
when I went to
So go
Italy,
ahead.
the dollar was only worth 69 cents.
Just say this here.
Facts.
Go ahead, Dion.
I remember back in like 2019 and shit.
Uh-huh.
I'd pull up to like the local like I don't know the gas station or some shit with $5. You could get a whole ass meal, and this was only 2019. With $5 now, that give you one item.
Right.
That gets you maybe a drink and a bag of chips.
Yep.
And at that time, this was just 2019, 6 years ago. It got you a whole meal.
Yep. You can get no meal now. A meal now is about $20.
Or 10, but depends where. 10.
I know. Well, I gotta account for the fact that I'm up here in Washington. So like
the state of Washington.
Yeah, Washington State.
Oh shit! I plan on moving there in a few years.
It's expensive.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's
Cause
expensive.
I was putting no, not fucking Seattle. Fuck that shit. But I'm talking about like the surrounding areas or like like places.
It's just expensive in general because it's a democratic state. So you pay a lot of taxes, but shit like you can ride the bus and shit for free.
Type shit. Cause I was about to move there with my homeboys and shit. We all split the rent or some shit. But
yeah, people do that too. But it is expensive. I'm not gonna lie. But it's better than any red state I ever lived in. I got to say that because red state don't give a damn.
My state expensive too, so like I get that shit though.
I was like, the taxes is higher than what I'm used to, but the resources are better because shit. In the red state, they give your ass shit.
I get to talk about red state because I live in a blue one.
This is my first time living in a blue state. I've lived in red states most of my life. All of them the same. They don't give you shit.
Yeah. I've lived in it.
When I got here, they kept trying to give me food. I was trying to figure out what the hell was wrong with these people. And then they was like, no, they do that. That's what they do. Like they get it.
I didn't hear it.
When I first moved here, they kept trying to give me food. I was like, what the hell? But then they was like, no, that's what they do. They want to make sure that the kids eat. Because some kids don't have food at home. I was like, oh, well, tell me something. Because they ain't giving you shit in the red state. I ain't never experienced nothing like that before. But even with the school supplies, like, there is no such thing as individual school supplies. All of that shit is community property. Like you buy the school supplies, you bring it up there, and all of that shit go in a bucket, and the teacher take it and put it up in the classroom. So if somebody don't have no school supplies, you would never know.
Is that depending on the grade, or is that just?
No, that's just in general. Like you now. I mean, individual classes probably have a different shit when you get to high school, but they give you a supply list. You get the stuff on the supply list, and when you go in for orientation and all of this stuff, they got crates sitting up there where you put each item that they had on the supply list up there. You put it in the crate, and then the teacher put it up somewhere in their classroom. So when the kids need to use whatever it is, they have it.
I think that's a beautiful thing to do because kids that are poor, because they don't have any control about what their parents give them.
Yeah.
And it's embarrassing.
Right.
So, yeah.
I wasn't mad about it. I looked at it at first because I come from a red state, and I don't know about y'all, but my mom was like, "You better not let nobody borrow your pencil. You better not let nobody use your crayons, all that type of shit." So when I seen what they did here and how they did it, I wasn't mad at it. I was like, everybody get their supplies. Don't nobody feel like they missing nothing, and don't no child have to be embarrassed because they parent ain't do what they needed to do. What's up? Dairy Queen. Is he there right now?
No, he's running there.
Oh, tell him I'll let him know. Tell him I'll let him know. See, BJ, I'm gonna send you 100 bones, homeboy. Who the hell is that? What up, B Cap? How you doing? Oh, I can take this down, huh? Did we lose everybody? Is anybody here?
Yeah.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me? Everybody here?
Oh, okay.
Yes, I am currently here.
All right, everybody here.
What's
Now
up?
we losing viewers. We down to 2 viewers.
Real talk.
Somebody must got another stream going on.
Yeah.
6. It's 5 o'clock for me. What time is it for y'all?
It's
Same.
8:21 here.
Oh,
I mean,
it's right.
we both Pacific time because you in Washington and shit.
Huh?
It's,
What'd you
yeah,
say?
it's also 5:21.
Oh, it's 5 for y'all. Oh, it's
For
5 for you
me,
too. Oh,
for me,
okay, so you
too.
over here on the West Coast as well.
You?
In the blue state. You in Oregon?
Nah.
California?
Yeah.
Okay. Cali. Look, Oregon, Washington, and California trying to form some kind of.
I'm here. I was just filling up my water thing.
Wait, the 3 states they got their own. Yeah.
Yeah, Oregon, Washington, and California was talking about building a wall.
Damn.
Well,
I
Marjorie
didn't hear
Taylor
about that.
Greene said that she felt that they all need to succeed from the secede from the government. Now, why
Who?
on earth would she say that?
Who
Who
said
needs
that?
to succeed from the government?
Marjorie Taylor Greene said all of the states that are not liking what is happening. Republicans.
Republicans need to succeed?
That's what she said.
Well, they've been trying that shit in Texas forever.
Look how that worked.
I mean, but it wouldn't be no point for them to succeed at this point unless it's a blue wave during them midterms.
That part right there.
Now, if they get this blue wave like I expect it to be, then I could see them trying to holler about some secession. But prior to that, for what? They already running them up around this
Something's
day.
done because they realize that what's being implemented is not highly popular with American citizens, and even Republican American citizens don't like the fact that the Constitution is being trampled on. They don't like the fact. Go ahead.
Republicans is so fucking stupid though, because they don't vote on issues. These motherfuckers vote on hate. They
That's a
voted to
fact too.
do everything that was gonna fuck somebody over. And then when the stuff started coming down, start crying about it. It reminds me of when Obama did the Affordable Care Act. And they talked all that shit. All that shit. Then Trump came in office and did some repeals to it. Then they was up there. Oh, I didn't know Obamacare was the Affordable Care Act. Yeah, because y'all fucking Republican leadership wanted your stupid ass to be racist as hell. That's why they termed it Obamacare. Stupid.
Yeah, and
People
the fact
ain't got no insurance.
I remember Obamacare, bro.
Your ass stupid.
I remember that shit. There'll be like more regular checkups I would go through during that
Well,
time.
remember, Trump only had concepts of a plan, so he had to take the concepts of Obama to make the plan.
He ain't even had that. Trump has been trying to just erase Obama's whole presidency because his ass so damn racist.
Whitewash. Everything's being whitewashed.
But he hasn't been able to fully undo the Affordable Care Act. He's only been able to undo parts of it because the American healthcare system, I ain't gonna even bullshit. Our healthcare is fucked up. We have the best healthcare in the world, but our access to it is shit.
Preach.
It is shit. I didn't know how bad it was until I finished my degree.
Mm-hmm.
And toward the end of the degree is when we started talking about the politics of healthcare. And baby, look, that shit is a mess. The fact that Obama even tried to fix it is amazing. And if Trump wasn't a jackass, he would have continued where Obama left off to try to get this shit under control. But we got the best technology. Part of the reason is because that technology is expensive and somebody got to pay for it. But we got the best healthcare there is to have, but we can't access it. Most of that is because everybody's trying to make a dollar. So then you start running into ethical issues. Who deserves who has the right to live? This shit is a mess. So they stripping away healthcare. They taking food out of people's mouths. Ain't no jobs. Ooh, we ain't got no allies. Baby, we looking third world in the motherfucker.
Yeah, we are.
We looking third world in the motherfucker. He's talking about it's not about left. No, it is, okay. We ain't got to be left or right. We talking about good versus evil. Okay,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
so there we go. We ain't even got to do left versus right. We gonna talk about good versus evil. Because when you start taking and then taking the vaccines away.
Like some of them vaccines, I don't know, bro.
Florida got measles and I forget the other motherfucker running amok in their state. Them kids is fucking dying and shit. Measles was damn near stomped out.
But
Now,
I
if
also
they
feel like
release it,
when it comes to stuff like that, a parent should have options when it comes to things like that. A child that has an immune issue, maybe they should most definitely have vaccines. But I think that's up to the parent. I don't think the state should be controlled as to who gets vaccines and who's forced to get vaccines, because vaccines have a lot of things in them. They have mercury, they have pig cells, they have all kinds of different things that are not good for the immune system. So maybe the revision should be getting better things in the vaccines that don't cause illness or things like that. They haven't done it.
What the hell, bro? Okay, he left. This is crazy here. Hold on. I can take that in. Bro, where is they showing this stream at? Because it's a bunch of weird ass people coming in here.
I don't know.
Well, I found on YouTube recommended. So it's probably on people's recommended. You should probably on people's recommended. That's probably why.
Well, I'm sure Big J will be happy to know that he is not shadow banned. Don't come in here and promote shit. You hear me? Don't come in here and promote shit. If you ain't paying, don't drop your shit in here. Or delete that shit.
I'll delete it.
I already did.
You did it? Okay.
Put your ass in time out for 24 hours. Who the hell is you coming in here and promoting your shit?
I actually just like copied, the chat, that one promotional. Listen to the song right now.
This fool said measles is nutritional deficiency. Bro, shut your ass up with this nonsense.
I feel like
If
I
measles
think we all have a
is a
nutritional deficiency though, because our food does not supply us with the nutrients that we actually need. So I don't think that's too out of line because everybody's deficient in some way. That's why everybody's taking multivitamins and things like that because we're deficient. The soil is deficient.
nutrient deficiency ain't gonna give your ass the measles.
Oh, that's not going to give you the measles. No.
Yeah, he talking about ain't got nothing to do with the virus. Oh, Jesus. I'm not saying because I did not vaccinate my children until they was well over 5 years old.
Which it should be. No, ain't no baby right out the birth canal supposed to be getting vaccines, which is what they're doing now.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
what happened to me.
Say again.
That's what happened to me.
Your mama gave you all the vaccines?
I was like 2 and 3 or some shit.
Yeah, I didn't vaccinate my children until they decided that they wanted to go to public school. That's when they got vaccinated. But
But
I'm
you
not
also
sure.
breastfed, and breastfed babies have an immunity up to like 2.5 years or 3 years.
Yeah, I did breastfeed, but I'm not gonna sit up here. Look, if it wasn't for a vaccine, polio would still exist. Vaccines
True.
are effective for certain things. Measles is one of them. God damn it. These kids ain't been getting no damn measles vaccines, and look at the number of measles happening in their state and the number of children that have died. Nutritional deficiency, my ass. They needed that vaccine. Like this shit is stupid. Then we got a motherfucker that ain't don't know nothing about science or healthcare running the damn Department of Health
You know,
and Human Services.
I never really thought that there was. I never really thought when people said that he had worms in his brain that was a legit thing. But he legit has worms in his brain. Did you know that?
Are you talking about RFK?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
He's got worms eating his brain, literally.
Oh yeah. That's the dude
What kind of shit?
This the dude that be doing heroin too.
What kind of condition is that?
Parasites. He's got parasites.
Gabriel, I'm not finna go there. Gabriel, I don't believe you. Okay, I'm not finna do that with no fucking measles. Okay, no. There are the reasons that vaccines are created. Now, I don't think that every vaccine that they created is necessary
No,
or
it's not.
needed, but some shit is needed. Measles was almost eradicated until this motherfucker got in office. Now look at it. How many? Let's see how many children have died from the measles.
We have low IQ.
This one saying you guys have low IQ. The audacity, the mitigated gall of you to get up here. You must be a Trump supporter because that's a Trump ass shit. Because
Don't worry.
Trump said.
Trump said no. Trump said inject yourself with bleach. That's what he said to kill the coronavirus.
Yeah, he did say that. He sure did. Trump did say that. Did I state vaccines are bad? No, you implied vaccines were bad because that's what we was talking about. So we was talking about vaccines, and you said nutritional deficiencies. Let's put what you said up here. Nutritional deficiencies, nothing to do with viruses. And that was your counterpoint to us talking about vaccines. So you didn't say that vaccines were bad, you just implied it. That's all I'm saying. And nobody's going to listen to your nonsense because there are some things that you should probably take the vaccine for. Okay?
Well, if somebody has a tip-top immune system and they have no deficiency, of course they're not going to get a virus. Most likely, you're not going to get a virus because your immune system's tip-top. But let me just say, if your immune system is compromised in any way, you're going to get it.
Let's see how many children. How many children have died from measles 2025. Okay, so there have been 1,088 confirmed measles cases and 3 deaths have been reported. 96% of those measles cases involve persons who were unvaccinated.
I mean, we all had measles, mumps, all that stuff when we were kids, right? We all got it. Chicken pox,
I
all
didn't.
you
I
name
didn't.
it.
Get, I had chicken pox. I ain't never had the measles or the mumps.
I had it, and I
Yeah,
think
I
I
don't
was
know what
I
none of
think
that
I
feel
was
like.
I think I was vaccinated too, and I still got it.
Yeah, you know what? That chicken pox vaccine ain't none of them kids, them 90 babies and them 2,000 babies. They don't get the chicken pox. Ain't none of them that I'm aware of had chicken pox.
My daughter, she got the chicken pox vaccination 3 times, and then when she went to school at 5 years old, she was vaccinated before she went, got into school, and 2 weeks later got chicken pox.
What year she was born?
Like I want to say 1995.
She was born in 95?
No, she wasn't born in 95.
Yeah, what year she was born?
91.
She right there at the cusp of that shit. Them babies that was born like around 95 and up, they don't catch the chick, like they don't even ask them what the chicken pox is. They don't even know what you talking about. They don't have no idea. Chicken pox about like polio. So like I don't agree with sticking babies with this shit.
I don't either,
Like,
because if you breastfeed you're a mother, your baby has immunity from you.
yeah, I don't believe in sticking children with them needles.
Mm-mm.
Wow,
I'm not for
small
that.
small babies. But I
No.
think like if they over the age of 5, I think it's okay to start to get them vaccinated at that point if you choose to do so. But I'm not gonna sit up here and say, because hell, when I stepped on a nail, I ran right to the hospital to give me a tetanus shot. Go
I
ahead
know.
and stick with me, okay? Because
I
I
cut
don't want to.
myself with the I cut myself with the glass at one of the hotels, and I same thing. I ran to get my tetanus shot because you don't know what you're gonna get.
Exactly. So I mean, I ain't finna sit up here and be like, "Oh, vaccines is the devil." I don't believe you should be sticking babies with that shit, but they do. I do think they are necessary. They have helped stop disease and all of that. And these people not this shit. That shit in Florida is insane. And then I think they just put a mandate out that said that don't nobody got to vaccinate nothing. Baby, look, hell no. It's gonna be all kind of disease and famine and shit. Man, this is so bad. So bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. I don't understand how they can overlook this.
I really, you want my personal opinion? I really believe this administration whole purpose is to bankrupt America. That is it's the goal. I feel like the administration's goal is also to have all these outbreaks. I'm going to be honest. I don't think there's anything good or anything that they are for the American people as a whole. I feel like this is a setup for the American people, and nobody's going
I
to tell me different.
Cause
Huh?
I think so too. He doing stuff that could bankrupt the country. You taking away food, so people gonna starve. The farmers are losing their property.
Mm-hmm.
So that's food right there that we not gonna be able to get. And then you're trying to strip the education away, and
Mm-hmm.
then you told these people to not get these vaccines, and we already seen this a small disease done started popping up and getting out of control. Now you just
Yeah.
said, oh, ain't nobody gonna get, so now we got the, and then you strip these people of their health care too. So
And
and then,
smack tariffs on top of it.
and the crazy part is a lot of people that it's a lot of people that pay for their insurance, but they don't realize that their insurance is insuring their children through shit like Medicaid.
Mm-hmm.
So when they cut their Medicaid, their children might lose their fucking health insurance, and they're paying a premium for it. This shit is so bad, and I just can't understand all these folks jumping on this conservative bandwagon. I can't understand it.
Because their thought process is only going to affect the other. That's what the farmer said, and now guess what? They're affected. So they keep on supporting him until they actually become the one that is the other.
By the time these people wake up, it's gonna be too late.
Well, I mean, it's. I feel like it's moving in the direction of too late right now.
Oh yeah, it's going. I'm waiting to see what the Supreme Court got to say about these tariffs. That's what I'm waiting on. Cause I mean, either way it go, it's not good. If they overturn it, then we economically screwed.
Did
Yeah,
you? There was so many businesses that sold stocks and sold their businesses outright the day before the election because they pretty much knew the setup. And right now you have businesses, they're pulling out of America. Multi-billionaire businesses are pulling out of America. They don't want to stay here. And then the icing on the cake for that,
I said no, they don't. Go ahead.
and then when you have Trump having ICE agents go in to that plant, I mean, that just showed us everybody. So he said he want to bring business back, or car business and all these other things back to America. Finally, you got the Koreans coming on board, and they're like, okay, we'll build a plant in Georgia, and then bam, hit with ICE agents. Does he really want to build America back? No,
Now,
Nope.
do you
because he
think
could have
he
he could have put those ICE agents in control. If they wanted to, if this administration really was about the American people and wanted to build something for the American people, they could have put them on a leash, and they never did.
Right. What you saying, Tyler?
No, that's about to say. I was say, did you think? I was thinking that yeah, he let them off their leash, and they did that. And like, oh shit, now he try to backtrack. No, you let them off their leash. You didn't have no
And then thought he
control
was going
over
to
them.
bully him by holding him a whole week, and think that he was going to bully the president of that country, and say, hey, we're going to keep him here in the ICE detention for a week, and then once that week passed, they were gone, and they ain't coming back.
They pick they people up. You can't treat folks like that. Now
Yeah, but
they
before they wanted to pick him up the day it happened, but
yeah they
Trump
did.
wouldn't let them. He wouldn't let them.
Yeah, because he was trying to bully their ass, man. Trump. Woo, boy. Man, these people. I don't know. I don't know. Ooh. Have you had a conversation with a MAGA person?
I can't. I can't because they don't listen. You can't reason. I don't even know why people are wasting their time. These hardcore MAGA, you cannot reach them. There is no way you can reach them. Intellectually, you cannot reach them. You can't.
Lost in the sauce.
Lost
Man,
in
look,
the sauce.
they more they be able to show up ass. I be
Yeah,
like,
I've actually like been like had interactions with like some like magma. I remember, like, especially a few years ago,
uh-huh.
Well, I'm not really political, but like I told one of them I was liberal and shit, and they started tweaking.
Just
I
the
was
fact
like,
of you saying that?
no, because he was talking about like they was talking about like the whole like ICE thing and how like illegals are into the country and that they're ruining, that they're like making everything more expensive. I
No, they
just
were.
said,
You know how many billions of dollars they paid in taxes?
no, that's not my words.
No, I know, but this is what you could have told them.
I ain't gonna lie, this was
They
years ago.
pay billions of dollars in taxes they can never get out.
Yep.
Finish your story, Dion.
Yeah. What did I got? I can't remember. Like, what I said something else.
Uh,
I forgot because like I said that, but I was like, said another thing, but I forgot what I said. But I think
Stoner.
that's what like got him tweaking or something.
man, yeah, they look. We was on a panel over on Maurice channel.
I heard about it.
Girl, they said, girl. Okay, first of all, they were sitting over there saying that there is no racism in America. Okay, so I'm like, what? So then they started talking about some kind of law. Okay, so he was like, okay, so you know where black people mess up because they use the N word, and the N word is considered uh, a racial slur, and
Uh-huh.
so if they go to court for say something like let's say simple battery, right? They go to court for simple battery, then it's at the judge's discretion whether or not if they know that they use the N word, if he want to apply a hate crime to it, which would
Mm-hmm.
give them more time. I said, okay, so if we know that black people use this word culturally,
Right.
and you're utilizing the law to punish them more severely, isn't that systemic? Yeah, that's systemic. And isn't that racist? Yeah, it's racist. So how the hell did y'all sit up and talk about it ain't no systemic racism in the country?
Come on, we all know there's systemic racism. Come on now.
Yeah, then they sat up there and said that Iran was happy that Trump bombed them. Iran said that Trump did them a favor. I said, what? Babe, look, these Trump supporters are fucking insane, okay? They make up some of the craziest shit I have ever heard. And they say it with a straight face and they mean it.
No,
People
because they believe it.
inappropriate. Like when he was telling that African lady how good she looked and all that stuff. Like, what? I need her
Come
back
on,
for
Trump.
years. Yeah, you didn't see that when he was
I did. I saw it.
telling how good she looked and something like she need to work for him or she need to be working for him or some crap he was saying. I don't know what the hell.
And then what's her name? Carolina Levy
Mm-hmm.
in her 20s. They done made her go get plastic surgery. I said, boy, this shit is crazy. I hope he don't make it 4 years. I'm ready for his ass to go. I'm ready for him
Well,
to get along.
but who gonna
JD
get that
baby.
van?
Huh?
So then we're gonna get van.
And Vance is a pussy. Okay.
Well, Vance, let me tell you, he stepped out of line because nobody likes him anyways. They're gonna throw his ass out. They're gonna impeach him.
Yeah, they'll get rid of him. They won't support nothing that he do. He'll just have a no presidency. That's all that is. 'Cause he's not likable.
but he's trying to get Charlie Kirk audience.
Yeah.
I doubt he's able to do it. He's so fucking weird. I don't think he's gonna be able to do it.
Hope not.
Choo. Well. Y'all got something else y'all want to talk about? At this point, we've been here 6 hours.
Big J must be sleeping.
Yeah, Big J went to bed. Yep.
I've been to the grocery store and now I'm cooking.
Yep. So
I went and ran my errands and came back. You guys are still on. I'm like, hey.
Yeah, because Big J was going to end, and I was like, I will hold it down until we're done talking, and then I'll end the stream. So,
well, I don't know. The only thing is I feel like people need to be aware of the things that are taking place. So you're not caught off guard because this is where we're at. You know, the proverbial lantern is in the window.
These some unprecedented time, man. This is some interesting stuff.
Already here. Trump is coming.
Off topic though, but I'm checking out the other videos on the channel, and I low-key fuck with some of them.
Yeah, you can subscribe.
Yeah, for sure. I got you. Big JX, who's like the owner of this shit?
It's Big J. So you should subscribe, and you should come back because he'll be very happy to hear a young man come to his channel
That works for CIA.
that will actually get on the panel. That would excite him so much. So make sure you subscribe and come back.
I mean, I haven't checked out any of the videos. I'm mostly like on the home page and shit, like looking at all the titles. Like some Rachel Baptiste.
Rachel Baptiste.
Baptiste. All right. Okay. I'm just looking at all the titles and obviously some Kirk shit.
So Big J is against the manosphere, and he do a lot of. So I mean, he be up here cussing people out a lot of time, but he do political commentary as well.
Yeah, I got that political commentary thing vibe from like the stream, and I guess like the idea of the channel.
Okay, Tyra, we'll be happy to have you. She been hanging out in the chat for hours. Shout out to her. But Gary Yay and what's her name? Red Dion. I'll make sure I let Big J know.
So have y'all saw the movie Red Dawn before?
I might look.
I can't remember. I think it sounds familiar. Why?
Oh, because it was about. I think it was. I'm not sure if it was Korea or it was somewhere, or Cuba. It was somebody that pretty much invaded us. Pretty much. Somebody.
One of them dictatorship countries. Who you talking to? Oh, he went on mute. One of them dictatorship countries gonna invade our ass. Because they setting up their new world order structure, and Trump mad because he wasn't invited to the party. I guess he thought he was gonna be up in the mix because he bending over and let Putin screw him with no Vaseline.
With no Vaseline.
You know what I'm saying? And like, oh, we're friends. Is you stupid? That man ain't your friend.
I didn't say that.
No. I'm talking about Trump. Trump thinks that Putin is his friend. Trump is a jackass.
Hell no.
And aside from these terrorists, I think all this other stuff that he done, it is not his idea. I think Trump is a pawn in somebody else's game. The Heritage Foundation.
Oh, definitely. But I also didn't like that they had the military rolling out the red carpet for Putin. I felt like that was extremely disrespectful to the American military, and I don't think that was a good look.
Yeah, that was disrespectful to the America period. Like him trying to be buddy with Putin is ooh. Ain't that treason? Yeah. Ooh. 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 I just can't understand how he's still sitting in the seat post. Ugh. I don't think it's been no president that have had so many lawsuits in their presidency.
Never.
Damn near everything he do end up in court. And they get overturned.
That's all the taxpayers' money paying for all that.
The judiciary is the only thing that's holding up our rights right now. Because I don't know what the hell Congress is doing. I can't believe they passed that big beautiful bill. I just knew that okay, the House was gonna pass it, but I knew the Senate was gonna stop it. Child. Whew. And who that old man? Was it Chuck Schumer? Democrat that voted to pass that stupid shit.
Oh, I didn't even know there was a Democrat that passed it.
I think it was Chuck Schumer. He was like, it's better. He said, okay, so his reasoning for voting to pass it was if they shut down the government, they can do whatever they want to do. Because remember, they didn't come to a conclusion that they were going to have to shut down the government.
Mm-hmm.
So he said he was going to vote for them to pass it because shutting down the government would be worse.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yeah, that's why Jasmine was like, we need new leadership. Child, this whole shit is a mess. Mm-mm-mm. I know it should be a whole lot of seats up for grabs come the next midterms. That's what I know.
I would really like to see another party get. I feel like the two we have is a detriment, and I feel like they're the same sides of the same coin. And I would like to see something more, something better.
I
I'd like to see
mean,
another party.
I be trying to encourage people to vote something other than Democrat or Republican. But I'm scared that these fools will go vote Libertarian and fucking Green. The hell wrong with y'all? They'll go do the same shit that's already been done. Oh, because Americans ain't got good sense. Girl, the amount of people that was searching could they change their vote after the election was crazy as hell.
I have been registered as independent for a long time. However, there's never somebody that can actually get into the seat, or even get when they go to debate. You can never get a 3-party, 4-party, 5-party system in the debates anymore. It's just 2-party. It's been locked down.
That's because they don't get enough signatures. Because I forgot what the party was I voted for. They didn't get enough signatures in enough states to be able to participate in the debates. Some of them had, what's her name? The lady last night, Sherman.
Hmm.
She was in one of them debates up there looking crazy, look like a witch. I was like, girl, you dress like a witch in the United States of America. There ain't nobody finna vote for you. But she did get enough signatures to be able to participate in a few of them debates earlier in the campaign. But she didn't get enough votes for the last few campaigns. But so I mean, if they have a strong enough campaign, because I know, like, I have sat in and called people. This campaigning ain't no punk. Boy, that shit's a lot of work. And I think some of these third party parties, I think they just don't have the manpower. Yeah, you need people calling people. You need people knocking on doors. You need people that can produce ads. You need a social media presence. That shit is
Well,
a
I got
lot.
to tell you, the Republican or the Democratic Party didn't fund Kamala like they should have, um, because they withheld funds, withheld canvassers, so that they couldn't go door to door and do all the stuff that they should have done. So it's unfortunate that the Democratic Party caused this to happen because they didn't fully back Kamala and they didn't fully fund her like they should have done, even though she raised how many millions from Democratic voters? Was
I
it
mean,
8 million or something like that?
I don't necessarily even blame the Democratic Party for that. I blame fucking Biden. Cause Biden did some whole ass shit.
Yeah.
He refused to step down.
Mm-hmm.
By the time he decided he was gonna step down, it was too late to have another primary that was gonna put a bad taste in some of these people's mouth, and he did.
Yeah.
And then he endorsed her without telling anybody. She didn't even know.
Wow.
So her even running, that was her doing her duty as vice president because Biden didn't even have the courtesy to call her and let her know he was gonna throw his endorsement behind her. She
Uh-huh.
just got thrown into the fire. That's why when she first started campaigning, she looked like a deer in headlights. She know what the fuck was going on.
Well, I know one thing. When he stepped down, it took a solid 2 or 3 weeks to get mobilized, because they didn't have everything set up for her. So that's one. And so that's in when you're talking about a, a backing a politician and stuff. 3 weeks makes a big difference. 3 weeks is a lot of time passed without being able to promote them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she did good for her 90-day campaign. I ain't mad at it. People can criticize all they want to. Bitch, if you had 90 days to throw together a campaign that you ain't even know you was finna be fucking running.
That part. Yeah.
She was shaky at first. But then she went on, she got her footing and she did her thing. And I ain't mad at her for it. I was like, overall, she did good for it to only be a 90-day campaign.
Yeah.
But I don't blame the whole Democratic Party for that shit. I lay the blame squarely on Biden's ass because you knew the danger this country was in with that ban. And why sit up here and play these games because of your ego with your old ass. You know you old as fuck. Shit. You know your ass tired. You know you can't get up and keep doing this shit every day. Why you just didn't go on and get this lady the nomination before the Democratic uh the DNC shit?
Mhm.
Which makes me think that Biden is sitting up here. He's a silent Trump supporter.
I mean, well, that's that dementia, girl. That's what I'm telling you. He put on
I
the
don't
Biden.
think it's dementia. Biden said he didn't want his kids sitting next to niggas in school, so I think he's a racist.
Oh well, I mean, not saying he's not.
I think his ass a racist, and I think he was undercover fucking supporting Trump because he low key believe white men should be in power. He probably hate the fact that he had to play Obama's hype man. The vice president don't do shit, but whatever the president tell him to do, they
Oh
like
well,
a
yeah.
very
They
like a
kept saying that
glorified
Kamala
secretary.
was. Kept saying Kamala was running the country. Kamala had limited power as a vice president, so no, she wasn't running the country.
No, she wasn't running no country. They just sound good for their propaganda and they bullshit. She won't run no damn country.
Mm-mm.
I'm quite certain he was still running the country. He said that, take him a little, give him some time. Give him 30 minutes to make it to the dinner table. He coming.
Mm-hmm.
Whee! But yeah, I think he did that shit on purpose. And I really think he did it because I don't think he understood how much damage Donald Trump could do. I think he thought, he'll just do a little bit of damage. Yeah, take that to your grave. You got a line for that. Well,
That's crazy, but true.
yep. Everybody done live.
I'm about to leave too. I'm about to go grab some food somewhere and chill out for a minute.
Well, go get your chill on. I go ahead and end this long behind stream. Give me
We'll
some
see you.
sleep.
See you later. I know you gotta get some sleep. Talk to you later.
Bye bye.
Bye.
See.
I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.